Good morning. The State Board of Education is called to order. I want to recognize that all board members are present. In recognition of Black History Month, I started this process last year. I want to talk about an individual that made a contribution in Black history. Florence Price was a musician. Has anybody heard of Florence Price? Florence Price was born in 1887 in Little Rock, Arkansas, and became a music teacher. She went to Atlanta, married an attorney, and moved back to Little Rock. And because of a lynching, they moved to Chicago, and she became part of the Chicago Renaissance. Uh, she died in 1953 and was a composer of many works. I have a bachelor's degree in music and enough graduate hours in music to teach music history. And until about 3 months ago, I had never heard of Florence Price. She wrote 4 symphonies. She was the first Black composer to have a work performed by a major American symphony. She wrote, 4 symphonies, many classical music songs, both orchestral and choral. She wrote for Marian Anderson and others like that. Even though she died in 1953, the first recording of her works was in 1987 and has just recently been recorded more frequently. I listen to Sirius Symphony Hall when I'm traveling, and since it's 2 hours to here from my house, that's what I listen to. And starting about 3 months ago, I started hearing compositions by Florence Price. Florence Price, the quality of the performances, the quality of the writing is, in my view, as a musician myself, equal to anybody else in that area. I think it's important to know that Florence Price made a significant contribution to the catalog of music and needs to be recognized, and I hope in the future that we will look at others who have made significant contributions but have not been recognized. And I would like to make sure today my purpose in recognizing Black History Month is to highlight a person who was exceedingly talented and was able to make a contribution that is just now, 70 years after her death, being recognized and appreciated and performed widely. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. At this time, would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we look at our agenda, item number 20, executive session for personnel, will not be needed today and will be removed from the agenda. Are there any other changes to the agenda? The executive session, number 20. If not, a motion to approve would be in order. Jim McNeese, Dina Horst. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Are there additions or corrections to the minutes of January the 11th and 12th? If not, a motion would be in order. Ben and Betty. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. The next item will be the Commissioner's report. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see all of you. Welcome to what is going to be a sunny, balmy, not quite as good as Jim McNeese is going to have later in the week, but February, after some cold weather last week. I was telling Tammy, when I start working on the Commissioner's report, really right after this meeting will be over, I'll start working on March. And then I put it away for a while, and then about 2 weeks out from the board meeting, I start working on it, but I don't finish it until the morning of, because I'm still mulling through some things. And I oftentimes, anywhere I'm at, I start with this chart, and we've talked about everything that it means from the 50,000 students that you generally represent to the differences in geography. I took a little bit different approach as I was thinking about today's thoughts and comments. And I was just looking and thinking about each and every one of you, and really your dedication to the students of Kansas, and I mean that sincerely. You have a tremendous dedication, and what I'm going to talk about quite a bit today is your work that oftentimes I think isn't highlighted enough and isn't thought about enough, and certainly isn't appreciated enough as you're going about this extreme work. But I want you to know that I thought about each and every one of you, and I'll touch base on some of that as we get a little bit later into the remarks. Now, Mr. Porter gave a great story this morning about an important composer that most people had not known, including himself. So I thought I'd start today with someone that pretty famous, that I think you may know of. Does this lady look familiar? Recently passed away, just short of her 100th birthday. Betty White lived a long and illustrious life, and in many ways, I often think about what do people accomplish in their lifetime. And you can make the argument that Betty White may have accomplished as much as anyone in her lifetime, and did so at a young age, did so at mid-career, and did so late in career. Had many different careers, and for those that are younger, they'll remember her from maybe the Golden Girls or her later things. Those younger, or older, might remember her as meeting Alan Ludd on a game show, and they had a great marriage. Or she was an actress in her early days, both of film and TV. She had several different careers, and she would have been 100 years old last month. She passed away just short of that. But we think of her as a contemporary, right? I mean, I think that everyone thinks of Betty White as a contemporary. And so I just put things in perspective, because I think you probably know who this gentleman is too. Martin Luther King. And we study and we talk about his work as a history teacher. One of the important pieces of work among the Bill of Rights, I think that's a huge important piece of work, is Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail. And I think everyone ought to read that letter. I think it just talks about injustice. It talks about his work. But he did his work early, and many of you know who this young lady is too. And her diary, of course, famous. This is Anne Frank. What's interesting, because as we think about Betty White being a kind of a contemporary, right? I mean, she was active till she passed away. These two people would have been 93 years old this year, younger than Betty White. But as you know, they didn't make it. Their career, their significance was done early in their life. Anne Frank, of course, very early. Martin Luther King, though, was extremely young when he delivered I Have a Dream and did most of his work. And so I just say that because I think when young people think about these two people, they think it's ancient history. And yet they would be younger than Betty White if they were alive today. And they would have been, contemporaries and somewhat. Born in 1929 at the height of the Depression, these two people. So I just think that's one of those things we keep in perspective as we think about our work, in that people have significant pieces of work, we call it history, when it really still lives today. And their work still lives today in many things that we do. There are 4 documents that I want you to consider today that you have seen thousands of times because you created all 4 of them. You've seen them thousands of times, but they make up the essence of what we're trying to do. And I guess I get a little weary when people isolate one thing or another and say, well, the state board isn't talking about each kid, or they're not talking about success, or their metrics aren't high enough. And so I want you to think about these in total. 8 words on a vision. 8 simple words. Several of those are extremely important. That high metrics, the success, each student. And then, as you know, you have a definition. This is the second document. So the first one lays out the vision, where you want to go. The second one says, when you graduate high school, you should have these skills: academic, cognitive, technical, employability, and civic engagement. To be successful, to go on somewhere after high school, your choice, without remediation or into the workforce. That's the second document. The third, then, were some goals that this board put together based upon the original 2015 tour, and we'll be talking tomorrow about that 2020 data again that verified that. And so these outcomes don't stand alone. They merge with the definition. Social, emotional, or what we'll call student success, kindergarten readiness, of course IPS, graduation rates, and post-secondary completion. But they don't stand alone. They're not the only things being worked on. They're in conjunction with the definition. And then, of course, finally, then how does that look to get that done? We learned through redesign, which we're going to honor some school districts today and launch, those student success skills. Many of you spent last night in a banquet honoring some teachers from the CARES organization, and then you had breakfast with them today. I found it interesting in listening to those teachers talk last night and looking at their agenda that they all spoke obviously about their faith, which is important. But if you would remove the faith out of any of those discussions, you could not have separated any of those private school teachers in their discussion from a public school teacher. They talked about the love, the need for student engagement, the need for student success skills. You heard that over and over and over again, even though they were delivering high content. How do we personalize this experience? Melanie, I know it's near and dear to your heart, and mine too. How do we really look at every family and student and say, how do we manipulate a huge system and make this as personal as possible? How do we engage families, business, and community partnerships? And then, as much as possible, how do we simulate or actually provide real-world instruction? So as they get older, we can be out in the businesses. When they're younger, how do we simulate that in projects? Those 4 documents, I'm going to go back. Those 4 documents, in combination, are what you're about. And I think as I go out, you ought to talk about that in all 4, because there's not one that separates from the other. And of course, it's what drives all of our work going forward. And we've got to get better at executing in those areas. Now, I hope you know who this gentleman is. Longtime Kansan, just down the road, boyhood home in Abilene. His presidential museum is in Abilene. And, he was the general the supreme Allied commander of the forces in Europe during World War II. This is General Eisenhower giving speech to the troops prior to the invasion at Normandy of D-Day. So I love this photo. This photo, of course, they're gathered around thinking he's going to tell us the key to success. What they don't know is very soon they're going to look like this. Look how young these kids look, because they were young. And many of them never left that beach that day. But we did it to liberate Europe. Very purposeful and a very intensive act to do that. Eisenhower, then when he became president, is known for this quote out of that time. And he said this: "Plans are worthless, but planning's everything." When we hit the beaches of Normandy, we had no idea what we were going to find. We had speculation, we had intelligence, we really didn't know. So we planned for every event, and then when we hit the beach, what did we do? We scrapped them, and then we looked at the situation and we went different. In a not so serious vein, that's what every sport team does at halftime, right? They readjust and they look, and all the plans readjust. This is what a good teacher does when they have a lesson plan that all of a sudden doesn't go quite appropriate. Or, a good coach, right? Even in practice. When you get to that day, last night had the great opportunity when we were at the banquet, a young lady came up and did what those of you that are teachers, you hate. Tap on the shoulder. "Dr. Watson, do you know who I am?" Don't do that, because I'm like age dyslexic, and this is not going to end up good. Fortunately, I did recognize her, and she was a student when I taught in Tesket a few years ago, like 40 years ago, and we were talking. But you go into you even practice, and all of a sudden the kids had a bad day, right? Or they're just not into it, and you have to adjust. So this plans are worthless, but the planning is everything. What Eisenhower said. And so as we think about how we help schools, again, as you talk to schools and they say, KISA can be so complex, and I don't know what to do, and how do we do it? It's really simple. It goes back to that vision. How are we helping each child and each family become more successful today than yesterday? And we say, take a look at your 8 outcomes. Go over that in a second. How are you doing? Because those are the measures by which we have the best research that says if you're doing those at a high level, you're moving most of the students toward a successful plan, which is I graduate high school and I get to go execute whatever I want to do after high school, and I can do that successfully. They have to design the process. That's their lesson plan. That's what the schools have to do. And that's really important, right? It's really important. It's Eisenhower planning D-Day. It's really important. And then you land on the beach. And you got to go execute this thing. And someone could, Jim, you could say, I think that's the hardest part, the execution. Melanie might say, I think process. I think that's, yes. I think the answer is yes. They're all extremely important when you get to that. When the young men landed on the beaches of Normandy, they had to execute the plan that was put into effect, and they had to adapt to their changing environment. And the execution then has to be deep. I was listening and thinking about, again, as we honored Nick last night and his great work over many, many years with the Catholic diocese, that if you look at any great teacher, and there were a lot of those we recognized last night, or any great coach, they tell you, as Kayla said to me last night, do you remember when you got on me really hard? Like I was going to cry. And I said, no. She goes, no, you were just making me better because I didn't want to work that hard that day. And I needed someone that believed in me to make me work harder than I wanted to work. That's the execution, right? Of saying to people, we can do this work, we can accomplish it, even when we think that it's not. And then you measure, Did we get the outcome that we wanted? And then that cycle starts all over again. So, for our agency, we had a retreat recently and just talked about this. Really, our charge and really a clear direction. So, we've had a process for several years called SPM, Strategic Performance Management. We're going to be continuing that, but kind of doubling down into two areas. One, around the state board outcomes and the goals that we celebrate with star recognition. Two, about how we can inform schools. Like, I don't have a clue how to do this process. Like, I don't even know where to start. Right? When you're a young teacher, you go to veteran teachers and they say, hey, you may want to teach this way, or this activity really works well. And in the building that you all were in this morning for breakfast, for years, Keisha ran their coaching clinic there every summer. And coaches from around the state would pile in there and they would learn from veteran coaches about how to coach track and field or basketball or whatever the sport. How can we then inform schools around age bands and what the research says that would be most beneficial? For example, I'll just give you one of those. At the early ages, pre-pandemic, because pandemic has had an effect on this a little bit, the strongest predictor in elementary school, early elementary, to graduation and whether a student goes on is chronic absenteeism. Now that's gone up a little bit because of COVID, but pre-COVID, that's the strongest predictor. So that's some of the research that we would be talking about. So when you're out talking to school districts or school boards, and I'm going to get a chance here in the spring to be visiting several. I think I'm going to be in Olathe. I think I'm going to be maybe back in Wichita and several others. Ask the question, where are you at academically? How are you doing? You set a goal of 75% of having kids at levels 3 and 4. I again want to say to you, because you know this, but it can be very confusing to the public, because everyone's looking for a cut score to tell you what success is, whether it's academic or other math. What's the score? And I remember that one of my good friends, Tanya Bromley's mother, worked in the counseling office at Roosevelt Junior High. And Tanya and I and a few other kids decided we were going to distract her. This is a really serious thing, Gene. We were going to break in, not literally break in, but sneak behind her, get in the files to find out our IQ score to see if we were smart. Because the score would tell us, is that right? The score would tell us if we were smart. Well, that's not exactly how life works, right? It's this culmination of a variety of things. You said 75% of students should be at levels 3 and 4, because we know levels 3 and 4 can equivocally with research tell you that a student's doing academic work related to post-secondary. Guess what? So are a lot of kids in level 2. So are some kids in level 1. But by research, we know in levels 3 and 4, you're academically doing that work. So that's where we set it. High school graduation, 95%. Why? Do you want any kid to not graduate high school? So we'd like 100, but we know that, but 95, we're on our way there. Post-secondary success, 70 to 75. Why? Because the job market in our state says, when I look at those job listings and I go to apply, it says, oh, you need a high school diploma and something else. And then the commissioner's award is the one that you don't try to achieve it, but what it is if I'm outperforming what those risk factors are in my district. It's the equity part of this. And then the qualitative ones you apply for. These are the process things that can help you get there. Graduation Task Force is spending a lot of time, as Betty knows, talking about individual plans of study. I've heard that she's going behind my back, talking to one of my good friends, Doug Meckel, and trying to get me to do something even more around this individual plan of study. We won't mention any ideas that she may have about that, but you know that when you do that and personalize it, that Michelle's kids will have a different plan than Melanie's kids. And that's okay, right? That's okay, just how we go about doing that. So those are the 8. that every school district should know about and be working on relative to their accreditation. And then I told you about grade bands. So taking a look at birth to age 4, it's that developmental before you enter school. We have some oversight and influence about that. I think about that a lot because last night, I was sharing with Ben actually at dinner, my daughters sent a lovely picture of my granddaughter, which, by the way, all of them are, right, Jim?
Right.
Yeah, when you get the grandkids, right, Ann, they're all lovely. But my granddaughter she's 14 months old, and she had decided last night she was located herself in the mirror. And she decided to kiss herself over and over in the mirror. It was adorable. All right, so obviously there's some training going on. Sure, there's some development going on. My daughter's, trying to do that very well. Then you have the early stages. We call this K-3. You're going to hear a lot today about reading. I want to thank Michelle. You spent a lot of time getting that coordinated on dyslexia. How do we teach those early preschool to 3? Because what does research say? If I'm not reading at grade level by 9 years of age, I rarely get there. And then things start to back up on me because, as you know, if you teach, starting around 4th grade, it's not, I'm teaching you to read as much, now we're reading to learn other things. So we know that's critical. And we know that we get a bigger bang in those years. And we also know this. 1959, Why Johnny Can't Read was published. Talked about phonics. But Dina, in the 1960s, in the early 1960s, I was in a Dick and Jane reader, which is not phonetics. But that's what I learned. It was Dick and Jane. Because the research was unclear about how to teach reading. It is no longer unclear. It is no longer unclear. We know more, right? So we do better. And this age group is so important. This is the middle grades. If you've ever had a student in middle school, you just hope that the years eventually will get by, right? And that we'll get older. It's tough. Tough years. And this is where we're doing a lot of projects. And then the transition to young adulthood. And we're going to have SPM groups actually doing in the field during manuals around what is the best research about what we need to teach in these areas. And finally, have you noticed that we have a teacher shortage? Have you noticed that we have a principal shortage and a superintendent shortage? And thus, a leadership. So we have asked Dr. Michelle Miller, we've got to ramp that up. You're going to have to work with universities. You're going to have to work with KSB. You're going to have to work with service. We're going to have to train differently. We're going to have to take a look at how we bring people into the profession. So that leadership component we also need to focus on as we think about how we're going to do these age groups across there. Finally, I want to tell you a story, not from Kansas. But you look at the guy, could the guy be from Kansas? Gene, this could be standing right outside somewhere, right, that you drove through to get here. Actually, it could be in southeast Kansas too, Jim, right? This is a superintendent, Craig McVeigh of El Reno, Oklahoma. Now, how many of you have ever driven to Dallas, Texas from Kansas? And you jump on 135 and life's good, right? You're cruising along. Oh man, Kansas looks great. Oklahoma looks great. There's Edmond, and all of a sudden, traffic starts picking up. And then what happens when you intersect with I-135 and I-40? The crossroads of America, right, they call it. You've never seen so much traffic in your life, and then it's bumper to bumper all the way. Well, I-40, about 25 miles west of Oklahoma City, is El Reno, Oklahoma, a town of about 16,000, just under 3,000 kids in that school district. And Craig is 61 years old. And his story was highlighted in Ed Week, so you can look it up in Ed Week. Just in the last, well, you can see the picture there was at the end of January. I'm just going to read a little excerpt because I think it's so true of whether you're a third grade teacher, whether you're a parent, or in this case, you're Craig and a superintendent of schools. He says, I live 2 miles north of town on a little farm Got a little ranch out there. So, I have a little front porch, and sometimes the last couple years, I just found that I can't sleep. I'd throw on my coat, I'd go on the front porch, it might be 2 in the morning, and there's just this kind of heaviness around my shoulders that I carry with me. Because the worst part, I might be sitting on that front porch in a rocking chair, and at 2 in the morning, my phone will go off with the principal saying, "Down another teacher, I don't know how we're going to cover the classes today." "Hey, I just lost. We've got 4 kids that tested positive yesterday. I think it's going to spread. What are we going to do?" He goes on to say, "This is my 35th year and my last in education. I'm 61. I'm retiring at the end of this year, and I'm really torn about doing that. Told the board that, in one of those, when this virus is over, maybe I'd like to go on, but I won't be renewing my contract. I'm going to sit on my front porch, spend most of the time with my grandbaby on my knee. They've hired someone, but it pains me to leave under these circumstances. But every day I worried we weren't doing our best in education. I was fearful that someone was going to get COVID and maybe die, and all of those things weighed on me." He got COVID. He was double vaccinated and boosted. He didn't have it bad. He was out for about 5 days. He tells a story, though, that one of the colleagues that taught with him passed away during that time, and he had to miss the funeral. He just tells the story of the last 2 years of how hard this has been to try to do your work that you've laid out in a pandemic, and that he's tired of doing it. And I just thought it was a story that I think resonates with all of you. And so, as I mentioned and as I started today, this is really a thank you to the work that you've done. And I just want to highlight a few of these. Jim is leading maybe the most unwieldy, it would be one of two, the most unwieldy work that this board's ever done. Teacher vacancy and supply would rank right up there, right, Janet? All right, because that work continues. Graduation task force, where we're trying to elevate what are the skills that you need with the flexibility that every parent and every school needs, and trying to run that balance. You set the country's highest academic standards and cut scores. That was other organizations determined that. You emphasized reading, and you're going to hear all about that today. And training in the science of reading. $15 million you've allocated over the next couple of years for that training. Strong dedication. You heard about from CARES, right? Their collaboration. Jamie and Nick, I think, both said last night, I'm sure echoed it today. Maybe not, their words, maybe not another state in the country has such a tight partnership with public and private education as Kansas does, as they listen to other people. I know you're proud of that. You're proud of the accredited schools on the private side. Your accreditation is based on your outcomes and your goals, and then the process that drives to get that. And you have been so responsive to schools to assist them during the pandemic. The most recent is the TEAL application process for substitutes that I bet there's not a one of you that didn't get criticized over that. 504 applications have been delivered today to help keep schools open, to help teachers that didn't have to do a planning period in an emergency situation. Over 500 have been issued as of this morning. You took some action to delay KISA, right, to let them delay that. You extended the emergency substitute for 2 years. Look at the things just that you've been doing here recently. I don't see many, again, press releases just talking about, well, what a great job the state board's doing. You're doing a terrific job under extremely difficult circumstances, and I can tell you that the teachers, the bus drivers, the superintendents and principals, and school boards greatly appreciate the work that you're doing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much. And we'll let you keep your microphone. I declare the Citizens Open Forum open at 10:34. I need to indicate that this month, we had submissions in writing only to make sure that we're as transparent as possible. As soon as we can, I'd like for us to open that back up so that people can make presentations here in person, maybe with the possible exception of Dr. Schrock. Or we could change the time and give everybody else 3 minutes and him 1. But when he comes in without a tie on, I know that we're okay. So, bring to your attention there are 2 written. One of them is from a parent from Overland Park, and the suggestion is to change student-teacher requirements. I would suggest that each one of us read and seriously consider that. And one of them is from a parent relating to an issue, the Kansas State School for the Deaf, that you need to read. And so therefore I close the Citizens Open Forum at 10:35, hoping that we can hear in the future from people. I think that's important for the purpose of transparency, to hear them individually, depending on, of course, Shawnee County restrictions, health department restrictions. We have to make sure that we follow them. This time we'll have a presentation, Kansas Redesigned, and Plans for Acceptance and Launch. The Tammy and Jay Show.
Well, good morning.
Yes.
Is this supposed to be blue? Oh, there we go. I think that's even a little bit better. All right. While Jay's getting this going here, my colleagues and I are excited to be in front of you today to present another batch of redesigned schools that we hope that you will approve their launch readiness plan. And we will give you a brief update on some of the other redesigned schools. But before we get into that, I'd like to share a quote that I found from President Abraham Lincoln from his annual message to Congress in December of 1882. You know, there's nothing new under the sun sometimes. Here's his quote. "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise to the occasion. As our case is new, we must think anew, and we must act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. As we emerge from this pandemic, also piled high with difficulty, and as schools work to support students and families through this tumultuous time, these schools that we're bringing to you today have continued to think anew and to act anew, and they refuse to go back to normal. And so we're pleased to present these schools to you, and I gotta find the mouse there, as a go for launch, and then after we do that, we will give you a brief update. So I would like to introduce Gemini 1 School, Overbrook Attendance Center, from Santa Fe Trail, USD 434. Gemini 1 was one of the original redesigned cohorts. They began the same year as the Mercury schools, and Overbrook Attendance Center has persevered through many turnovers in leadership, both at the building and at the district level, and they have solidified their plan, and they seek your approval for launch.
Good morning to the board. Thank you for your time. Dr. Watson really teed this up really well. As we move from Gemini 1 to Apollo were the systems that they were, during the plan year, their first year in redesign, they were interrupted by this thing called COVID. And rudely interrupted, I'll say that. So there were 42 schools in that cohort. So at the time when, in March, we shut schools down, they were right about to start prototyping and testing new strategies in their school. Doing a ton of work through that. And so that whole saying, right? Plans are useless, planning is indispensable. that we talked about this morning. That's what happened with those schools. So now we did have a few that actually completed the launch readiness process at the end of that year, at the end of spring of 2020. But most delayed finishing their launch readiness process at different points in time over the last 2 school years. So these 7 schools that you see here on the screen have been deemed launch ready by a third-party committee made up of us and Educational Service Center partners. And so you have Columbus Unified High School, you have both buildings in Deerfield, the elementary and middle and high. You have El Saline Middle and High School, Frontenac Junior High, St. Mary's Grade School, and you can see a picture of some of their empathy maps that they created with students. So those are really a great activity that they shared with us. We wanted to share with you. And then St. Mary's Junior Senior High School. So all 7 of those have been deemed by the Launch Readiness Committee to be ready for launch. There are 17 schools to go in Apollo, and so we're excited to continue to work with them through their plans as they work towards being launch ready. We wanted to share a little bit with you all of where these schools started. And I think the board has set the greatest object lesson or example for our schools in setting a strong shared vision and working towards that. That's where the redesign process starts. So when we bring schools in, they start with a collective why. Why are we doing this work? You know, Simon Sinek says people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. So it's important that they come together and come up with a collective why. The next step is to then develop a shared vision. It's informed by that collective why. And that vision will serve them moving forward. You know, when you're feeling lost, it provides direction. When it sustains you through tough times, it's the ultimate decision maker, right? There's a lot of good things out there that schools evaluate. Is this something that's going to help us get to our vision most expeditiously? So, and there's a good example, El Saline Middle High School. Their why is inspiring everyone to find their passion, and their vision is opportunities for today, inspiration for tomorrow, and passion for life. Generally, those why statements are all student-centered. So they're looking at what level do we want our students to reach to. So I'm really excited to share this with you. Frontenac Junior High, in their launch readiness presentation, they included a little bit about a special person named Miss Cleo. So Miss Cleo lives just across the parking lot from the junior high in Frontenac, and she regularly comes out at the end of school and interacts with the kids every day. So, you know, she waves at them. She's actually been an audience of one for choir and band performances outside. So she's just generally being a great neighbor. And the kids are doing that as well. And the students always wave at Miss Cleo, take a few moments to talk to her. Well, there was a stretch last year where Miss Cleo wasn't coming outside. And so the kids were asking about her. They really missed their Miss Cleo time. So turns out she wasn't feeling so well. So when the principal heard this, the kids wanted to go see Miss Cleo. The principal gathered a group and went to say hello to Miss Cleo. And I wanted to share with you a little clip of that moment. She said, "Who do I hug?" Yeah, beware of the dog. The dog ran out at the beginning of the clip, but the kids love the dog, right? Everybody loves the dog. So, but that's just a moment in time over several moments, right, where Miss Cleo and the kids were interacting. So we wanted to bring that to you because Kansans told us they like to see stronger connections between schools and their community, right? Families and businesses. They also told us those relationships need to be mutually beneficial. I can't think of a better example than this one of a mutually beneficial relationship between a community member and students. We talk often about memorable learning experiences for students. I don't think these kids are going to not remember their time with Miss Cleo. And I would say the same for Miss Cleo. So thank you to Frontenac Junior High for sharing that great example, and we're proud to share that with the board.
And then the last school that we're bringing you this morning is Walnut Elementary School from Emporia. They are part of our Apollo 2 cohort, so their plan year was 2021, and they decided to extend that plan year by an additional semester. So in August and September, they kicked off this school year with the launch of some of their prototypes. They held an on-site visit in October and then presented to launch in December. Some of the strategies that Walnut Elementary School is executing on this school year include some project-based learning. They were initially piloting that with their 5th grade. Those bottom 2 pictures come from that PBL that they're doing, a community garden. I was able to attend on the day that they were building these plant beds, and then a few weeks later, as the weather permitted, they were able to go outside and get those out into their garden area. In addition to the PBL, they're also measuring how students feel in terms of engagement with their community. So how connected do they feel to their classroom, their school, and then their community at large. They're measuring perseverance while reading, so they know that if students are going to make gains in reading, they have to be able to persist through reading a text. So they've been logging how many minutes students can persevere through reading grade level texts. And then they're also engaging in some peer coaching and tutoring in mathematics with a personalized learning component. And that's the bar charts on the far left, measuring pre and post assessment data on mathematics as they are personalizing. So just like we talked about that design principle of personalizing this experience, the learning experience for students, we've also tried to personalize the redesign experience for our schools by giving them flexibility of when they present to launch. And so of these Apollo schools, we originally had 15 in that Apollo 2 cohort. There are 4 that are finishing that plan year this year, with most of those schools still being engaged in our regional training with Apollo 3s and continuing that alongside of them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tammy.
And so before we ask for your motion to approve these plans, just wanted to remind you, we've got 3 cohorts represented today, Gemini 1, Apollo, and Apollo 2, but what questions do you have for us?
I have a question from Ben.
Nothing. Oh, there it goes. The only reason I yelled is because I actually asked him if my microphone was working. He said yes, and then it wasn't. I'm very excited for all this and the work that we're doing, and talking to several of my redesign schools, and I have several in my area of the state, as we all have several, but is extending this work in terms of the teacher preparation. So they're redesigning their schools, and they're almost having to retrain all of the teachers coming in, and that has been an issue that I've heard from administration and even some of the teachers working on this project is the fact that our prep hasn't matched what we're doing in the classroom, and had that conversation. It's a conversation I've had with you many of time. It's not anything new, and I've said from this board several times in the seat. Would a motion be in order right now, Mr. Chair, or is there more to this? Yes. Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the redesigned schools presented as a go for launch for this 2022 school year. And as a personal shout out to Walnut Elementary and Emporia in my district, I'm always excited to see what they're doing.
And we all don't have time to point out our individual schools. I could do that too, of course, but won't at this time. Is there a second to the motion? Gene seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, I guess we're ready to vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Will you please congratulate these schools and tell them we're all looking for great things from them and appreciate the hard work that they had to do to move in this direction. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And, you can congratulate them too. Feel free. Some of them are open for visits. So if you want to go visit and see it for yourself, please go ahead and do that. So we'll continue with just a few redesign updates. We've got Apollo 3 schools that are in their plan year right now. They are in the phase building the rocket, as you can see, for January and February. They are beginning to develop a plan for prototyping and testing strategies. There's planning for strategic budgetary decisions that they might need to make for next year. They're communicating with stakeholders. Throughout the winter, they have been researching in their goal areas. They hopefully can start to do some school visits. I know that they've done more virtual talks and Zoom chats with redesigned schools more than actual on-site visits. Would be nice to get back to more of that. But they are working closely with our service centers. We're working with ESDAC and Hutchinson this year, and Greenbush and Lawrence to help these Apollo 3s through their plan year. And so they continue to persevere. There have been challenges with substitutes and challenges with, do we do hybrid or on-site or remote training? But our service center partners have been phenomenal to work with, and they have been very flexible to help meet the needs of these systems. And so I just wanted to talk you through just some high-level Apollo 3 data. I'm not going to read everything on these slides. There's a lot of information. But one of the things we learned early on in redesign was that sometimes those leadership teams or redesign teams would make decisions, and then they didn't necessarily turnkey that information back to all of their colleagues as efficiently and as effectively as they could have. They didn't know necessarily how to get feedback from all of their colleagues and stakeholders to help inform their redesign plans. So we have shored up that particular piece of training, and we probed the Apollo 3 schools, all of the staff, not just the redesign team staff, to see, how have you been involved in creating the why and the shared vision. This data shows exactly the snapshot of where they were in that plan year. So we would expect that it would be lower in this researching and investigation and establishing goals because they weren't all there yet in that particular part of the cycle. And so we feel really happy that at least everyone's really informed and they're really getting their heard in what their why is, what their vision is, what their redesign plan is moving forward. There's some additional feedback. Transparent communication is critical, and we can never communicate enough, it seems. Contributing to their redesign, the level of involvement, we felt like that was really high. And then one other way that this is not my slide, this is Jay's slide. So I'll pass that on over to you.
My slide.
There you go.
So you might be wondering, okay, school's gone through the launch readiness process. They're cleared for launch. Their board has cleared them from launch. What next? Well, for the redesign team, we offer monthly PLCs, professional learning communities, that schools can come into that have been cleared for launch and share and learn from each other. We've been doing these ever since, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, and they continue to be a really strong piece of the support we provide to schools. Now, we ask schools nearly every year, which do you struggle with most, planning or execution? They always say execution. They always say that. So our PLCs, the format is built around to encourage when you go back, you apply what you learn and you execute well on that. So that's really, and that's a testament to Sarah. She's really set these up, our PLCs up so well. So for instance, we might have in a PLC a focus of engaging students. That might be the focus. The strategy portion of that is taken care of by the redesign schools. So our redesign schools come in to those PLCs and share the great things that they're doing. I know you're going to hear from Baseford Linwood High School later today. They have presented during our PLC. So some of those great things that we hear about. And then we ask at the end for the participants, how will you go back and apply this? How will you measure? How will you know it's working, right? And how will that impact your school? And so you can see in the graph that we ask this question every time. I will use the content or implement the practices from this training. So a lot of 4s and 5s, which is really good to see as we go in and work through the PLCs. I'll turn it over to Sarah.
So the last update we have for you is about our mentoring program. Last spring, we piloted this program, and this year we were able to kick it off so that it could exist throughout the majority of the school year. So as mentors, we have 11 mentors from 7 schools. All of these schools would be Ascent Year schools. So there's your plan year, your launch year, and then your Ascent. So all of these mentor schools are those Ascent Year schools, and you can see how they break down by cohort. And then our mentees can be schools that are either in the plan year or in that initial launch year. So we offer that up as an option. We know that many of our school leaders have many opportunities to engage in some professional development, professional relationships. And so this is just an additional opportunity that we offer. One fun fact is that a school last year that was a mentee is now a mentor school. So we love to see that that program is building the capacity of our schools to receive that support and then offer that to others. After our first training, we asked how confident they feel in engaging in these relationships. And as you can see, there was a high level of confidence for being a mentor and engaging with a mentor. And just to highlight, the 3 goals that we have for this program include building supportive and trusting relationships, developing the leadership and mentorship skills of our school redesign teams, and then making sure that schools have the appropriate support they need to successfully launch, develop, and launch a redesign plan. And so that is it for our updates.
We have a question from Ann.
Something about the side of the room.
One of the training modules, that you do with redesign, I don't know if they still do it, was about change, because change is hard, and it was a really good training module. And one of the things they talked about, and it's the same in education and business, anytime you make a paradigm shift, you may get there, but then there's pressure to change back.
Yes.
And it happens everywhere. A lot of these great ideas, and then a few years later, nobody's talking about it anymore because the pressure to change back is too great. And I don't know, I don't need an answer today, but I'd be interested in hearing from the Mercury schools. Were they able to sustain the changes they made? Because I remember when the 7 came in here, they had some amazing things they were going to be doing, and I just wondered if they were still able to do it. The other question I had was, probably a third of our kids are in really big districts, and they're not doing this so much. So how can we help these metro schools move toward redesign?
Yeah,
Is
and
there a model for that?
well, I think as we blend KISA with redesign, I think that's the point at which we engage the larger systems. We do have some systems that have multiple high schools. Andover is engaged in it, and they're scaling it internally. So there's a lot to learn from Andover, I think, with that. And to your point on the leadership through change, Doug Meckel at KSB has provided great training to our schools after the Mercury, right? We learned a lot from the Mercury, and then we brought that change training in. So that would be a really good discussion to have with the Mercuries to see how they've sustained their original plans.
Yeah, because
Yep.
everybody's going to need that advice.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. We appreciate this. I think Ann has brought up something that we may need to report at some time in the future about that Mercury sustainability process. I think that'd be an interesting thing for us to know. You probably know, but we don't, and our time's up today. But at some point in the future, that would be something I think we'd like to know. Thank
So-
you so much.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair Porter and the members. And just so you know, we're going to be back in March. We'd love to come back in March. And we're going to be talking about the new team. As we blend redesign with KISA, we're going to be talking about that, that new team as we go forward. So we always appreciate time with the board and appreciate your support so much. And if you're ever in Frontenac, go see Miss Cleo. She's somebody you need to want to talk to.
I pass through Frontenac regularly, so
All right. Thank you so much.
thank you. Now, our favorite subject, Esser.
Thanks, good to be here.
No pressure, Doug. No pressure.
Welcome, Doug.
Thank you.
Haven't seen you since Friday.
I know, it's good to be here. Actually, it was earlier this morning, wasn't it?
it was.
So, for today's ESSER presentation, we're gonna attack things a little bit differently. We'd like to, split out ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 just because of, the situations that have come up, the actions of the task force on Friday, I think warrants splitting it up, and we'll talk more about that as we go. But we're actually going to have two separate votes today, one for ESSER 2 and one for ESSER 3. As you look at the ESSER 2 change requests, there are 17 of those, 26,000 students represented. Total amount of money for those 17 districts that's available or that their plans represent is $19.6 million. You've already approved 15 million of that through their original plans. And so we've got an additional $4.6 million of new money coming in for this. So as we look at them, for the most part, we're talking about just moving items around. Some things come in under budget, some things come in over budget. And so as they make these adjustments, then they submit these change requests. As things come in under budget, they have room for a little bit more. And so even though they may have spent their entire allocation the first time around, they've freed up some money through purchases or whatever, and so they've added a few things. So as you look at these, the ones that have zeros next to them, that's no net change in their plans. They already had a plan for using their full allocation, and this just moves some things around. So Girard on this page would be an example of a district that has had a little bit of money left to spend, and so they went ahead and accounted for that in this change. On the next slide, Ottawa and Oskaloosa, the change requests use up the rest of their money. Perry is just moving some things around and actually came in, or they're still a little bit short of what their total allocation was. They've got a few $1,000s left. Sorry. Goodland is an interesting case because their change request actually takes their full allocation down $81,000 from what it had originally been approved. And so in their case, what they decided to do was to move, they had an HVAC project that was approved under ESSER 2. They decided to move it to ESSER 3. And so that freed up a bunch of money. And they used some of that for premium pay, but they've still got $81,000 then in ESSER 2 money left. And then Chaparral and Vermilion just moving some money around. Douglas and Lyons, same story. Atchison using up the rest of their ESSER 2 allocation for premium pay, full-time subs, and some professional development. Leavenworth using up the rest of their allocation. As you can see, Caney Valley and Haviland just moving some funds around. And then Liberal using up the rest of, almost the rest of their allocation. So as you look at this, the task force and you all have already approved 278 million, almost 279. The addition of today's 4.6 million then brings it to 283.5, still leaving us with $60 million in ESSER 2 funds that have not been planned for. You can look across the bottom there to see the categories. You'll notice that we've got that other activities 16, we've broken that out into premium pay and then other activities as was requested by the task force and you all. So you can see that a majority of that other activities in 16 went to premium pay. If you add up the columns across the bottom, the gold bars represent those that we associate with teaching and learning. And that puts us at about 80% of what's been planned for is going towards those allowable activities. And I said this at the task force, those of you that add numbers quickly or like to do mental math, you'll notice that the bars at the bottom don't quite add up to our bar at the top. And that's because as some districts submit their change requests, they don't necessarily remove the old one when they add the new one. So there's a little bit of duplication in there, but not very much.
Please. I'd like for everybody to look at the second bar on the bottom. Premium pay, $45 million. Keep that in mind. We'll have some discussion about that later. Jim?
Well, my comments were going to be at the completion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, there a motion to approve is the first motion to approve ESER 2. Jim McNeese makes that motion. Is there a second? Dina seconds that motion. Any further discussion related to ESER 2 part of the presentation? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? What you're going to hear now is some information about ESER 3, and I need for everybody to understand that the task force appears not to be a rubber stamp. Because there were some questions, and I'm sure that Doug will talk about that. And so this is all responsive. What we're going to talk about now is in response to some questions that were asked by one of our members and then considered by the entire group. And the fact is that we have these sort of robust discussions almost every Friday evening, whenever or afternoon, when we do have these meetings. So go ahead, Doug.
Okay. So just want to lead off with a few things before we get into it. As I presented last month, we've had some discussions with districts as far as the completion of their plans, what we were expecting to see, what they were providing to us. And so we did have, I think it was the Friday after the last board meeting, our team met with about a dozen districts that had submitted plans early just to talk through them, the application process, the narratives that we felt were lacking, particularly the stakeholder piece of it that the districts were struggling with. As a result of that meeting, the team put together some guidance documents with the help of Greenbush. And those have been disseminated to a few districts for some feedback on that before we release it across the whole state. We've had some more consultations with some Native American groups as to how districts can best consult with the tribes or Native Americans in their communities, those types of things. So we have that pretty much ready to go, polish it off, and it will be released to every district to use as they move forward with ESER 3. You also know that we were getting a lot of push to get ESER 3 moving, and so as sort of a compromise to that, our suggestion was that we would bring the line items to the task force and the board, because we've told districts that if you have allowable expenses, you can go ahead and spend them because you get these funds on a reimbursement basis anyway. So you have to spend it before you can get it back. And a lot of districts didn't want to do that because they weren't sure if their line items were going to be approved. So it was our idea that we go ahead and push these line items for approval, and then we could deal with the rest of it after the fact, basically. So that was what our plan was. As we look at the plans, also want to make note that as we provide comments back to the districts for things that they need to remember as they go forward after their plans are approved, particularly that they do all of the capital improvement paperwork that has to be filed and done before you can start construction on anything. The prior approvals for large ticket items like school buses, just reminders that when you use federal funds to buy these types of things, the federal government becomes your partner in these different activities. We've also added another one this time about the 20% set aside. In some of the plans, it's pretty easy to pick out what the 20% is. In others, we can get close, but we're not quite sure. So just reminding districts that it's their responsibility to make sure that that 20% is used for evidence-based practices that meet the federal guidelines. And then the last thing I wanted to add before we moved on is we were working on an authenticated application in the KSDE authenticated applications that went live last Friday, and so it is now available for districts to use instead of the Common App and spreadsheets that they were using before. In it, they can actually designate with a checkbox exactly what is the 20%, and it should make the process a lot smoother as we move forward. So we've had 63 ESSER plans presented to us. 29 of those you've been given the information for today, representing 77,000 students. Those 29 plans, $55.6 million, leaving 34. Those have been assigned out, and we hope to have those to you by the March board meeting so that at least everybody that submitted early will have gone before the task force and the board. Just the demographics, distribution, you'll notice that in this batch, there's the majority of the districts fall under 3,000 students, a lot of them in that 500 students. Totals, the range of eligible expenditures goes from 82,000, which is Wescan, and that's actually 100% of what they get. They're a pretty small district, up through 18 million in Olathe. That's also 100% of their ESSER 3 allocation. And then the expenditures per student ranges from 201, which is Rose Hill. That's only 26% of their allocation that they're asking for, and a lot of that is for premium pay. And then going up to Woodson County, 2470, and that is their full allocation. And then how it breaks down in the allowable activities, you'll notice that a lot of this is, or about 40% is premium pay in that 16A column, and then learning loss, another 12 million.
While you're on that line, I would, like I asked you to take in consideration, remember that premium pay number before. If you'll look, the tallest number, I can't read that far, but it looks to me like the tallest number, the 23.3, is that premium pay?
Is that any better?
No, I'm old, I don't have, but is that premium pay is the first one?
Yes,
Okay.
16A is the premium pay.
We're at 65 plus million in premium pay, and this, as far as ESSER 3 is concerned, we're just at this point scratching the surface of ESSER 3. So that number is likely to go up significantly. Okay, I just wanted to bear that in mind because it'll have some discussion about that later.
So as the task force looked at these, they were hesitant to release the money without the narrative piece of the plan being completed. And so that was, I think, basically their motion at their meeting on Friday afternoon was they would conditionally approve the line items, but the money would not be released until the whole application was complete and met muster.
And this fits with our philosophy when we're talking about community engagement. And this is part of community engagement that we think that's critical, and that's a part of ESSER 3. And the task force as a group was not comfortable with releasing funds until that community engagement piece had been completed. So that's the reason for that. Now, I'm gonna go back a little bit because this is on me. In our last motion, I did not ask for opposition or abstention, so I'm going to reopen that discussion and say, this is the motion we've already approved. Is there any opposition? Are there any abstentions? Okay, thank you. I needed to make sure that everybody had a chance to do that. Okay. Are you ready, Jim?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, I've had a few complaints about the work that has to go into this in the field. Thank you. I've said this before at the board table, and I'll continue to say it, that you have been great leaders in this process. You're making sure that we follow the rules and that we're accountable for what we do, and that's very important. So thank you very much, and thank you to the task force for their work. I know you're probably not meeting every Friday now, but
We generally meet once a month.
yes, but that work is also much appreciated, and we're protecting the students and the employers and the leadership that we've done it right. We're accountable, and that's very important. And we're still meeting not just the letter of the law, but we're still meeting all the needs of the districts. So thank you. I know sometimes it's tough to tell them, oh, you got to do it again, or you've got to do this or whatever. But thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your attention to detail, and thank you for your reports here, because it gives me a great deal of confidence when I go back out into the field and have to talk about this, that the ESSER money is being used appropriately and being accounted for at a high level. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know, listening to the superintendent's call, those big HVAC projects were the ones, they were like, we're not gonna go buy anything until we know we have the money. But are we holding anybody up on that, or do we have most of those big ones here? Or do we know?
We still have HVAC projects coming in. There were several that were approved in ESSER 2. Some of them are using both ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 money, or counting on using both pots of money to meet the final cost of the project. So
Okay, they'll just
I
come
think-
in when they come
I
in,
think
huh?
Dean ran a report yesterday for Associated Press or somebody that we had 50-some districts that were doing HVAC projects at this point that we know of, or that
Okay.
had asked for.
And we've approved 24 of those that have been submitted already, so about 25% have been approved, and
Okay,
the rest are working through. Just as soon as they get things submitted that we're required to have under the federal law, we're approving them.
very good, thank you. The only other thing was, when schools apply for premium pay, do they share with you also whether or not they put any strings attached to that? Like, we're gonna give you this much money, but then only if you do this.
For a lot of I think we've had this discussion from the beginning that there are multiple terms that are being used interchangeably with each other. And because of the way the feds rolled out premium pay after they said you couldn't give a bonus, they expressly prohibited bonuses. And so
Right.
then they came out with this other language. So some districts, it is extra duty pay, and there is an expectation that if you are going to get this pay, this is what you have to do. And that's not to say that there isn't a requirement for any of this pay. There's a certain expectation that's going to happen. So whether it's premium pay for retention, you know, you stick with us this year and you sign your contract and you show up the first day of school next year, we're going to give you this much money as a retention pay.
Well, I know, like some of them, like, they
So-
broke it up by quarters, and then if you missed so many days, like you weren't in school, you lose your bonus. So let's say at the end of.
Don't say
period-
bonus.
Huh?
Don't
Well,
say
okay.
bonus.
Premium pay. Because it's not a bonus if you don't get it. Anyway, so at the end of a period of time, the ones, like, say I asked for 2 million, but I didn't give away 300,000 of it, then what happens to that? They have to return it, or?
That's part of that, these change requests that
Oh, okay.
we're moving through for ESSER 2 right now, is that as you find that you do not spend that money in this area, it still has to go towards allowable activities.
Right.
but you can
Do a
repurpose it for
change
something
request
else.
and spend it somewhere else. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
But to follow up, the way I understand it, they don't get the money until they're spent it.
Right,
So there wouldn't be any giving money back. You don't get the money till you spend it,
right,
right?
right.
Is that correct? Okay, Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Just want to piggyback what Jim McNeese was saying as far as my abstention is nothing against you or personnel. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all the task force work on this. There's other factors involved in my abstention. So just want to make sure you're aware that I appreciate all the work that you're doing and my abstention, and it means nothing against you, the work that you're doing. So just want
Thank
to add that as well. Thank you.
Melanie.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Thank you for all of the work that you do. I know that a lot of effort goes into this, and I watch the meetings on Fridays, and so I was listening as I heard the feedback on Friday about community engagement, and that you're not always getting from the community the kind of feedback that the district really wants. It sounded to me like that feedback can be very, very low at times, and so that leads me to question, what is the mode by which you're asking for that community feedback? And then if you're getting consistent results that say the community is not engaging, maybe the mode is the wrong mode. And so I'm curious if you're coaching those districts on how they can do a better job of actually engaging with the community. I know they don't want to hear me say this, but maybe they need to have some open forum community conversations, or maybe they need to take it directly to the PTA if they're not getting the parental responses to surveys. I know that in my own district, there's a particular tool that is used to conduct online surveys, and a lot of parents don't trust the tool, don't trust the district to use their responses correctly within the tool because they don't like the way that data is reported, right? So how can we build some trust and do a better job of getting that community engagement that we need? And then my question for you is, what is that conversation looking like with those districts that aren't getting the feedback they need?
So I believe that the things that you have mentioned are addressed in the guidance document that we are putting together as to how to engage your stakeholders and what are acceptable means. If you can show that you have reached out and how you reached out to these different groups, then you're probably okay if you don't get a big response. But if your only mode of trying to communicate with people is saying, well, anybody can come to a board meeting, or we posted a survey online that nobody accesses, that really isn't meeting the letter of the law. So we've tried to provide some of that guidance in the document that I mentioned earlier that we're putting together to kind of steer people in a direction that will be helpful.
I appreciate that. In the interest of accessibility, I would encourage you to encourage them to have multiple modes of inputs. Thank you.
I know that all of you and all of us have probably gotten complaints because the fact that we are requiring transparency, we are requiring people to, and we're not doing that just because we like to do it. We're doing that because we want to protect people, and we are under a great deal of scrutiny at both the state and the federal level. And I think it's critically important that we continue to follow the process of making sure that it's done right, so that there cannot, I'm sure there'll be questions, but so that there not be any legitimate concerns about whether or not we're spending or allowing money to be spent as it was designed to do. It's very critical that we do that. And I appreciate the good work of the group. A motion would be in order to approve the ESSER 3 allocations. Jim, is there a second? Melanie seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Ben?
Magically, there we are. Just a clarification, we're conditionally approving them pending the approval of the, or providing they get the narrative. I guess, what exactly are we doing? Just so I'm very clear as to what we're doing.
The task force had expressed trust in the group that is making the recommendations, and so it does not have to come back to the task force, but it has to meet the standards set by the team.
Okay, I'm okay with it. I just wanted to be very clear as to what we were doing, whether we were going to see this again or what the protocol was. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other questions, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, abstention, 901. Thank you so much, and we are in recess for 10 minutes. superintendent, you say, give instructions and nobody pays attention. At this time, we're happy to receive information about the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program, Shane Carter and Dr. Charles King. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to this presentation.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Shane Carter. I'm the Assistant Director for Teacher Licensure and Accreditation. Dr. Miller is out today and unable to make it here, so I'm filling in for her, but I know she really wanted to be here. Kind of for this update, this will be our agenda. I'll go through a background. It's probably been a year since you've heard anything about KCTR, so I'll kind of cover a refresher, background, whatever you want to call it, and then I'll turn it over to Charles and Andrew to provide the actual KCTR update, and then follow that up with questions at the end. So first, for the background, so this time last year, February 2021, Charles and Andrew came and presented about the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program, which is an alternative route to licensure for elementary K-6, is what it is. And it's actually would be the first true alternative route to licensure that Kansas offers. So in February, they presented, and in March, the state board did vote to approve them as a pilot program. Now, as part of that approval, there was a change that has been made, and that's one of the reasons we're providing this update, to determine if the board wants to reevaluate, relook, or revote on the particular approval as a pilot program. So originally, as part of their program, they stated that they intended to partner with a Kansas institution as they went through this pilot process. However, that has changed, and they're currently not partnered with a Kansas institution. So in dealing with this, what we determined the best route forward when we started our planning for the pilot program, which started in September, was to go ahead and not only get their program approved to go through the program approval process, but also have them go through the process to become a state-approved educator preparation program. So we've kind of developed the planning and started that process as we go. However, we felt that the board should have the opportunity to determine if you wanted to re-vote on that. So pending your questions on this, I will turn it over to Charles to go ahead and provide the update.
Thank you, Shane. Good morning. It's good to be here with you all again and see you all a year later, and to provide an update of just what we've been up to and how we've been able to move over the last year to make this partnership and manifest this partnership. So I want to start with just this image. So this is our 6th cohort, and so if we can take a moment, just like dream big of what this can look like. So we have 47 individuals who started the program year with us in the Kansas City, Missouri metropolitan area. And these 47, so it's a little bit more because we have our staff involved, but we have roughly about 45% of these individuals that are individuals of color, and over 20% that are men. And so we're excited that we welcome this great group. This is our last day of Summer Institute in July. And so they are definitely thriving, and in the next 2 to 3 months, we'll be entering classrooms as full-time teachers of record within the Kansas City, Missouri area. And so, as Shane said, we've been working over the last year to execute the pilot program that we discussed here with you all. And so we're preparing so that the residents in the state of Kansas that begin with us in June will be prepared to have initial licensure 1 year from then. So June 2023 was when we plan to issue out the first initial licenses. We are entering this as a 2-year path towards full accreditation, and so we are working with the team to design and write out what that full accreditation process looks like. They have provided us with conditions to how we as an organization can move towards full accreditation. And we have taken those steps to move in that direction. And so in the last couple of months, we have been working on the elementary licensure program. So just as every other institution in the state works on their licensing program, we submitted one directly to KSDE in the middle of January. That program will be reviewed and vetted by individuals from across the state that will be providing and offering us feedback on our program review. And then we intend to then go take that feedback and present that back to KSDE and hopefully to come here for full approval of our elementary program later this spring and this summer. In addition to our work in executing on the pilot and working on the elementary program, we are also a part of AmeriCorps. And so last year we applied for AmeriCorps, and our initial intention was to launch with residents for this academic year. We took a pause on that because just due to the pandemic and changing of leadership within some of our school districts, we wanted to make sure that we can get this right. And so we were awarded a planning grant through the Kansas Volunteer Commission. We are now in the process of the full AmeriCorps program through the Volunteer Commission, and that is something that we're hopeful that will be a part of our work as we're bringing in residents in the state of Kansas. And so our current program model in Missouri, our residents are AmeriCorps members as well. We see that as being an advantage, not only for individuals serving in schools, but this is a way to help support their advanced education and opportunities as well. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Andrew Stewart, who is going to talk through provide an update on our district partnerships and where we are in the next steps there. And then we'll come back for questions.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate the opportunity to share this update with the board. So one of the critical elements of KCTR's programming, if you can think back to last February, is the idea that all program participants in KCTR spend their residency year working and serving inside a mentor teacher's classroom, which means that our program's design is centered around the idea of mentorship and of using a already existing classroom and an already existing teacher in order to develop the teachers of the future and the next generation of educators. In pursuit of that, we had engaged and have continued to engage USD 500, KCKPS, as an incoming partner for this pilot. In the summer of 2020, we initially engaged them, had some early conversations, some leadership changes in the district, slowed our pace down a little bit. It became really important to us that we establish a partnership with a superintendent that is actually going to stay in the role instead of an interim. And so we have worked really closely with Dr. Stubblefield and her cabinet and team in order to establish a partnership. And that partnership was formally approved between KCTR and KCKPS on the 11th of January. We are anticipating that we're going to launch with between 2 and 6 residents. The size of that cohort is designed to mirror the fact that we're a pilot and the fact that we want to make sure and get everything right and sort of do this learning process alongside a partner that has worked hard with us to make sure that we're aligning what we need and what the district needs at the same time. I would also just note that part of the reason that we pursued KCKPS is there are contextual factors. It's located close to our existing footprint. And while, as we shared last year, KCTR is definitely open and interested in the idea of moving beyond our current footprint, we wanted to begin in the pilot with the landscape that we know the best. In addition to that, KCKPS represents a tremendous need. I don't probably need to tell anybody in this group what the shortage looks like in that specific context, even as we know there's a shortage that exists all over the state. But that need is also a part of the motivation behind us partnering with that particular district. And so we're really excited to have achieved the approval for that partnership, and we're really excited to move into next steps. So currently, myself and the rest of my team are coordinating with KCKPS's Human Resources and Administration in order to identify training sites. So we're going to identify a pair, likely, of schools that will serve as training sites for residents in the upcoming year. We're also working alongside the district in order to cultivate and identify mentor teachers. Those mentor teachers will meet the same designation, will hold the credential for Kansas already to be a mentor, and will also enroll in our mentorship process as well. And then the other thing that we're doing is we're working closely with the district in order to cultivate in-district applicants. So these are applicants that are potentially parents, PTA members, individuals who work as paraprofessionals or other non-certified or classified staff members within the district. Once we have cultivated and evaluated those candidates, we'll also expand that beyond that footprint to engage additional members of the community in this sort of typical way that we do recruitment. And over the course of the remainder of this spring and into the beginning of the summer, we'll look to cultivate and evaluate those candidates, make sure that they understand what they're committing to, put them through KCTR's evaluation process to determine that they have the potential to be strong educational leaders within the district. And then we'll move into a full-time obligation to KCTR in June of 2022. So that begins the Summer Institute that Charles showed you a photo of, the conclusion of, at the beginning of this presentation. And so they'll go through that coursework with us over the course of the summer. And then if all goes well, then they'll be in classrooms in KCKPS in the fall of 2022 with an eye towards, as we've already alluded to, 2023 licensure. So we're really excited about this partnership. It's been a long time coming, and it'll take a lot of work to get here to this juncture. We're really excited about the possibility of expanding beyond the current footprint, but we're also really excited to have what we believe is going to be a significant impact on our launch district partner. So I will turn it back over to Charles and open it up for questions.
If I were half a century younger and wanted to apply for this program, what would be my requirements?
Yeah, so even if you wanted to come and apply today, we would definitely welcome you. And so we have a minimum GPA requirement of a 2.5 grade point average.
Do I have a degree?
You do have to have a degree
In anything?
in any subject matter.
Okay.
So we college degree, 2.5 GPA, and we do initial and be a U.S. citizen, and that's the initial entry point. And then we have a several rounds in order before someone is invited into the program, and so they go through a rigorous phone interview screen, as well as a selection day, which will go through a series of interviews, and then at the end of that, if they are successful through that experience, to get extended an offer to the program.
Assuming that we approve, I think next month it'll be an action item, assuming we approve the pilot, and then the pilot is successful, what is your potential maximum enrollment? Or even vision?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and as Andrew shared, this is something we're constantly talking about. We typically launch into districts somewhere between 2 to 6 residents. We have right now in our school districts in the Kansas City metro area upwards to 12. And so it really looks at not only demand from the district, but also our pipeline there are folks who are entering the program. And so for us, we're nearing 50, and within the Kansas City market, if we're looking at a statewide approach, we can definitely, depending upon the size of those districts, that we can be around that footprint model as well.
Okay, and who pays the bill and how much? Somebody has to pay.
Yes, yeah.
And who is that?
So we are working, so private philanthropy does support much of the work. District partners do contribute because our residents are putting in value-added support within schools. And so they pay $15,000 for each resident that's placed within the district.
The school district does?
Yes.
Okay, and the participant, is there a fee to the participant?
There's not a fee for the participant right now because of what we do offer participants is access to a master's degree portion, and so for the cost of the master's degree, they would pay for that.
They pay the university or whoever your partner is.
Correct.
And it could be anybody right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, right now it's the University of Missouri, Kansas City.
Okay. Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I misunderstood at the beginning what the accreditation process, I'm assuming you're wanting to accredit the program much like we do college level programs. And I guess I find that really unique and something that perhaps other districts could partner in the same sense. But I just wanted to clarify, some of my questions were already answered, but my other questions, but I wanted to clarify that you were seeking an accreditation of your program so that it could be more broadly applied. So, and perhaps you can verify or tell us where we're at in that, that process?
Yes, so there's two accreditations, if you will, accreditations that we're looking to get approved. One is the program, so that elementary K-6 program, and that's currently going through our evaluation review committee as we speak. They're set to meet February 18th, and depending on the outcome of that meeting, there may be some additional work that needs to be done, but the goal is, if everything goes through as smoothly as we anticipate, by June, that the K-6 elementary program would be approved at that time. Of course, that would come to the board for approval in June. There's also a second accreditation that they're seeking. Since they're not partnering with an institution in Kansas at this time, they're looking to become an accredited educator preparation program entity, if you will. So state accredited by us, which our accreditation mirrors that of CAPE. And so they're going through that process, which is a little longer. The actual official start for that, they'll make an application to actually apply for that standing around this time next year, and then it's a longer process. And then, as we're going through that accreditation piece, there's still the pilot. At any point, it's reviewed as well. So they kind of have three reviews that'll be going on, because after 2 years, after this pilot, if we review it and the board determines, it's not successful at that point, we could, potentially end the pilot. So there's three areas that we're actually working to get them accredited through, if you will.
Thank you for the clarification. And best wishes to you in seeking it and in making the program successful.
Thank you.
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does Kansas City still have that program we approved a few years back where they bring people in? How's that working? Do you know?
I happened to have a conversation with the HR department yesterday about that particular program. So as far as the licensing piece, at one point, there was a document that was issued for them. We're not actually issuing a license, but once they complete the program, they can gain a license. But as far as the numbers, I don't have specific numbers for you at this time. I want to say maybe approximately somewhere around 30 or 40 participants, but once again.
There was a thing though, like we didn't actually give them a license until they completed the college work, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So at the end, when they finish the program.
Okay, so just help me walk through this one. So they would commit to the district by June. Would they work in summer school or something throughout the summer? Or what are they going to do during the summer?
So during the summer, they'll take coursework. So during the summer, they have coursework, and then their clinical experience will be in the district for the entire academic year. So that's the 22-23 school year. And then following that year, our goal is that they would be hired within the district as full-time teachers of record, starting the 23-24 school year.
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe they became the teacher of record second semester, but it's not till the following year. Okay.
That's correct.
So does UMKC do the coursework during the summer?
Great question. So KCTR does all the coursework. So this is the part of the reason why we're we would like to make this change is that this would mirror our current work within the state of Missouri. So we're an accredited educator preparation program in Missouri. And so we do all the coursework that that culminates with our residents being able to get certified in the state of Missouri.
Okay, and are your professors, educators, whatever, approved by the Higher Learning Commission? Or?
So for us, we have not gone through the Higher Learning Commission because we are not a state-approved higher education program. So in Missouri, similar to what we're seeking here, is that our educator prep program is the only piece that's accredited and approved.
Okay, so if they decide they don't want a master's, they just want to go through and get a license, do they attend your college courses, if you will, or pedagogy courses throughout the school year in addition to what they're doing during the day?
Yeah, so with our current partnership with the University of Missouri, Kansas City, all the coursework they take with KCTR during that first year counts as college credit hours at UMKC. And then they can, for the second year, complete their master's degree while at UMKC.
So in essence, you guys are doing the teaching for UMKC?
Yes.
And they're giving them the credit. So, and I wanted to ask about the money thing. So are these residents getting paid?
Yes, they get a $20,000 stipend.
For the school year?
For the school year.
And then do they have to pay UMKC for the college hours?
If for getting the credit hours, they do pay for UMKC. And so they're offered, many of our residents take advantage of the Teach Grant, which is a federal program. Some have come from other AmeriCorps programs, and so they have the Siegel Award that's used to offset educational expenses. And then, of course, they have access to the regular financial aid programs and loans.
Okay, so the curriculum that they're taking, sorry, Mr. Chair, if we're going too long, but I really want to understand what this looks like.
No, that's fine.
The curriculum that you're teaching them is one that's been approved by UMKC?
No.
Have they said they need classroom management or whatever?
So our curriculum has been approved by the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. So similar to our program being approved by KSDE, we had a similar, so we have 6 certification areas that have been approved by the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And so we have put together, so it's not, we have a team of, so there's 20 of us on our team. And so we have 2 dedicated instructors who have been teacher educators for the last 5 years. And we have methods instructors who are people who are practitioners in schools who do our methods courses on Wednesday evenings. And so our residents spend a full day on Mondays for an entire academic year going through all the pedagogy coursework that will prepare them to be educators the following year.
So they're in class a day and then they're in the room with a mentor teacher 4 days a week?
Correct.
And that's the pattern for the whole year? Or at some point in the year, are they actually like a student teacher? Or are they kind of the student teacher all year?
So they're all year in the clinical experience. So what we do is we do a graduate release model. And so they'll start the year off doing more like observing their mentor teacher, looking for best practices, and then it'll continue to evolve over the course of the year. So they'll go to do then like leading like classroom dismissal or leading procedures like coming to the carpet. Then they'll do circle time and morning meeting with their students, and they'll eventually graduate up to lead teaching for a full day and then the full week. Okay. And so by the end of the year, our residents are required to take over a classroom for at least 1 week before they can successfully complete the program.
So then at the completion, this is my last question. So they've done coursework in the summer, they're doing coursework throughout the year, and at the end of the year, what do they get from UMKC? Do they get certification in education? Do they get another bachelor's or?
Great question. So they don't get anything from UMKC at the end of the year. So KCTR is the educator preparation program. So we actually sign off on their readiness to be certified. And so we prepare them for the content exam that they require to take as teachers. We provide the grades from our coursework to the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and then we're the approval at the end of the day. What we provide to UMKC is essentially, through our partnership with, what we have said is that for the graduate level hours that can go towards the master's, all the courses they took would count towards like 18 graduate level hours. And that's just based off our partnership. If we were not partnered with UMKC, our residents would be certified teachers and would be able to work in schools. The master's is more so a point of just continue learning as educators and ensuring that for pay scale and other
Right.
privilege
I mean, if they wanted
benefits.
masters, they could pay UMKC, otherwise they can just get their license and move on.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think there are three people in the queue where I'm gonna call on all three of them, but not add anybody to the queue. But this is coming back to us next month, and when we plan the agenda, let's make sure there are plenty of times. I'm sure I have some follow-up questions, but I'll wait a month, so.
Okay.
So we're just these three people that are in the queue, and then we will take a break, but we'll give ample time if there are additional questions whenever you come back for approval next month. Okay, Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask several questions, but if we're going to do that, I can wait until next month. Thank you.
Okay, Jean.
Thank you. I really appreciate your presentation. I just had a couple questions. Do you have more applicants than you actually accept, or what's the ratio of the 45 that you had on the picture? How many would you have looked at?
I'll have Andrew come.
Just
and share.
approximately.
Yeah, so typically we usually field between 100 and 150 applicants every year, and we usually wind up with between 35 and 45 entrants into the program. We decline a significant number of candidates every year, and that decline is predominantly issued around two reasons. GPA, they don't meet the minimum. In other words, they can't get certified in the state of Missouri. We would have a similar consideration here around enrollment to UNKC in our program and having a minimum GPA in order to ensure that participants have met a certain academic bar. The second reason that people are declined is because during the application and interview process, we determine that they have mindsets or attitudes about teaching and education that are misaligned to our program. So perhaps they don't have the appropriate growth mindset around kids. They anticipate that students' personal or family context is the primary determination of where they get academically. When we detect those types of mindsets in conversations with candidates, we decline them from the program.
The reason that I'm asking is Dr. Watson earlier talked about getting over 500 applications for our teal substitute license.
Sure.
And I would really like to be able to capture the interest of those students or those individuals who are not able to be in your program to try to see if they might still enter education in a different way.
Sure.
So I would encourage some part of your program to try to focus on those that you're not able to accept and maybe steer them in a different direction, but
Sure.
still towards education.
Can I lift up one quick thing around that? As things currently stand, those 500 some applicants wouldn't be eligible to come into our program and then teach in Kansas without approval of the pilot and eventually the program. And we turn away candidates every year who share with us that they are predominantly interested in teaching in Kansas because we can't certify in the state. So it's part of our interest in this partnership with the state of Kansas as well as KCKPS and future school districts is we know that there are people who live in Kansas, want to teach in Kansas, and can't currently access certification for the state through our program. A lot of our current participants on the Missouri side are themselves former substitutes. We work closely with another number of districts to then cultivate strong subs into our program, and that becomes a pipeline for districts who want those individuals to transition over.
Thank you.
Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question will actually be to the chair, and then it'll depend on what goes after that. It says we're touching on some of my favorite conversations, and Catherine's back there smiling, about college program accreditation. I work a lot with that. Mr. Chair, are we looking at an action item next month on this?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I will ask these questions. If not, I was just going to wait. So you are not going through university or college in Kansas, correct, for this program? You are a standalone. Would this be the first time that we have accredited a standalone program in Kansas that's not housed in a college or university?
This would be the first time, yes.
Okay, and then what part of our accreditation in that teacher prep accreditation, what part of, is that the only part that we're waiving, piloting, or is there multiple parts to that accreditation that we hold our colleges and universities, our other teacher prep programs too, that we're waiving, or is it just how it's housed?
No, that's just how it's housed. We're not
Okay.
really waiving anything. They're following the
Okay,
same
so all
process.
of the
that-
5 standards and all the
Yep.
programs underneath those 5 standards are all, have to be met by what we have. So we're
Yes.
just waiving the housing of it.
Yes.
Okay, because that was going to lead to my question. If we're waiving some aspects of our teacher prep program in Kansas, why are we not talking about it on a statewide level with our current programs that we have a lot of? And then with that follow-up, so, and Mrs. Ma was kind of going on some points. You partner with UMKC. Are you looking at partnering with some sort of Kansas University to kind of help provide supports and accredited through that who kind of knows our model or stuff like that?
That's a great question. So we are currently in discussions and conversations of what a university partnership beyond the Kansas City Metro would look like in supporting for individuals who want to obtain a master's degree. So that's something we're exploring. We don't have a definitive answer today. But we do know that it would be challenging for, residents if we had residents in Topeka to travel into Kansas City for classes in person in year 2.
Yeah, and because we talked about the master's aspect, which would be UMKC, and part of my frustration as being a Kansan is I like to keep our money here in Kansas.
Yeah.
And we're looking at providing some deaf supports with Emporia State. They've never been public about it. We send our TSVIs out of state. That irritates me greatly to get trained for those who's blind and visually impaired. I don't care which programs, public or private, that we partner with, but to explore a similar situation for those master's programs that you have with UMKC. And I get that that's where you started, and I get it, but as a Kansan, I like to keep some of that money also in our systems here as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Thank you. Apparently, there are going to be questions next month. But we appreciate the presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to look at alternatives, because I think we all need to realize that it's not, that life in 2000, whatever this is not like it was 5 years ago. And so we need to look at creative alternatives, seriously consider alternatives. So we appreciate the opportunity to look at this seriously, and we will put it on the agenda next month with time for Janet's questions.
Yeah.
And then it will be an action item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, can I say
You
something
certainly may.
before I head off the stage? One, thank you for allowing us to have this space today to share this update. But two, I also, because I know this is it is a new, innovative idea that is very different than what's been done previously in the state. And we, as an organization, hold ourselves up as being accountable and responsible in ways that our university partners are required to do. And similar to, we would want that in Kansas. We do not want to be held accountable differently. And in Missouri, we are held accountable with the annual performance review, and so we are rated each year on the success of our not only our residents and their conclusion, how they complete our program, but also our graduates who are in their classroom. So I just wanted to say that we appreciate the consideration. We know how much this is weighing on the board. So thank you.
Well, some of us that tend to be early adopters, and some of us that tend to be very much more cautious, and that's the way democracy is supposed to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We are in recess till 1:30. can go ahead and start, can't we?
Well, good afternoon, Chairman
Wait
Porter.
until I call on you.
Oh, so sorry, Jim.
Denise? Go
Yes,
ahead.
yes, sir, thank you. Thank you so much. It is such a pleasure to be here, Chairman Porter and the rest of the board. So today we have the fun day, or the fun part of our day, and we haven't had this for about a year now, because we had one team that had to go for 2 years when we had the pandemic. So we have our 2022 Kansas Teacher of the Year team with us today. And they presented on January 26th to the Joint Education Committee. And I think Ben and Dina were both there for that. So you'll get a repeat performance. And who? Janet, yes, Janet was there as well. So you'll get a repeat performance. They're going to talk to you today about or give you the presentations that they presented to the committee on the 26th, and they were absolutely fabulous. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves as they come up.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Amber Crithers, and I'm an English teacher at Hutchinson High School in Hutchinson, Kansas. Chairman Porter and board members, I want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you today. Again, my name is Amber Crithers, and I'm a high school English teacher at Hutchinson High School. Fred Rogers once said, "Never underestimate the impact that your mere existence can have on another human being. Everyone has a story. Every lived experience molds us into the individuals we are. The essence of the human spirit is sharing our lived experiences." My story is like that of so many unsung tales of Kansas students. My parents didn't graduate from high school and didn't attend college. Considering what statistics say, I should have been a high school dropout. As I was attempting to navigate my future in my senior year of high school, I was lost. I knew I wanted to go to college. Still, I didn't have the tools or the resources to navigate my future path. Regardless, I knew I wanted to have something better for my life, so I took matters into my own hands and started paving my pathway to a future as an educator. I wanted to be a teacher so I could help students through the same unknown waters I ventured through. As a first-generation high school and college graduate, I know the immense power of breaking generational cycles. I went above and beyond statistics and have obtained 2 master's degrees. I look at the faces in my classroom and I see so many students who are like me that want to create a different future for themselves but don't know how. My firm belief is that our students are more than just data and statistics. These individuals are our future. Every year, I find ways to help my students navigate the transition from the safety of the 4 walls of my classroom to life in the real world. I want them to know that their family history, their past doesn't define their future, and I want you to understand that test scores and data don't define our students. Otherwise, I would have been another high school dropout. It is imperative to understand that success looks different for everyone. Whether going to college, technical school, or joining the Kansas workforce, our students' successes can come in many different forms. I tell my story to my students every year. I'm always amazed at how the intricacies of my trials and tribulations connect me with my students. We can never underestimate the power of our shared experiences and how we must see our students as more than their circumstances, more than just statistics. When you're making decisions about education, I hope you'll think about students like me and will be cognizant of your decisions and the impact they have on all Kansas students. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Might have to adjust this a little bit. Good afternoon, Chair Porter and board members. My name is Kristen Salazar, and I'm a career and technical education teacher at Eisenhower High School in Goddard, Kansas. Being a CTE teacher is one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had. I strive to make sure that all my students leave my classroom with the skills and knowledge to be productive, successful, and fulfilled employees and citizens. A few years ago, I had a young lady who was unsure of what she wanted to do after high school and needed something to fill her schedule. I suggested that she take a teaching observation course, and I placed her in a kindergarten classroom. At the end of the semester, she came up to me and she had found her true passion. She decided to enroll at Wichita State University to major in elementary education.
While she was attending WSU, she began working at the same elementary school she was placed in during high school at Apollo Elementary in Goddard. 2.5 years later, Miss Montgomery is now employed full-time as a kindergarten teacher in Goddard. She is an example, an excellent example, I should say, of a grow-your-own teacher. As an instructor in our education teaching program, I look for ways to get high school students interested in the field of education. Last semester, I had the opportunity to facilitate a teaching as a career class. We took the time to discuss challenging topics in education and had hands-on experiences in the elementary classroom. I strive to model my passion for teaching for my students and hope it spreads to each one of them. It is extremely important for us to give real-world experiences as well. I always remind them that kids do not care how much content we know, but how much we care about them. We as a state, along with the rest of the nation, are facing a teacher shortage and must solve this issue now before it becomes a crisis. It is time to empower educators and, more importantly, treat them as professionals, and so that our students see that a career in education can be rewarding. Let's work together to find ways to encourage our young people in the field of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having us today. My name is Suzanne Stevenson, and I'm the 2022 Kansas Teacher of the Year. For those of you, it's wonderful to see you again. So Chair Porter and members of the board, again, thank you so much for having us here and giving us this platform to speak with you today. If you know anything about me, you'll know that I'm a storyteller, so I'm going to tell you a story today. On the first day of school, my first year of teaching, I had a student walk into my classroom who wasn't on my roster the night before. And when she came in, I was so excited to welcome her and get to know her and start teaching from those finely tuned lesson plans that I had prepared those weeks before. But as I began to learn more about her, I realized that her first day in the United States was also her first day in a public school system of any kind. I also learned that she had left her siblings and her father in her home country, and she had no family to connect with here in the United States. And that excitement that I felt when I first greeted her suddenly turned into disappointment and sadness as those weeks went on. And they turned into sadness because I quickly realized that I had not been adequately prepared with the skills to meet her needs. When it came time for parent-teacher conferences that year, her mother told me she loves school and she loves being here, but she's just so sad that she can't communicate with her teacher. And I felt the weight of that feedback like an elephant sitting on my chest. I cried myself to sleep that evening wondering what I could do to change my practice to better serve this student. Now, if we fast forward to today, the number of culturally and linguistically diverse students in Kansas is steadily growing. Those traditional teaching practices don't meet the needs of these students, and so we as educators must make that change in order to meet their diverse needs. Major universities in Kansas have the opportunity to influence the future generations of students that we will have by educating their pre-service teachers on culturally responsive teaching practices. The future of Kansas looks like that student that I described to you earlier. That student could end up being a future teacher, a business owner, or even a politician one day. And if Kansas truly wants to lead the world in the success of each student, then we need to become very intentional about educating ourselves on how to serve those diverse populations. It's no longer acceptable that those diverse populations of students are the forgotten population. I think it's time that teacher education programs require their pre-service teachers to become fluent in culturally responsive teaching practices. And when we teach those culturally diverse students how to leverage that cultural capital that they have, their achievement is going to grow immensely. So thank you for having me here today.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Porter and board members. I appreciate having this opportunity to speak to some of you again, and I hope this message resonates with you today. I am Natalie Johnson-Berry, and I am very proud to teach in the Shawnee Mission School District 9th and 12th graders English. My father desegregated a lunch counter in Alabama before I was even born. His example of courage made people believe that if he could desegregate a lunch counter, then they could too. They saw the possibility in front of them. Because of my father and teachers who shared similar cultural experiences, I grew up believing that I could be anything, and I became a teacher to make a difference in the lives of young people. Throughout my career in public education, students have often stated that I was their only teacher of color, which was surprising considering students of color make up over half of the population in public schools. Sadly, in Kansas, out of over 43,000 teachers, less than 1% are teachers of color. Now, I would like all of you to reflect on this and to determine if this statistic reflects any of your experiences with educators. When a child walks into the classroom, they want to see themselves reflected there, just as they do in society. However, this isn't the current experience for some of our students. Just as my father desegregated that lunch counter in Alabama, Kansas needs to demonstrate the message that all students can grow up to become scientists, engineers, or even teachers, because the person in front of them shares similar cultural experiences and serves as a role model. It's been proven that when students see themselves reflected in their teachers, leaders, and even community members, that they start to see what is possible. They start to believe they can achieve something they previously never thought was for them. Based on research, for students of color, ethnically diverse educators boost academic achievement, improve graduation rates, increase aspirations to attend college, and reduce absences, just to name a few. Equally as important, diverse educators are beneficial for all students, bringing qualities like empathy and cultural sensitivity to the classroom. Kansas has always been known for its innovation in the classroom, and now it's time for Kansas to lead the world in the recruitment and retention of more ethnically diverse educators. So here's your question. How is it nearly 7 decades since 1954 that teacher diversity looks nearly the same? And here's where you can do your part, even more so. I invite you to become a thought partner with me and our school districts to provide creative solutions for this issue so every child can see themselves in the classroom reflected. I know that this is not an easy topic because it is very difficult to retain teachers, but I do believe that together we can make a change. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
And thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Porter and members of the board, for allowing me this great opportunity to amplify the voices of my fellow educators. My name is Lisa Martinez. I've taught Spanish at Seaman High School for 16 years, USD 345. Having been born and raised in Southwest Topeka, much of my passion for language and culture and people has been formed through my interactions with this very community. It has been incredibly rewarding to share this passion with young people and to witness their excitement as they continue to explore language and travel the world after graduation. I teach language and culture through stories, many of which have been inspired by the people and students I have met throughout my life. My classes have been enriched by discussions in which students express curiosity as they strive to deepen their knowledge and understanding of the experiences of others. Sadly, the current environment in education has left educators feeling scared, muzzled, and unsupported. I hear from great educators every day who are actively making plans to leave what was once touted as the noblest of professions. Subjects and conversations that were once considered an essential part of student learning are now eliciting fierce community backlash and attacks on schools, administrators, and educators. Honestly, it's frightening. Teachers have a craft that can't be scripted. We must be trusted to create engaging lessons based on the world we live in, lessons relevant to all of the students we serve. How can we address the current climate, which hinders teachers from helping students develop the lens of analysis and empathy necessary to adequately understand the world and succeed in their careers and the global economy? In order to prepare students for the most multicultural America we've seen to date, we must protect and promote courageous teaching practices. By supporting teachers and embracing diversity, we become a stronger, more unified America. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Chair Porter and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Lori Tesius, and I have the honor of teaching 4th grade in the wonderful community of Cheney. As an educator, my #1 focus is always on my kids, but today I want to talk to you about the people who need us first. If Kansas is truly going to lead the world in the success of each student, then we must first lead the world in the support of each educator. Retention of passionate teachers is an area of need in education. Teaching is a choice to give to others, to serve others, to empower others. Kids fuel my passion every day, but COVID fatigue is real. So as a veteran teacher of over 30 years, why do I continue to teach? I continue to teach because I feel loved, respected, and supported by my community members, administrators, colleagues, and the families and students that I serve. This support continues to foster my love for teaching so that I can meet the social, emotional, and academic needs of my students. Sadly, this isn't the experience for many colleagues across the state of Kansas. Extreme student behavior, parental accusations and threats, and constant outside pressures have become the norm for a profession that was once revered. This is all contributing to educators leaving a profession they once loved and felt called to. I am here today to advocate for teachers who need our support. The good news is every Kansan has the ability to fix this situation, but it is going to take all of us to heal this profession. Let's work together to elevate the status of teaching. We need to respect our current educators so they can support our children. Just as teachers create individual learning plans for students, we need to individualize the support we give to our educators. I challenge each of us when we return home to visit a classroom, reach out to educators, ask them what they need, show them that you respect and care about them individually. Recently, we heard the phrase co-care. This is exactly what we need right now. I hope that you can find ways to individually elevate the educators in your community with the care, respect, and support they deserve so we can continue to value and support each student in Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm a little shorter than she is. Thank you, Chair Porter and board members, for giving me the opportunity today to address you. My name is Amanda Ketterling, and I am a library media specialist in Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, USD 204, where I have taught for 22 years. I'm honored to represent teachers in Kansas and be a voice for those in public education. While it's easy to see the negative impacts that this pandemic has brought on our education, we feel that this is a time that has offered us a unique opportunity to re-examine what our expectations are for Kansas public education systems. Being an educator, our ultimate goal is for every child to be successful. For this to happen, we have to first acknowledge that each child is unique. Therefore, what success means should also be equally as unique. Unfortunately, students and teachers are stuck in a never-ending cycle of being told that passing tests equals success. While academics are absolutely important, we have to accept that they are only part of the equation. Mental health and social emotional growth are more important now than ever before. Yet this is an area that our education system is being told by some that it isn't our responsibility to address. To them, with all due respect, I say you are wrong. I cannot teach a student I cannot teach a student to learn if we ignore the fact that they slept in their car the night before or didn't eat dinner. I cannot teach a student who can't regulate their emotions and melts down on a daily basis. The pandemic has pushed mental health to the forefront, and we cannot turn a blind eye to the current and future needs of our students, staff, and communities. Success is not solely about getting a score of a 3 or higher on a standardized test. As a parent of a child who struggles with anxiety and depression, I have experienced firsthand the effects of lack of teacher training and student supports related to mental health. Kansas's vision is to lead the world in the success of each student. In order to reach that goal, we must focus on social emotional growth, interpersonal, intrapersonal skills, not solely on the academics into determining success. We are preparing them for the future by building them from the inside out. Academics is just a piece of this puzzle, but if students are in crisis mode, they will not learn. Initiatives focusing on mental health awareness and trauma-informed training are essential. If we embrace what makes them unique, promote empathy from within, give grace, build those trusting relationships, and connect with their hearts as well as their minds, the academics will follow. The change that needs to happen is a mindset shift. I understand the need for quantifying student success, but solely focusing on academics is a complete disservice to our students. Success looks differently for every student. A straight A student, straight A's are meaningless if that student takes their life when they're in 8th grade, and yet that has happened. We all in this room want the same thing for students, and our students want the same thing for themselves. We all have unique stories to tell and talents to offer that cannot be quantified through a piece of data, and I will never stop advocating for this understanding. Everyone in this room today wants what is best for students. So I ask that you place your trust in us, your Kansas educators. Words and actions matter. Your support and your understanding will lift up our profession and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Porter and board members. Thank you for allowing me time to speak with you today. My name is Megan O'Neill, and I currently teach 5th grade students at Lincoln Elementary in Ottawa, Kansas. Mental health supports and social emotional learning must be embedded throughout the pre-kindergarten through 12th grade classrooms on a daily basis. Since March of 2020, educators, including myself, have been faced with the growing mental health needs of students exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Educating students impacted by trauma is not a new concern for teachers. Over the last 10 years of teaching elementary students, I have seen an increase in stressed out, angry, anxious, and even depressed students struggling to find healthy ways to cope with both everyday changes and the more traumatic events in their lives. Suicide is now the 9th leading cause of death in our state and the 2nd leading cause of death of Kansans aged 15 to 34. In my local county, teens anonymously self-reported habits and feelings in the 2021 Kansas Communities That Care survey, which indicated an increase in rates of depression and serious thoughts of suicide near or above the state average. Approximately 37% of my county's students say that they had been depressed within 2 weeks of taking that survey, with nearly 20% of students seriously thinking about suicide in the last year. How many of my own former students are calculated in that number? As a classroom teacher and a coach to high school students, these statistics weigh heavily on my heart. How can a student consumed with heavy emotional stressors learn complicated academics and retain that information? Trauma actually impacts how the brain is developed. It influences memory retention, impulse control, and emotional reactivity. In 2012, Kansas led the nation as the first state to adopt social, emotional, character development standards and has done much to promote student safety and mental wellness through the adoption of the Jason Flatt Act, requiring suicide prevention training for school employees, and with the adoption of innovative projects like the Mental Health Intervention Team Program that currently helps 55 school districts across Kansas to develop community mental health partnerships, which according to KSDE has actually improved academic performance, increased attendance rates, and the behavior of those involved students. So I look forward to your continued support with embedding mental health and social emotional wellness in schools, as they must remain a priority if we want Kansas kids who feel safe, supported, and are thus able to learn. So we appreciate your time today, and we appreciate what you do for our Kansas communities and schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, Denise, I understand we have a special guest. And so I would like to introduce the state treasurer, former senator, former lieutenant governor, and current state treasurer, Lynn Rogers.
And
Welcome,
actually,
sir.
thank you, Chair and board members. And my favorite position in all time has been a school board member. So don't listen to everything that Betty tells you, but we served together for a number of years on the Wichita board, and it's just such a pleasure to be here. And I just want to tell you, we provide a number of education services in the state treasurer's office. We have our education savings accounts, the 529s. We provide a scholarship program for kids that families that live in poverty. They can put money aside and the state will match it. And we also have a scholarship program where we, in partnership with Sally Mae, we have a database that has 6 million scholarships for over $30 billion. We want kids to know about that. But one of the things that we've also done, and my pleasure has been, is to support our teachers and our educators as much as we can. And so if Suzanne would come up, I would like to talk a little bit about our 529 accounts. During Education Week, we provided 15 scholarships of $1,000 to teachers around Kansas. We thought this would be a great opportunity as well to present a similar type of award, $500 to Teacher of the Year. It's a 529 account that you either can add to one that's already existing or use it, create a new one. You can use it for continuing education, for an advanced degree and whatnot. We wanted to present this to the Teacher of the Year. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Wow.
And thank you.
And not only that, we have one for you, and one for you, and one for you. So I'm kind of my Oprah moment. So we want to, again, just tell educators and school board members and administrators that we appreciate the service. Kansas parents appreciate the service that you all provide, and thank you for working in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, we are so appreciative of that. That was very generous of Mr. Lynn Rogers. So we're going to have an opportunity for questions here from you all. I think you heard some really interesting messages, some pretty real messages that we're hearing from the field. And so I want to invite, once they're ready, each of the Teachers of the Year to come up, and they will have some if any questions that they have, you guys want to come up and?
Sorry, I'm distracting them.
That's okay. And we'll see if there's any questions.
We do have certificates to present, but first of all, I want to thank each one of you thanked us, but it should be us that's thanking you. Because your messages were extremely powerful. And we need those voices. We need diversity. We need people that can that help students that are socially, emotionally needy, and we're aware. The fact is that everything all of you said, including support and everything else, you are actually preaching to the choir in this situation. And so I think that those messages are very powerful. And I hope that that you have the opportunity, because you sort of have the bully pulpit now for the rest of the year. Every one of your messages needs to be delivered, and needs to be delivered at the widest group possible. We're going to go through a couple of questions, and then I want to present each of you a certificate of appreciation for being here and for what you do and for what you're going to continue to do, because each one of your messages is critical and needs to be heard by a wide variety. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, congratulations. I got to see you, most of you, 2 of you were gone, present in my hometown in my college last week. It was a fun way to start a Monday for me before I came up here for the week, to see what you do with pre-service with our teachers, and that's a really neat service that I think some of us would actually benefit from in a little bit. In terms of that, so again, my congratulations, and I'm proud for each one of you, and especially the Salt Hawk that's on the in there, since it's from my district. But the question I have is always you are all great teachers. You are honored for that. There's always there's a teacher that got you to where you are. This is an opportunity to give that shout out to whoever that teacher or teachers, and it could be your mom and dad, but as to who set you up for this, because you're on somebody else's shoulders, and you're somebody else's as well. They'll go on from you. So it's an opportunity to give honor to those teachers that inspired you.
Are we going all of us one by one? Whoever wants to answer. Okay, I will.
It's
Hi.
whatever. It's the bill of the chair.
Anybody that wants to answer,
It's a loaded
just come up and do
question.
it.
We hesitated because I'm pretty sure that all of us have so many teachers we can think of, and honestly, in my professional career, I even consider my colleagues teachers. Because we learn from each other and grow all the time. I think that my high school Spanish teacher, Tina Williams, who ended up being the person who just luckily I was able to student teach under, has to be one of the most influential people. Close second by Barb Chamberlain, who was my mentor teacher colleague when I first got my job up at Siemens. So those two were super influential for me.
All right, I come from a family, my mom was a 39-year veteran teacher, so I grew up in a teacher's classroom on the courts and all that, and so I would give that to my mother. She didn't want me to go into education. I didn't tell her when I switched my education from accounting to business education, and it was the best thing I've ever done. So I give that. My mom would never want that glory, but she's the one that really inspired me to be who I am today.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for those teachers. And I went to the Buhler Public Schools, and Deanna Miller was my 3rd grade teacher. Cindy Brocksterman was my 7th grade English teacher. Mary DeVries, my high school French teacher. Holly Gimbel, high school English teacher. And and then Kelly Whistler, my anatomy teacher. And then all the professors I had in my education programs, like I said, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for them, and that they believed in who I was and that I was capable of being a teacher, and they knew I was more than my circumstances, and I appreciate them and love them dearly for that, and I want to be just like them. So.
This is kind of a funny question for me because in one of my speeches, I literally name every teacher I had from kindergarten to 8th grade, and it's amazing that I can remember all of them. So I feel really badly picking a couple, but my first teacher that stands out to me was my 7th grade homeroom teacher. He also taught reading. He was a huge bearded Harley riding mayor of the town next door. So I grew up in Illinois. He was the mayor of Dubuque, Iowa. So Jim Brady, he used to read Telltale Heart and Edgar Allan Poe stories with such emotion that you would jump out of your seat when he'd throw that eraser across the room and hit the wall to make a big loud noise. And so it's just that emotion of being in a really amazing teacher that you don't see as a teacher on the outside. So again, looking at the inside. My college experience, I would say, was actually my master's degree program. Dr. Suzanne Becking at Fort Hays State University was amazing. It was all virtual, and I could not have asked for a better connection. She cares truly about her students, and now is one of my friends and peers in the library world, so I appreciate that. And then my principal, Kim Mitchell, who retired last year, she had been in our district for over 40 years. When I started, she was our reading specialist, moved up to assistant principal, and then was our principal, and she has many thoughts that are bouncing around in my mind as I work with students. Everything from, parents give us the best students that they have, and then, get to know your kids from the inside out type of thing. So those are 3.
I have 3 that I would like to recognize. First, Stella Tharp in Ottawa, Kansas. She was a high school teacher of mine. She's taught child development and also an on-site preschool at the high school, and she was the one that really ignited my passion for education. I would like to recognize Martha Mendoza, the current principal at Dodge City High School. She was the one that nominated me for Kansas Teacher of the Year, so clearly she saw something in me that everybody else might have as well. And also Diana Mendoza, she's our director of ESOL and diversity in Dodge City, and she has been a wonderful mentor to me, and she sees my heart, she sees my passion, and she shares that, and she is just a fierce, fierce advocate for kids. So I just want to recognize those 3.
So I'll make this really brief, but my 8th grade teacher's name was Joyce Sims, and she made me believe that I could do anything. And she's probably the reason now that my professors may complain a little bit because I'm very extra. I'm the one that writes, if it was a 5-page paper, Joyce Sims had me writing a 10-page paper. And so she did many unusual things in the classroom that make me a little quirky. She taught me it was okay to be a little bit offbeat and different. And in high school, I kind of went through some major depression. My creative writing teacher named Judith Roberts, she brought light to me and gave me life back. And my college professors now, I'm working on a doctorate, and there were moments where I thought I would just give up in the program. So Dr. Carruthers and for my specialist, Dr. Piscina. Otherwise, I wouldn't have, broken all of these barriers. So thank you.
Thank you for asking that question. My mom really inspired me. She was a veteran teacher. She taught first, second, and third grade in Wellsville, Kansas for 30 years, and Central Heights as well. So it's really hard to pick your favorite educator or those who really impacted you, because I really, truly remember every single teacher I have had. That's one reason why I wanted to be an educator. Some that stick out in my mind would be my first grade teacher, Janet Huddleston. We're friends today, which it's so amazing to see how that relationship can grow from a student teacher to a colleague and to a friendship relationship. Also, I had some amazing student teachers. I had a student teacher in first grade who then became my third grade teacher. So Erin Chappell, she really inspired me. Again, in middle school, Donna Gladman, she gave me my love of words and my love of Scrabble. We had a Scrabble tournament in 7th grade English class. Then I have some also remarkable high school educators and coaches who have impacted me. So Kelly Smith, she was actually a co-teacher of mine. She was a 4th grade teacher in the building that I went to school with. with. And then she coached me in high school. Remarkable. SSB, she taught me English for 2 years. Susan Geis, she taught me history for 2 years in high school. And then Madame Gray, my French teacher that I had for 4 years. Those are just to name a few. I feel really incredibly guilty picking a few that stuck out of my mind. So thank you to my colleagues, and to thank you for every educator who has impacted my life in some way.
That's a great question, and holy cow, I've taught a long time, and I've lived in the teaching world since I was born. My mom was a nursery school teacher when that was a thing, all the way from nursery school all the way up to second grade. So I've always been involved with teaching. In elementary school, I had a 5th grade teacher, Mr. Hall, who was a storyteller, and that inspired me to be a storyteller. In high school, I had a science teacher, Mr. Barber, who was standing on chairs and up over here and doing this and just getting us all excited about chemistry. So that really fueled my passion for engagement. I am a lifelong learner. Just yesterday, I was listening to colleagues and teachers about what inspires them and how that would inspire me. Diane Spilkarowski, my own younger sister, is a teacher. I just have so many. I teach with wonderful colleagues. Right now, substituting in my classroom is a former teacher that she inspired me, Sherry Conrad and Lori Kudalik, and goes on and on and on. There's no way, like Megan said, that I could name all of them. I'm gonna have to go make a list and all the people that I'm forgetting right now, so thank you.
Okay, I lost count. Is that everybody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I was thinking, I could answer the same question, you know. When you're sitting in this chair, you have to keep be conscious of time. So somebody has to be the horse's rear, and that's my job. We have one more question, and I'm going to call on Betty, and then we're going to have to present things because we have a really packed schedule, and we'll be here till well past dark, I'm afraid, anyway. But you're inspirational. Each one of you is inspirational, and I just, as I said before, please keep those messages are powerful, and they need to be presented lots of places besides just here. Whenever you're, say, not everybody is the choir, and so we need that message out. Betty.
Thank you. First of all, I would just say I am so happy once again to hear from all of you. You're an inspiration, and I'm so glad I don't wear mascara, otherwise you'd see little black streaks down my face, because what you were saying was so emotionally delivered. And I was sitting here, and I do have a question, but I have to get this in. I was sitting here thinking how selfless you all are, and hearing someone speak about the emotional healing, the students, the issues. It was all about students, and I'm thinking how like wonderful teachers to be more concerned about the kids that they serve. And so that touched me here. I am again congratulating all of you for what you've done. Lori, I met your sister. Yes, I shared a table with her. So she flew in to see you. And I wanted to mention that. But Amber, I specifically have a question for you. Yes. When you started your speech, you said being in the 12th grade and not having an idea of what you were going to do or where you were going to go. My question to you, and hopefully it won't put you on the spot, if you could go back and redo anything in that process, what would you have had more of from the educational institution, or what would you identify that might have truly made that journey a little better?
Wow, that's an interesting question.
If it were easy, we could ask anybody.
I know. You know, there were times I felt like, because I was a good student, I kind of flew under the radar. I mean, if it weren't for like those 3 high school teachers I mentioned, I don't think I would have been picked out of a crowd. But I think, and these ladies are like my inspiration too, I just wish more teachers were cognizant of the needs of the students. And I don't know if too many teachers actually understood where I came from. And, I graduated high school in 2009, but first generation college student, I had never heard that term until I was actually in college and realized, oh, that's me. But I think we have more of awareness now. I don't know, I really don't know how to answer your question. I'm so sorry. But because I had great teachers and a good experience, but and that's what I look for in my kids, are those that just kind of fly under the radar, that may get overlooked or overpicked because I wasn't an athlete. I had decent grades, but I think that's what's important, is really understanding who we have in front of us and where they come from. And that's my goal as a teacher, is understanding who are my kids and what do they need. So.
And you really did, I'm sorry, a nice job answering that, because
Okay.
from where I sit, there are so many students that don't have that connection. Um, you're there and you're never quite sure why, who, or what. And so they lack that connection to something. And it takes just that little magical link. I have been trying to identify what that ingredient is, because even though you may say that it's better, the truth is we still have, even if we have only 5 students that are struggling, that's 5 too many.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's a question I frequently long to hear feedback. How can we make it better? You guys are making a difference. You really are, and I appreciate that. But if it's something where we could increase, then I was certainly open to hearing it. Thank you so much for all of what you all had to say. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to make the presentations, and I assume that you want to take pictures? As we do that. And so I'll invite the commissioner and the board member that represents your district, and we'll just, right here. And the first one is Suzanne. Suggest nobody pays attention.
Yes.
You understand that, don't you, Craig?
So much, Chair Porter. So today we also get to introduce the 2022 Superintendent of the Year, and it's really hard to introduce him because you all know him, but so Craig Carell's been an educator for over 20 years, and as I understand it, 10 of those, or more than 10, have been in the Coffeyville District, 14 in the Coffeyville District as an assistant superintendent and current superintendent, and I think one of the things that I've noticed about Craig personally is the fact that he was one of the first districts to be in the redesign program. So he was part of Coffeyville's part of the Mercury cohort. And to me, that really shows someone that's got a lot of vision and leads with a lot of innovation as well. And the other thing that has struck me about Dr. Corral is the fact that he always makes himself available to us here at the agency and to the field. And he was one of our presenters that came in and worked with our Teacher of the Year team before they went up to the over to the Capitol to present. So I really appreciate him, and he's going to give us some, I guess, words of wisdom, what makes him so great. So thanks for being here, Craig.
Thank you.
Waiting for the wisdom.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Porter and board members and Dr. Watson. I appreciate being here. Craig Carell, Superintendent of Coffeyville Schools, but I'm Superintendent of Coffeyville's Public Schools, and that's been my mantra for quite some time, and I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. I did want to point out, I think you had an error on your agenda, and I really should have been the opening act to all the teachers you had here. So I'm going to pale in comparison to what you just heard, because they really are the rock stars and who's important. Just to start out a little bit, and I know you're behind time, so I'll try to just speed this up a little bit, but to start out with, we're talking about a little bit about Coffeyville, and I don't know what your perception of Coffeyville is. It probably depends on how long you've been around the education world. I graduated high school in Labette County. I taught there. I was a principal there, so right next door to Coffeyville. All I'd ever heard were horror stories about how bad Coffeyville's school system was, how bad Coffeyville's community was. When the assistant superintendent position came open, I was a little hesitant to apply, but I thought, it'd be a good experience for me for whatever I want to do later on. I had a lot of peers and even some mentors tell me, you don't want to take that job. That's got to be a horrible job. It's a horrible place to be. And when I got there, what I found out, I'll never forget the first day of school when I was walking in the hallways of the high school, and there weren't chairs being thrown around classrooms. There weren't F-bombs being dropped everywhere. There were kids. There were teachers. There were good people. You saw a lot more diversity within our high school, which I think is part of the reason with some of the perceptions, the misperceptions of Coffeyville. But what I found was a school district and a community really that just had some misaligned goals. You had great people. There was just not a lot of alignment throughout the system and the organization. However, there were low graduation rates, extremely low graduation rates. There were very low test scores. We had one of the highest chronic absentee rates in the entire state at that time, and some of the worst health outcomes for a county in the entire state. So we really had our work cut out for us. As I accepted the job in April to start in July, I instantly started looking at data, and I brought up some state assessment scores, and I saw that, and they were terrible just across the board, all the way up and down. But I remember what stood out to me was in our middle school, our 8th grade African-American males were at 8% proficient in math. So 92% not proficient. And that really stood out at me. And I thought, what do we do? And I looked at test scores across the board. And as you backed these down, what you really found out was students were coming into kindergarten with an achievement gap. And so that was really the first outlook on what we need to do when we looked at early childhood in Coffeyville and making sure we had adequate resources there. And then when we looked at the health outcomes, making sure we had health available, good health opportunities available for our students. And so this did blossom over time. I'm very fortunate to have, I was in Coffeyville 7 years as assistant superintendent. I had a lot of leeway during that time, which worked very well for me. When I took over as superintendent, it was the same year Dr. Watson came in as commissioner. And it was an excellent time because my vision really meshed with Dr. Watson's vision and the vision of the state board with the Kansas Can outcomes. That really said a lot to me. We were already doing some of the work in social emotional and kindergarten readiness, so I really saw this as a blueprint to continue moving forward. Most recently in 2020, we recreated our strategic plan and we used the Kansas Can outcomes as our guide and as our model. So we involved community members as well as people throughout our educational system. And what you'll find when you dig into our system, I know you can't see this very well here, but it's available online, but we have matched up our strategic plans very specifically with Kansas Can outcomes. And where maybe it isn't very clear, we've created a crosswalk for that because we really want to make sure that this is our focus, because assessment scores are important. We know they're important. We know that's how the media gauges us a lot of times, but what's most important is the development of the whole child and making sure that they are well and they are healthy and that they're successful after graduation. One of the things that when you hear my name, you probably associate me with early childhood and a lot of work there. I'm on the Governor's Council. I co-chair the early childhood portion of that. We've done a lot of great work there, but I'm not here, as Tamla said, to talk about what makes me great. I'm here to talk about what's made Coffeyville great and what we've done. I very rarely ever say I. And as superintendent of the year, in some of the situations I've had to be in, it's really difficult for me to say I because I always say we. It is a team. Our parents as teachers is really where we start out in our kindergarten readiness. We've recently achieved the Blue Ribbon affiliate with our parents as teachers. It's an amazing group of people, and the work they do really sets the stage. And what we've created is our early childhood principal is also over than the PAT, so we can utilize resources back and forth between those. We have a lot of early learning partners, and you'll really hear me talk about partners and relationships all the time. I believe that's what my job is to rally the troops and to be as efficient as we can in our dollars by building our team out. We have the Coffeyville Coalition for Early Education in Coffeyville, which is a 501c3 that we formed when we realized we needed to expand our early childhood center. As you can imagine, a lot of businesses believe that school districts are just flush with cash and don't need any funds. That's much more palatable to give to a 501c3. We have fully partnered with Head Start. I know some of you have been down, you've seen this firsthand. We don't have 445 rooms and Head Start rooms. We have a true blending of students in every classroom. Tri-County Special Education is a great partner for us. Fort County Mental Health, I've mentioned parents as teachers. We could not do what we've done without the work of the Children's Cabinet here in Topeka. And then the remaining four are not just partners for the ELC, but they're partners across the district. Community Health Centers of Southeast Kansas, a very unique partnership with KU Med, Boys and Girls Club of Coffeyville, and the Coffeyville Community College. The college is one of the first ones early on. Their foundation donated $100,000 to our expansion project at the ELC, and that really kicked off others in giving. Boys and Girls Club created the first in the nation Boys and Girls Club TOTS program. So what this does, it provides an opportunity from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock for those preschool students to have care there for those working parents that can come in. Social emotional learning, this was another pet project, and I put wellness in there too, because I don't think it's just about social emotional learning. I think it's about the physical wellness of our students also. And yesterday when I was thinking about what I was going to say today, I thought about when I came in 2008, we had 3 counselors in our district, and we have about 1,800 students, and we had 2 nurses, and that is all we had. Today, when I counted, we have 22. When you count all the social emotional learning staff we have and our wellness staff that are a part of our clinics, we have 22 positions, and that's not counting the therapists that work for Fort County Mental Health and that KU Med is providing for us. You'll see if you look at our strategic plan, our SEL program is extremely aligned with strategy and with purpose. We try to be very intentional in everything that we do, and it's embedded throughout the district. And those of you that came down, I know you heard that in the language that our students and our teachers spoke from pre-K all the way through 12th grade. CHC, Community Health Centers of Southeast Kansas, they have 11 full-time staff, so that's part of that 22. And the full array of services, they have a doctor on site full-time, we have nurses full-time, we have some therapists through CHC. We've always had some dental, so they'd come in and do fluoride treatments. We've actually progressed to the point now where they'll go as far as doing teeth extractions during the school day. So this is all done during the school day, and it's such a boon for working parents because their children can be seen right there on site. We do coordinate with the teachers, so we try to make sure we can take the students at the least intrusive time for the teachers, because any of you that were teachers know you don't want people messing up your day. You want to make sure that you have the students at the right time. But this has really had a lot of impact throughout our system. You heard some of the new teachers talking about SEL and behavior rates and absentee rates, and I can fully attest to this. The behavior reductions we've seen after implementing SEL are just through the roof. Right here is just an example of our chronic absenteeism. So Coffeyville is in the green. We're about half the state average. And going back 14 years ago, we were one of the highest districts in the state with chronic absenteeism. So really focusing on the social emotional health of our students and the physical health of our students, and allowing that option for those parents to come in. And I can also talk about cost savings. Jumping back a slide, when you look at, we had 2 nurses. We were paying in 2008, probably $80,000, $90,000 for these 2 nurses. And for everything we have now with community health centers, we pay $35,000 a year for the plethora of services. They are a federally qualified health center, so they make their money on another side of things. We never have to worry about that. So that's really been not only a boon to our students, but it's a boon to our parents and our businesses. Our business now have seen a decrease in employee absenteeism because they're not having to come get their children to take them to the doctor, to the dentist. It can all be done right there. Part of our partnership with Coffeyville Community College, you'll see the college credit hours that our students are graduating with. This has been a labor of love, and it's been a long time getting here. We can't wait to increase this even more. But in 2020, 92% of our graduating seniors had 3 college credit hours or more, and 56% had 6 college credit hours or more. So providing that opportunity for those students to have that experience. And probably something I'm probably the most proud of is looking at this taking place throughout the last 6 years when you look at the graduation rates and where we've come. So we're the purple here. I believe, looking at the records I've seen and have access to, we have never outperformed the state of Kansas. And we've outperformed the state of Kansas in 2020, and I haven't seen 2021 numbers yet, but I would suspect we've outperformed the state in 21. And what you'll see here is only a smidgen of the data. If you look back, our graduation rates were even much lower than what you see here at 78.5. So this has been really something very incredible. And the rumors in Coffeyville still permeate that we have some of the lowest graduation rates in the state. And so I constantly have to share this slide, even with our own community, to assure them, show them what we're doing. And it's a culmination, and graduation rates are just a culmination, just as post-secondary success is, of everything else we're doing, from early childhood, social emotional, all the way up. I think that's my last slide. So I will stand for any questions you may have.
Having been in that part of the country for a long time, I want to really commend you because this sort of improvement can't happen without positive leadership, and we've known each other for a long time and worked together and I've been in your school several times and it's just a fun place to be now, and that's a leadership issue, and I believe that that they made the right decision whenever they chose you as superintendent of the year.
I appreciate that.
I want to congratulate you for that.
Thank you.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Craig, for all you do. I don't know if people are calling you, if your phone's ringing off the hook, but I'll bet more than 100 times since we were down to visit your school, and people say, we have a problem with early childhood, and go, oh, you should go to Coffeyville, and you should see this center, and go to the retirement home, and they go, they have one, a kindergarten class retirement home, and all the things you're doing with independent study and all that is just amazing. So thank you and your staff for everything you guys are doing. it's really a bright light.
Thank you.
Jean?
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about any changes that you've seen in the community, not just the school community, but in the community at large as a result of the changes in the school district.
I know our businesses, like I said, have been very appreciative of, I talked about SEL, really reducing that absenteeism, but also when it comes to early childhood, there's a child care component, and we have to acknowledge that. We are child care, and we know we're child care really for elementary and middle school students as well when it comes to parents need that for their work. So the Early Childhood Center has been a huge boon to our businesses in town to have that, and that was really one of the ways that I was able to help raise funds. We didn't do a tax increase. We really looked at donations from businesses, and they saw the need for the child care in the area. So I know sometimes we kind of shudder when we hear the word child care because we're educators and we're delivering high quality education, but we really wear both hats, and we are there for our community. So that really does help with the jobs prospect. And we talked to HR leaders across the town when we were looking to raise funds. They could tie directly in to say, well, we know we didn't land this employee because we didn't have childcare for 3 and 4 year olds. So, and we know that's across the state right now, and that's been an issue. But just like teacher shortages, it's an issue that's getting worse much quicker than we can possibly fix that.
And the last question will be from Randy.
Well, congratulations. Remarkable success, remarkable. I don't think that most people that you talk to, Craig, understand the challenges that you were presented, and Robert, both when you were there. This is a community that from the time I left as a high school senior has lost half of that population in that community. And so it's a terrific challenge, and you've hit it head on, and you've just done some remarkable things. What are the next steps for Coffeyville schools? What are the now, as you've gotten this, I'll call it, you stabilize the ship, you're growing it. Now, what's the next level that everyone in Coffeyville's ready to go?
Well, we're always operating on so many fronts. Post-secondary success is probably our hottest topic right now. We've really have everything else aligned. It feels like, not at 100%, obviously, but working on that post-secondary success and ensuring we know when they graduate they're going to be successful. We don't want to wait 2 years to find out. We want to know as they're graduating that we've set them up for success in life.
And now we're going to ruin your reputation because we have a presentation to present. You've got to stand between Randy and me.
do. And we're just now, in second semester, we're now working also still outside, but we're having different like classes that you work in, kind of.
Okay, so the biggest focus of Innovation Academy is the real world skills we get from them. Actually being able to make the connections and going to other people and talk and just building things we will need in the actual world once we graduate school.
So this semester we had a problem statement, and so the first semester problem statement was how might we help the city of Basehor research and design a park. So the whole class of 43 freshmen were involved in 4 different groups in this donated tract of land, and we all created a design to incorporate the park. So the groups we were split into was civil site work, which was what was on the land previously, and is there anything that we need to preserve at the land. The next group was the mapping, zoning, and land use. How was the land used previously? The next group was the finance group, how best to use the money within the budget. And then the next group was the community outreach and data collection. What was the community wants? So part of that group was we created surveys and sent them out to the community. And the last group was the inclusion and how might we make the park accessible to everybody.
And part of what we did in all those groups was after we were split up, we wrote research papers answering the questions that we were supposed to be researching. So everybody in the class got to experience everything. So we all kind of were on the same page of what the community wanted and how we would all go together.
I made a video for the city of Basehor that we showed at the city council meeting.
I serve for the place I call home.
I serve to protect those around me.
Innovation Academy Emerge presents Sentinel Park. Sentinel Park will be located on a 4-acre plot of land by 155th Street. We collected data from the community to see what they would want in a new park. Then we all made park designs and picked the 7 best parks. Some of the finalists were Claire and Addie, Eric, Mostyn, and Gannon, Lily, Emery, and Daniel, Logan, Donalo, and Dylan, Austin and Spencer, Will and McKenna, and Talon, Blake, and Joey. Doug Pickert combined all of these final ideas and made the final park design.
The cost of living in San Francisco is 3 times.
So the park design, they took all the concepts from all the student designs and they put them together and why we were looking at what the community wanted. So this is what Doug had put together for the final design that we presented to the city council. So, I mean, you can see everything on there listed about, we have the playground area and everything that kind of all the different groups had put together and kind of what they comment and what could actually is feasible for the park.
And then this is just like a closer, more detailed version of what the playground, like the main area would look like.
We incorporated some different things like the statue of the Basehor brothers, kind of bringing back some of Basehor's history, because one of the things that we really thought about was how could we show Basehor's past, present, and the future and what we wanted it to reflect. So we incorporated a lot of that in the park and kind of bringing the community's wants into it.
And then our second semester problem statement was how might we help the city of Basehor with the new improvements, so 155th Street improvements and the Metro Green Trail improvements.
So how this like all goes together, we have our English, we have our honors English, so you can either enroll in what English class you wanted, and then you would take that for the whole year. Then second semester we got STEAM, where this class was more focused on engineering than business essentials. Business essentials is like marketing, social media, and event planning. And with STEAM and business essentials, they're two separate classes, but they all work on the same project together. And yeah.
In Business Essentials, pretty much the project that we've been trying to just informing the community on the different things that the city is doing. So we're working on planning, helping them plan events, build logos, slogans, and then the STEAM class is working on signage and billboards and things that the city can use. Then here are just some pictures of the class and work first semester, touring the different parks that Doug had designed and kind of getting ideas and empathizing with people in the community.
So in this slide, the first picture is us at our Innovation Academy showcase, and then the bottom right-hand corner is us presenting at the City of Basehor board meeting to show them our park project and to get an okay to start the project. And then in this picture, to kind of start the semester with our Intro to STEAM and Business Essentials class, in this pic, oh, you can't see, but like we built a chair for Mr. Jackson. So we got into groups and we got into 2 Business Essentials and 2 Intro to STEAM, and we built Mr. Jackson a chair to see if it would withstand the weight of all of them. None of the chairs broke. Yeah, so then, and then the bottom right-hand corner is whenever the survey group went to the elementary schools and the K through 2 schools actually to give them their surveys, because we realized that they didn't have access to the technology. So we went into all the classrooms and talked about our survey, give them our slideshow, and help them take the surveys.
And like the bottom middle picture, we went to GRE and we did kind of a mock park trial basically with them. So they created a park with an amount of money, and that was kind of like the segue into designing the park, which was really cool.
I'd just like to talk about my experience with IA, which has been overall really, really positive because it was different from what I was expecting, but I've learned so much about actually having to talk to other people and connecting and just really empathizing to see what they want and not just the ideas that I have.
And really, we'll turn it over to the City of Basehor as they have some words they'd like to say.
Well, thank you. I'm Leslie Riverola. I'm the city administrator here for the City of Basehor, and we do have Mayor Drennan and Council President Ben Sims and our Assistant City Administrator Maddie Waldeck. But really, on behalf of the city, we just want to say how proud we are of our students. We really, really appreciate all of their hard work and their effort. The opportunity to be able to collaborate with students in such an impactful way, to be able to advance projects that are not only important to the community, but hopefully important to them and their families, is, we think, an experience that is really unlike anything that we've seen with any other partnership. And I mean, these students have gone through a process over the last semester and then into this semester that many working professionals don't get the opportunity to do. And they not only did the work, but they did it exceptionally well. And no one on our city council could believe that these were freshmen because they are so mature and they're truly professional. And we can't say enough positive things about the students, about the staff, about the administration. We love our community. We take great pride in our community, and the fact that we do enjoy such a wonderful partnership with the school district is something that's very important to our elected officials. So on behalf of the city, students, again, we are so proud of you. Could not be more excited to get this park constructed and 155th Street constructed, and just continue to look forward to collaborating with you in the future. And as we said at the city council meeting, when you come back to this park, hopefully for many decades to come, you'll know that you created the vision for it, and your family and hopefully their families will be able to enjoy it as well. So that's all we have to say. And thank you for allowing us to participate today. What an awesome recognition.
Thank you, you guys.
If you guys have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
This is an amazing presentation, and I can assure you that I was not as poised or articulate as a freshman as each of you are, and I think that's amazing, and we really appreciate you being here, and this is inspirational. Melanie.
This is so cool.
It is.
I love that you had fun doing it. My question for you guys is, you had an opportunity to really dip into a lot of different areas and learn about different things. And so we've had a lot of students come before us and say, I got to take this class and I really loved it, or I got to take this class and I learned that it really was something I did not want to do. So do you want to tell me maybe something that you found that you absolutely fell in love with, or some aspect of it that you said, now I know I don't want to go into that field?
So one thing I absolutely fell in love with in this class is, before I didn't really like working in groups because you would get some people that didn't do the work or put some slack, and then but really this class, like, everyone had to do their own part, especially the group research paper when we got split into like different parts to write the paper. So like it really made me fall in love with working groups again, and just the classes and overall, like, it's real world learning and you get hand skills, because I'm a very hands-on person when I'm in school working on schoolwork and everything. One of the things that has really helped me through IA Emerge was my public speaking. I was never the type to get up in front of classes and just like present presentations, but through Emerge it has really brought me to like get up in front of you guys now and speak. Like a year ago, I would have never seen myself in front of the Board of Education talking about a class.
I mean, I really liked being able to get public speaking more and working with these different community partners and kind of doing it all together with it still being a class, and we're being graded on our performance, and we're going to do it all to build a park that eventually we'll be able to see.
I personally thought it was so cool to be able to work with people inside of our community who wanted our help to make something for everyone. And also with public speaking, I would not have been able to come up here just even a couple months ago and speak to all of you. But here we are today.
I would say what I really like about Emerge and all of that is being able to reach out into the community. Like in any other class, I wouldn't be able to do that. And this class has really helped me, like they all said, public speaking and then taking feedback and things like that, because we work with that a lot. So I really like that.
Well, I certainly feel like you've covered the communications credit. I feel like I can see the park, and so great job on your presentation today. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Well, congratulations. This is terrific. Okay, so I'm at X, Y, and Z High School in someplace in Kansas. How do I get this going in my school? Okay, I'll make it a little easier. What's your day like? What is this, a 90-minute class, a 12-minute class, an all-day class, an every other day class? Or do you just do a lot of work outside of class?
So it's a 90-minute class that we go to every single day. So one day we'll go to English, and the other day we will either have our Intro to STEM class or Business Essentials class.
Really? Same teacher?
So we have 2 English teachers this semester, Mrs. Bro and Mrs. Turley. So on the English days, they're mainly in the classrooms. Then on the other days, we split up through our business and STEAM class. Then normally at the end of class, the last 30 minutes, we go and collaborate on what we found, kind of put our ideas together, so then the next time we can split up and use the feedback we got to advance our ideas.
Is this the first year that you've done this?
Yes, this year was the
First
pilot
time
program.
you've done it, but is the first year the school has done this?
Yeah, this year was the pilot program for the school.
Okay. So what advice do you have to others who want to do this in the future?
I mean, I would just say the first day when we all walked in, we didn't know what we got ourselves into. So just take the risk and put yourself out there, because it ended up being a lot of fun, and I think we all really learned a lot from it.
I would have to agree with Talon on that. Like, just put yourself out there and do it. Like, when I first walked into the class, these teachers were preaching about Innovation Academy and Emerge, and I was like, they are crazy. But as I go through it, it's actually this like really cool program, and I really wouldn't have done it unless my parents like did it. I didn't even know I like signed up for it, honestly. I just looked at my enrollment and I was like, oh, that's funny.
Okay, so you get English credit for this, right?
Yes.
English and social studies.
Building a park, you get English credit. What's that? How does that work together?
So we had to build a portfolio, each of us individually, and we had to show artifacts that we master the competencies that the state had provided. So we had to show evidence that we learned the skills that everybody's learning in a traditional English class. And we just show that each student individually in our portfolio based on whether we were in an honors course or just regular English.
Great answers. Great answers. Very good. Thank you very much.
How many?
Go ahead. You follow up.
Sorry. Also with that, we did incorporate English and social studies by looking at the history of Baser and like writing papers on what we were learning.
How many of you are there in the class?
There's 43 of us.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
And how many teachers?
There's 2 teachers, so on our green days, which are our English days, there's 2 teachers. And then on our gold days, there's also 2 teachers, but we're split up into 2 different classrooms.
Congratulations. It's really an extraordinary program. Well done.
Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Porter. Thank you for your presentation today. I like the accountability piece. I heard I have 2 boys, a sophomore and a senior, and they've said, time and time again, I'm working on projects and I'm doing all the work, or I'm working on projects and so-and-so's getting credit and they didn't do anything, they didn't put forth the effort. So I like that. I think you talked about it. Everybody had to have a piece, accountability piece to that. You either had to write the paper and show your competency that you learned from it. You couldn't just tag along beside the person next to you and get by. Now that will happen in the real world. You're going to have businesses out there that somebody's going to put in 70% of the effort. Somebody's only going to put 30% of the effort in. So you're going to have that in the real world. Those experiences are going to happen. But I do like the accountability piece that everyone's learning in the class. That's amazing. So thank you for your presentation today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as you can see, I told you this was going to be good. It's very good. Thank you, kids. I'm so proud of everything you've done. And the thing I think that amazes me is this really covers everything we're looking at in redesign. I mean, they can earn credits by doing this project. Civic engagements involved, so many things, and they working together, just everything. And so I'm so impressed, and I think your project was the one that stood out among everything because you were freshmen mainly. But the project itself was amazing, and the city working with you. Thank you, city. This is because I remember when I went to school, I'd probably had fainted if I'd saw my mayor, So, because he was somebody lit up on a throne up there somewhere, So I think this is amazing that you were able to do that and work with them. But I'd like to either ask you kids right now, or one of your administrators, whichever ones would like to answer this. This was just one out of a whole bunch of others. Could you bring up a few of the other projects that were going? I think yours was the largest, but I'd like to let them hear some of the other projects that were presented that night, the showcases.
Hi. So this is actually year 3 of us doing our Innovation Academy programs. This is our first year with the freshman program. So we've been having an upperclassman level innovation program. We usually have about 50 to 60 students in it per semester. And they are very self-driven. It's more student-led, facilitator-supported. We tell the kids we want to work for them, not the other way around. So we've had students who do internships and they connect it to their physics credit. One of them, I think one of the young ladies you spoke to was getting her physics credit through learning more about the body at her internship. So the physics of medicine and reaching out and talking to some professors at Rockhurst University was helping her with that too. We had some students start a peer mentoring program in our school. One of the things we learned with real world learning is that there's a lot of problems within our school that can be solved. So going out and talking to our counselors and finding out what are some things that we could do to ease their load. They've always said they would love to have some really great students who served as peers because they get a lot of issues and problems that come up to them that they feel like maybe students would be more comfortable handling if or discussing with other students. We've been really fortunate over the last 3 years to just have really amazing students and see students carve out their pathway. Like you said, there are some students who get into something and learn that they do not like it at all, and we feel like that's a victory as much as the students who figure out what they do like too. So this experiential learning, real world learning, and working with community partners within the school, it's been amazing to see how many people have said yes, and working with the city of Basehor has really been like one of the most fabulous experiences. They are there to support our kids no matter what, so it's been great.
Jim?
Take it over. Yeah.
Well, I'm back again. And yes, I want to thank you and the teachers who did this, but I also want the board to know that Jared Furman, the principal who is supporting this and leading this, is on our graduation task force as the co-chair. And without the support of the board and without the support of the administration and teachers, and certainly the community, you can't do these kinds of innovative programs. And in the process of helping schools achieve these kinds of activities or for the students, it's important that we have folks like you to come in here and share with us your successes. You know, but I want to make sure I recognize the teachers, the administration, the board, you know, of Basehor Linwood for allowing you to do this. This is risky, and you guys have proven that that risk is worth it. So thank you very much to all.
And Randy?
Well, thank you. It's good to see all of you again. And I know that all 45 wanted to come today, and so that wasn't allowed. But what's the next step? So you're going to finish out this semester. You talked about what you're doing this semester. What does it look like as sophomores? And since it's the first year of a freshman program, maybe are we going to design the sophomore program, or where does this go after this year?
Okay, I'll come back.
They don't know.
We are redesigning. Yeah, we continue to redesign. That's the whole point. Yeah, we're designing a new sophomore program. So somewhere in between this teacher-led, project-based classroom that they've been experiencing as freshmen, and we're going to do some small group work. There's about 8 credits that are available. Some are core credits, some are CTE credits. And students will have a chance to pick 2 blocks out of their day out of a 8-block schedule. It'll be flexible, and there's going to be about 5 of us, I believe, who are going to be offering credit as well through this. So each of the teachers will have a project and a community partner. I'm really hoping that the city of Basehor would like to be mine, so I'm going to call dibs right now while they're on here. And the students will be able to work in small groups, also independently, and to pursue those projects in the way that they think is best using the design thinking process. So they've heard a little bit about it. Right now, we've just been telling them to check a box if they're interested. So they'll walk into next year just like they walked into this year. So that's a good skill to have, though, being flexible.
At this point, Janet has been bragging on you guys for a long time, and I'm sure that she would like to have her picture taken with you. And we'll do that now. We'll stand right here with the commissioner and Janet, and for the rest of us, we'll take a 10-minute break.
What about you?
I'll go there. Yeah. recommendations from the Professional Practices Commission. Jennifer, welcome.
Hello.
Tell us about them. Tell us the first one, PPC 13.
Sure. This was a pretty extreme case. But I think had this been the type of situation where we just had a rote, okay, it's this black or white, we would have gone the other direction, but we really spent time learning the background and the story and felt pretty strongly that this person has rebuilt their life, reached out for support and has supports in place. And the fact that they have, she has a district that's willing to support her and hire her through this spoke heavily to us. And for that reason, we recommended granting it.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Jim? Okay, is there a second to the motion? Ann seconds the motion. Any discussion? It is moved, Jim moved that the Kansas State Board of Education issue emergency substitute license to applicant number 21 PPC 13. That is what you said, right? Yeah. Very good. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? This is emergency.
Mm-hmm. And I can't find, I was thinking it was just the one today, but it does look like there's a second. And I can't find which page it's on in the packet.
This one, the one that we're looking at now, is on page 30.
Right. And there's one after that though, right?
Yeah, but there's questions on this one. We haven't finished.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
vote.
I was looking ahead because I didn't realize
What
there was
are
a
the
second.
questions? Okay, so it's we're gonna vote again. This is agenda number 14A. Okay, we're gonna vote again. All in favor? All opposed? That motion carries. And now we're on 14. I'm sorry. That one no? Okay. 9 and 1. Okay. I need to pay better attention. 14B. Tell us about 14B.
All right, give me 1 second to bring up my notes. I found it. It is on page, in the packet, it looks like I'm down on page 40. And
Mine says
21
37.
PPC 01. We recommended to deny this one.
Yeah.
And this was we deliberated for an hour. So it was kind of a similar, this would be a real second chance type of situation, and we didn't see those same supports, recognition, and changes in place.
Any questions for Jennifer? The recommendation is a denial. Is there a motion? Okay, Melanie. Move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny the application for substitute license 21 PPC 12. Is there a second to that motion? Dina seconds that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Kansas CAN highlights individual plans of study. Stacy, I believe you're up.
Kansas at the Career and Technical Education Conference. We had about 375 people in attendance there. First time that group has gotten together face to face in quite some time. Great conversations taking place, and it is National School Counseling Week. And so a thank you to all the counselors who are on the edge of their seats listening to this presentation even as we speak. And so we've got Nemaha Central here today as a Silver Star recipient in the category of individual plan of study. And Nemaha Central has been exemplary for quite some time in the area of supporting their students through the individual plan of study. And I think it's It's a perfect cap off to my Tuesday to come from the CTE conference, to be a national career counseling week, and then to have a great presenter of the IPS. And so I'd introduce Ben Sism, the principal, to introduce his staff and talk about the Nemaha Central Individual Plan of Study.
Yes, thank you for having us today. I'm going to introduce to you two of our counselors, Deb Kramer and Joyce Bruna, who put in an immense amount of work. I think one important thing to bring up was that this has been a process, an ongoing process for a long time. This wasn't, it started before I was even there as a principal, and slowly we keep changing things and improving things to better meet the needs of our students. So I'm going to introduce Deb Kramer and Joyce Bruna to come up here and to kind of talk to you about what an individual plan of study looks like at Nemaha Central High School.
Thank you, Mr. Sism. First of all, I'd just like to thank you all for inviting us to come and talk a little bit about individual plans of study and what that looks like at Nemaha Central High School. One thing we do, and we think we do really well, is we utilize all of our resources, whether it's students, parents, other teachers, administrators, whoever it is. We use everybody we can to help students figure out what they're going to do with the rest of their life. Our community and our business members are really awesome. Like, they come in and help us do presentations, they allow us to go to businesses, they allow us to place students in jobs in the community. They're great contacts for us later on in life for students. They're just really good. We also have a community college in our area, right down the road, 7 miles, Highland, and they have some great programs for our students to attend half a day as juniors and as seniors and graduate with a certificate from Nemaha Central and also a certificate from Highland Community College. So that's great. Alumni also. We use our alumni to come back and talk about where they've been, what they've been doing. If you look at our data from the state, we love it. We like getting data from the state saying that we're doing a good job. Our success average is 75%. We have a 70% or above effectiveness rate, and that's great, and we like that, but we really want to take a look at every student. We want every student to graduate from Nemaha Central and go out in the world and be considered a success in their eyes and in our eyes. That data sheet on there is really just an Excel doc. That's kind of how we take our kids at graduation, and we write where they're going to go. A year later, where are they? 2 years later, where are they? 4 years later, where are they? We try to track them so we know where they went and what they're doing. Sometimes when you get the data back from the state, it doesn't list everything, like did they go into the military? Did they get a degree from Bellis Academy? One girl a couple years ago went and got her license at Bellis, came back, opened her own shop, and probably making more money than I am. So all those kind of things we like to keep track of. Or the family farm. We have some kids that'll go straight out of high school and they're going to go help on the family farm. They might have 1,000 head of cows and 800 acres. That's a success. We can check that off. That's okay. So we just kind of want to track every student. Individual plans of study, for the most part, that's going to get started in our advisory period. I know a lot of schools have advisory. Teachers have 9, 10, 11 kids. Once a week, they talk to these kids and do a lot of career planning. Electronic portfolios, we use the Zello program, we have speakers come in. That's where we really get started with where they're going to go when they get out of Nemaha Central. Their individual plan of study is something that they're going to build. Our link isn't going to work to that, but that's okay. They start as freshmen and they start putting all their interest inventories on there. They start making a plan for what they're going to do after high school, whether it's financial plan, whether it's classes they want to take, where they want to end up in down the road. Each year we have different activities for freshmen, for sophomores, for juniors, for seniors, a whole list of things to get through. I'm not going to go through them all. We're going to try to highlight a couple things each year. They're always going to do Zello. They're always going to do goal setting. They're always going to do career exploration. But a few things that might just be specific to each grade level. For our freshmen, one thing that we start with is a CTE career fair. So we have our high school kids come over and talk about different pathways, what classes are in those pathways, what kind of activities, what organizations, might you be in if you're in that CTE pathway. So those middle school kids can start thinking about where they want to go. I know our middle school has job shadows they go to. They go out in the community and do some job shadows to start making their way. We have a pre-enrollment activity where we bring in all the parents and the students, and that's the first time we sit down and say, you know, what do you think? Are you going to go for qualified admissions at a four-year college, or are you going to go down the road and get a certificate at Highland? What are you going to do after you graduate? And fill out that sheet of what classes will help you get to that point. Not that it's set in stone, but they got to start somewhere. Something Mr. Sissom started a couple years ago, we talked about how can we make sure our freshmen are successful at high school. So we started a freshman boot camp. They come half a day before school starts at the very beginning in August, and we show them the ropes, talk about how to be successful, tour them through the building, talk about programs, classes, organizations. It's been really successful. Partway through our freshman year, the freshmen have a career cluster presentation. They take the cluster, the job, the career they're interested in, they research it, figure out the job market, what they would need education-wise to get that job, put it all together, and then they go present it to fourth graders or fifth graders. They learn a lot about it. They know they're going to present it, so they have to do a good job and get good information, and then the fourth and fifth graders benefit in the end. We have a career expo every year where we, again, utilize our alumni, utilize our community resources, bring in 30 or 40 people into the building, let our kids sign up. What are you interested in? And then we go try to find speakers to meet those needs. We have everything from small, business owners that are running a bulldozing clinic to, we came back to the Topeka Fire Department and got an alumni to come back and talk about what that'd be like. Or someone in Manhattan at Champion came back. And these are local people, so the kids know them, have great questions. They can tell us about, what are the positives, what are the negatives of a career here. Every grade level gets to participate in that. Sophomore advisory, we're going to continue on with the IPS, continue on with, making their electronic portfolio, but we add a few things. We take everybody to a tech center, talk about what kind of programs are available there if they want to go there as a junior and a senior. We do a lot with filling out job applications, resumes. This is a year where our personal finance class does mock interviews. So we'll bring in business professionals. Our superintendent, Mr. Coleman, will come up, spend some time interviewing sophomores. They have job shadows where they're going to go out at least a half a day and get some experience deciding what they want to do. Juniors, they keep working on their IPS. They're starting to think more about what they're going to do. Are they going to go to a four-year college? Do they need to start prepping for the ACT? They're going to start taking visits to colleges. We have reps come in. Those are all things that take place junior year. We also like to bring back our graduating seniors from the year before. This is really good opportunity for our students to get firsthand information on what are the dorms like? What are classes like? Are you overloaded? Are you overwhelmed? Did you change your major, or do you like where you're at? So every year we bring the graduates back and let them and then we talk to the graduates too, so we can get some feedback. Did you feel like you were prepared? What things should we change at Omaha Central to make you more prepared? Something we started 3 or 4 years ago was the school to business connection, where actually Mr. Coleman kind of came up with this. He sits on the Seneca City Council, the Downtown Impact Board, and it's a way for, instead of bringing everybody to the school, we bring our kids out to the businesses. We'll take a busload or a handful, depending on who's interested in going, and we'll go to the business. And for example, we went to Cook & Company, huge business, has operations all over. It's not just, are you interested in construction? Maybe you want a job at Cook & Company. They'll go to the site and they'll realize there's HR in that building. There are accountants in that building. There are truck drivers in that building. There's people that work on the assembly line in that building. All kinds of opportunities right in our hometown. Because our community knows we got to get some of these kids to come back so we can keep going. So they want the kids want to see what's out there. It works out really well. We've gone to some big ones like that. We've also gone to some little mom and pops, Sweet Peas Bakery. That's owned, one family owns that. So what are the positives? What are the negatives to that? By the end of their junior year, we're hoping they have kind of a post-secondary course plan. This individual knows they want to go on and get a degree in agribusiness. They also want to have a minor in feed science. They've got their list of what they're going to take for classes. They got their financial plan, how they're going to pay for it, and has 25 credits already started on there. So by the end of the junior year, we're hoping to have something set up like that. And then during their senior year, our advisory switches up a little bit. We still have people come in, but we started a new class called Senior Workshop, which has gone over really well. Mr. Sissom, our principal, is going to talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, so Senior Workshop, it started as a senior project probably about 10 years ago, and it was a kind of a capstone project that our seniors would do before graduation. And when it first started, Pat McKernan started that, who's now the superintendent at Troy. He kind of started that, and it was just added into the English classroom. So they would do English, and they'd kind of talk about the project, but everything was done outside of the class. And then several years ago, some of our teachers came to us and said, hey, we think we need to turn this into a class that's required for graduation. So we looked at that and said, yeah, let's do it. Well, so what that looks like is, I'm a senior, I'm coming into senior. I mean, it's kind of in our culture now because you already hear juniors and sophomores talking about, ooh, what am I going to do for my senior project? There's a couple things that are important for a successful senior project. One, they got to be passionate about it. It's got to be something that they're interested in, not just, it's kind of taken the place of, hey, go write a research paper about this subject that the teacher gives you. Now it's, what do you want to do? Is it you want to fix up an old tractor? Do you want to build a computer? Do you want to put on a camp? So it's got to be something they're passionate about. And it's also got to be a stretch. It can't be something that they're already doing and doing very well and already know how to do. There's got to be a stretch component to it. So they come up with a proposal, and then our teacher and the committee, they look at those proposals and say, okay, this is going to work, or how could you change this? How could this be more of a stretch? You've been working on cars since you were 10. How can we make this a stretch? So there's that, and then they have to complete 15 hours outside of, that's the minimum requirement, 15 hours outside of class. And they have the year to do it. I've been a mentor, so they have two mentors. They're going to have a mentor in the school, and they're going to have a mentor that could be from the school, but that expertise is in that area. So for example, I have built some smokers before out of old refrigerators, and I've done that. So we had a kid last year who, hey, I was their out of school mentor, and I helped them through the process. Don't do it for them, but hey, I'm snagged on this. I don't know how to fix this part. How did you do this? What does this look like? So it's really important that they pick that something they're passionate about. Otherwise, spending 15 hours is going to seem like a drag. But if it's something they're passionate about, there's kids who go 15, 25, 30, 40, 50 hours, and they don't even think twice about it because it's something that they're interested in and that they like to do. So after that, they have to make a portfolio, so an electronic portfolio, and then we invite about, depending on how many seniors we have, 40 to 50 community members in, and they have to present that to a panel of 4 to 5 community members and teachers. Hey, here's what I did, here's what I learned. And so that's kind of, we do that. That's a day at the end of April, and at the beginning of the day, the students are all nervous and they're worried about it, and at the end of the day, they're all smiling, and you can just tell, I accomplished something. I did something that I really wanted to do. It's just an amazing day at our school, to be honest with you. So that's the senior project side of Senior Workshop. But then, since we turned it into a class that they meet every other day, it's like, well, that's not going to be enough to just be a class. So what else do we need to do? So, we have a teacher, and it starts with her being passionate about it. She is so passionate about it. She is constantly looking for, what do these kids need? What are these kids' needs for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years of their life? What program do they need to start learning about? What can I teach them? And so you can see a small list there. They talk about social media. They do interviews. We invite some community members in. Again, if you notice a theme here, our community is a huge part of this. They have a business dinner. We invite community members, and we go have a business dinner with them. How do you introduce yourself? How do you shake hands? How do you, eat when you're at a business dinner? They talk about budgeting, and a lot of those things that I guess to me, it's once in a while you're talking to someone. Well, that ought to be taught in school. It's a lot of those types of things that we ought to be teaching that in school somewhere. And so it's a great class that. It is a requirement for graduation, so everybody has to take it, and our students learn a lot. And then we also, within that class, if I'm going to a 4-year college, I'm doing different things than someone who's going to go to a 2-year, or someone that's going to go to the family farm. Some kids are doing work keys. Some kids are filling out scholarship applications. Some kids are doing job shadows. So it's not just a one-size-fits-all. I mean, it is truly individual for what that student is going to need as they go on beyond. So here's 4 that I just took. We have a a case where these proposals that everyone's doing for their senior projects, here's 4 of them that I just picked out to put on here. We have one young lady who is directing for her senior projects. She's directing a play. So she's going to cast it, she's going to do all of those things, and she's directing a play. We have another young man who's putting on a camp combine. He likes football, he's putting on a camp combine for grades 8 through 12. We have a young man who's getting his private pilot's license. And then we have another young lady who's designing a website for a local business. And so when they're doing those proposals, they have a client. And so that's where those come in, like, hey, my client is this person because I'm doing this job for them with those proposals. So that's kind of what our senior workshop class looks like, and it continues to change over time as we find things that we think students need, or they tell us, like Mrs. Kramer said, we have those graduates come back and they say, yep, this was really helpful. We didn't know much about that. How could we incorporate those things?
So because of the senior workshop class, our advisory for seniors is a little different. Instead of doing a lot of more curriculum building with Zello and all that, we like to have what we call real life talks for seniors. We want them to be successful after they graduate academically, and we think they're ready for college and classes, but we just want them to be ready for the real world too. So we bring in people to talk about campus safety. We've had a self-defense class, or a person come in and teach a class on self-defense. Somebody might come in and talk about credit cards, how you don't want to rack up credit card debt. So we'll have those every week or every other week, a real life talk for seniors. Seniors like them, get some people into the building, and they're learning something along the way. Finally, we can talk about our CTE pathways and our connection with Highland, and Mrs. Bruna is going to talk a little bit about that.
Okay, Nemaha Central, we have about 200 students in our high school, but I think what's exceptional is the number of pathways that we have. And in our basically mid-sized small school, we have 12 pathways. And we are also close to Highland Community College Western Center in Baileyville, so some of our students can take advantage of that. We also do some career fair presentation to middle schools. Each of the pathways that we have in the high school go and present something to the 8th graders so they can say, oh, I want to be in that class when I get into high school. So we are also exploring taking advantage of some of the classes they take at Highland Community College can also fit into our pathways, and we're starting to explore that. We have a number of students who do CNA, CPR. We have a number who do the CMA. We had 2 students last year who got their EMT while they were in high school. We have had quite a few students take and successfully get their CDL, and maybe some of that is changing. So we've got an advantage maybe of some schools that we are close to a community college that can help us out with some of our pathways. Some of our students who choose the 2-year route or choose that when they're done with high school, they're wanting to be almost done with school because they want to go work. So we have students who go out and become diesel mechanics, or who take over the family farm, or have got their CNA, and so they're well on their way to registered nurse or LPN. So we have that advantage, and that's part of our plan, that these students will have that opportunity. Another class that we have that's not on the slide is something called work experience, and some seniors who are approved go out and work 1 block of the day. We are a block schedule, so we have a purple day and a blue day. So like the presentation before us, we're on block schedule. So every other day, these students who have signed up go to work, and they work through their block, and then many of them stay after school 6, 7 o'clock to get some work experience. So we have that. It's a work-based learning situation that is a formalized project for them. Because of our proximity to the Western Center, we are also have many students take college classes, and we allow our high school students to take 1 block, our high school seniors to take 1 block and pick up community college classes. So we have that opportunity for students as well. They are able to take college classes, things that we can't provide in our building, but they can take online. And that's an advantage for us that we have that proximity. But students can do that and gain some things.
That's all that we have for us. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer anything.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you were to analyze, is there any pushback that you're getting from the implementation of the individual plans of study?
The senior workshop class or the career? I think there's some, individuals, families that even the senior project, oh man, that's just going to be a lot of work. You'll hear that before they do it, but if you talk to the students afterwards, the payoff is greatly above any worry that they had. When they get up there and you watch them do their presentation, they did the project, so they can talk hours and hours about the project. So there's always going to be some people that think, oh, maybe you should or shouldn't, or we shouldn't have this much time, but I would say that the positive way outweighs any negative.
And at the beginning of the senior workshop class, there was more pushback. I don't hear much of it anymore. This is what, our third, fourth year of the senior workshop class, and before, when it was senior project, there was some pushback. But I think parents are able to see the value of what their student is learning and the hands-on opportunities that they're receiving, and so I see less pushback.
And I think a huge part of it too is picking the right project. It comes down to a student picking a project that they are passionate about. If I'm just picking it to check it off the list, I'm probably not going to enjoy it very much. If I'm picking something that I truly am interested in and is going to stretch my learning, that I'm passionate about, like I said, it's a lot of work, but it's well worth it.
I think your superintendent wants to talk.
The other piece that they're not talking about in that senior workshop class, especially if you're on the 4-year college track, is they do a lot of work on scholarships. And our students on average per year, it's well over $500,000 or $500,000 plus every year that our students get in scholarships because of work they do during that class. That cuts down on pushback when parents get checks or don't have to write checks. So that's a piece that is part of that workshop that we really didn't highlight, but it's an important piece for parents.
And that part of that came from before we had the senior workshop class. We heard a lot from parents that my kids are just so busy. We're a medium, small size school where we need kids involved in everything if we're going to be successful at things. And well, I've got basketball practice, then I'm going to this conference, and then I'm doing this. I don't have time to fill out all these scholarships, or it's really hard. So now that we've incorporated that into the class a little bit, that means a lot more scholarship applications are getting filled out. It's helping them work on their essays. There's a teacher there to help support them with those things. So that was definitely something that we'd heard before we started the senior workshop class was, oh man, we just don't have enough time to fill these scholarships out. And that has been definitely something that has been a good, and our teacher tracks, there's a sign on her door that says, here's how many dollars of scholarships we've gotten so far, and we do very well on local ones. You can compare to other schools around us, and we do very well.
It's not that that's all that they do in that class, because I think sometimes that interpretation is out there. It's not all they do in the class. It's a portion of it. They're required to do so many, and the teacher, being an English teacher, prefers essay. So they're looking for scholarship opportunities that have an essay attached. But they also, like I send them to her. They come to me usually, and I send them the scholarships to her, and then they distribute them out who it's appropriate for. But we also try to emphasize your best source of scholarship aid outside of a local community is the college. So making sure deadlines are met, and that these are seniors in high school. It's their responsibility, but here's the opportunity. You've got to, reach out and take it, but it's here if you will do that. And this class gives them the opportunity and a little bit of time to work on those applications.
Thank you. Jean?
I appreciate what a great program you have, and the senior project really sounds like a great opportunity for students to really delve deep into an area and to learn quite a bit about that area. I was kind of wondering, in regards to the IPS kind of aspect of it, How do you involve student families, their parents and their families in choosing what pathways the student wants to follow, and getting that parent input? Thank you.
We're getting ready to have the 8th graders come to the high school. And when we put together an enrollment handbook that lists all our classes and all of our pathways and kind of explains that, and there's a little interest inventory there. And so students, when one of the slides you saw, the pre-enrollment form, a student lists on there, I want to be this as a freshman. And then we try to direct them into those pathways. But their sophomore year, they may have totally changed off that enrollment form. And I don't know if you noticed it in the presentation, I believe it's green. The one we put in there's a green. Each class has a different color. And they fill that out and talk to their parents. Parents have got to sign off on that. And we use that. We're getting ready to have a day where the parents and the 8th grade students come in, and we have a public school, and then we have another parochial feeder school. So we have 2 schools. The 8th graders come in, and we present this, and there's an interest inventory that goes along with it to kind of give them a general idea. This is, I want to be in autos, or this is my goal to be in agriculture, or I want to be a nurse, or I want to be a physical therapist. Those things change, but they start as a freshman in that pre-enrollment page, and each year they have an additional pre-enrollment page that they do.
We also push a lot out through social media, what pathways we have, what track you might want to be on. Meet with the parents. That's one thing about being kind of small. You see parents everywhere, so you talk about it even just at the ball game,
Well, thank you very much. I don't see any more questions, but we really appreciate you being here and appreciate the information you've given us. We're very interested in effective individual plans of study. We believe that's critical to success. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
The next presentation is in 2 parts. I'm going to recognize Lori Curtis for the first part, and I've asked Michelle if she will, when we get to the second part, she will make the introductions. Welcome.
Thank you. It is so good to be here. I feel like I'm among friends. It's been a while since I've presented in any capacity here, but it's good to be here today. Is it okay if I go ahead and get started? Today, we are going to talk about 3rd grade reading achievement, the process that you have been involved with as far as looking at dyslexia initiatives and what we can do to better address reading achievement in the state of Kansas. So I am going to probably ask direction on how I forward slides. Is that it? Okay. Right here? Thank you. Thank you very much. You'll see the quote here, it takes both sides to build a bridge. And what's important is that you in this room and the legislature agreed to work on building that bridge. But I will say that my colleague here, Joanne, and the teachers here, we're here to make sure that scaffolding is built on each side so that there's a real strong foundation so that bridge will last for years and years to come. So today we're going to talk about what is the plan for increasing reading achievement, and Joanne and I are going to kind of tag team this presentation, so we'll be going back and forth. I probably should have introduced myself. I'm Lori Curtis. I am the new program manager for early literacy and dyslexia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joanne McCrell. I am the Humanities Program Manager, one of the 2, specializing as far as K through 12 ELA reading and writing. So one of the things that we were looking at when the legislature asked us to come over, they had 2 questions for us. One, how are you going to increase this? First of all, what's the plan? And then how come it isn't increasing, basically? And so those are questions that we're going to talk about today. Some ideas as far as plans to start to stop this spiral and start to look at a comprehensive Kansas plan. And so Lori talked about building the scaffold, and this is presently our working scaffold to look at third grade reading literacy. And there's 5 areas there: knowledgeable teacher and administrators, meaningful assessments, a multi-tiered framework for support, high quality instructional materials, and a pre-K through 16 collaborative effort in order to start to mold this into bringing all these pieces of parts that play a role in it as far as stakeholders are concerned. So that's what we're looking at. One of the things that we know is that other states across the nation that have entered into a comprehensive literacy plan, once that plan has been enacted and implemented and supported, they've seen huge results. And so that is an effort that we're looking to undertake. Lori and I and a few of our colleagues in other areas as far as higher ed, our support institutions, and as far as TASN is concerned, other branches. So another thing that we wanted to do is to make sure that we're being reflective. You don't start into a plan without knowing where you've been and also knowing what works. And so one of the things that we wanted to do is look at what's already in place as far as experts across the state and use them. We also want to look at past initiative of success. So our LINK grant just finished up in December. You heard the report from Kim Muff. What can we look at as far as data is concerned when this really starts to happen in the next 3 years, of what lessons can we learn from the data that are impacting reading achievement in those districts as far as CAP is concerned. Also, redesign, MTSS, and the letters training that we're working on right now. So we know that kids come to us as far as cognitive capacity. 95% of kids are able to read. They are able to learn how to read. 2/3 of those kids, however, need systematic explicit instruction. And we always hear the stories of, well, my kid came to school reading, like they're so far ahead, they don't need that. Well, yeah, that's true in some cases. But the majority of our kids aren't getting what they need. They're getting the instruction that those kids that don't need it to move them along. We're leaving some kids behind, knowing that 15% of that 2/3 also needs more additional time and also support. So one of the big things that we wanted to do is hit the teacher administration and professional development. And on that, we're really looking at the knowledge base of our educators and also our administrators. When we look, we're looking at the evidence-based practices, we're looking at brain-based research, and we're also looking at the science of reading. Furthermore, we got to start to look at professional development a little bit differently, and how we support our educators in the field with that. Sobering statistic: 75% of students who do not read proficiently by 3rd grade never reach proficiency in future grades. It's time to act. This isn't okay. When we look at that 75% of kids, I want to make sure that I get my thoughts down. We've thrown a lot of money in the last 20 years at K through 3, and it hasn't produced the way that we wanted it to. We know that in K through 3, though, we get an investment on our return 2 to 3 times that of what we do in grades 4 through 8 or 9 through 12. But we can't just leave our kids out there to hang dry in grades 4 through 12. So this comprehensive plan, we need to start to look at literacy instruction, not stopping at 3rd grade, not stopping with learning to read. So we need to make sure we're on the road to this one with letters training that was proposed and successes as far as ESSER fund usage of looking at the phonemic awareness, relatively new research, print concepts, and that phoneme graphing correspondence of B is the B, letter B. So the absence, we do know, of direct phonics and phonemic awareness in early grades impedes reading growth in later grades because they're still trying to decode unknown words. And so if they don't have that skill, they can't get it. They can't gain access to the text. One of the sobering, not sobering, but I think very telling is when we were over at the legislature, Jennifer Hansen from Geary County said this quote, "We don't know what we don't know." She had shared her experience as far as Geary County was concerned about how they tried things and how there was change and how it wasn't sustainable. And so then they went this different route. But what we know about what we don't know is we want our teachers to be consciously competent. We want them not only to know the information, but know when to apply it. And then get so good at it that they don't even recognize that they're doing it. And that's what we need our professional development to do, and we need a better structure than what we're providing right now to give it to them. We do look at, we are making headway in that manner as well. The new teacher leader consultant positions and our field educators are going to help us with that training and also with the support for that implementation piece. So basically, teachers are number one. Out of all the factors that we look at in achievement, teachers are number one. Leadership is number two. So it's not enough to just impact our teachers. We also need to impact our leadership as far as what's good instructional practices in reading, what that feedback that they need to give to teachers are, and what teachers' feedback to students needs to be in order to make this achievement happen. So Laura, you're up.
I'm going to talk just a little bit about meaningful assessments, and they're meaningful in lots of ways. They're meaningful not only for us to identify what kids are at risk, it's what we need those screeners for, but it's also for us to use them to find out, is our curriculum working? Is our instructional practice strong? So we need to use them not only to identify our students, but also to be reflective practitioners. So our assessments are going to have multiple roles. The screening is going on right now. We'll have that is happening in every grade level 3 times during the year. They will upload that in the spring. Universal screening is what's going to identify our kids that are at risk, and then the work begins. And then we figure out, looking at diagnostic assessment, what needs to happen. And what I wanted to talk about here is the difference between those K2 screenings and understanding what that is versus why our 3rd grade assessments might not look like we'd like them to look, because these are 2 very different things. Our purpose for our screening is to identify kids that are at risk, and that looks at sub-skills, individual sounds and letters, and how we put those together to make words, and then we start to build those into sentences, where our 3rd grade assessment is largely a comprehension assessment. So it's looking at actually the usage of those. So they're very different things what we're looking at, and so we're going to talk in a little bit about how do we bridge that gap. So we go from our screening and how important our screeners are to identify students, to then move that along to make sure we're measuring reading ability with our 3rd grade assessments. And how do we get from those screening sub-skills and into that big picture for the assessment? And that goes with teachers providing good feedback about what good reading is, what kids need to do, how they're doing as they move along that continuum. So it's that teacher feedback piece that helps our students move along. So like I mentioned a little bit ago, our assessments have to be utilized to inform our policy and our practice, and look at the implementation of our curriculum that we're using. Is what we're doing working? If so, to what extent? If what we're doing isn't working, why isn't it working? Is it the fidelity of what we're doing? Is it student need? Is it looking at different curriculum? And what else then should we be doing?
We're like, is it me? Is it you? I'm sorry. You need a little laughter in the afternoon after you guys have sat here so long. I'm going to talk to you really quickly about multi-tiered framework. Basically, that multi-tiered framework is another piece that, it's a present piece that we already have within our system, but we need to make sure that there's an understanding because there's a lot of people that don't use Kansas MTSS that are trying to build this on their own. And that building it on their own is causing a little bit of heaving this year as far as getting that up and running. So one of the things that we want to make sure of is that that multi-tier framework is early identification to meet kids, what the data says, at the level that they need, and that the intervention matches what the diagnostic is saying, right? The other thing is that we want to be responsive. We don't want to wait until failure occurs. We want to intervene once we know that there's an issue, and we want that timely, and we want to make sure that we progress monitor that we monitor the progress. Do we need to increase the intensity of that intervention with time and or support, or do we need to switch to a different intervention that would also meet what the diagnostic or data is saying? So screening happens 3 times a year. Lori's already told you that. The diagnostic piece I've already mentioned as well, as far as once that screening, if they don't come back on those screeners, as far as the sub-skills that Lori was talking about, then we're going to look at the diagnostic to see where actually we need to intervene in that sub-skill, create groups, provide instruction, monitor progress, and then, like I said, up it or change it. One of the things that research has said, Rust Ed had done this for Kansas MTSS, and it looks at implementation of multi-tiered support. And it's crazy how this stuff always kind of repeats the same information, is that what we found of the implementation of sustaining this and having it implemented with fidelity is that we want to make sure that the school and district leadership are on board, okay? We also want to make sure that we have a building-based MTSS facilitator, someone in that building, not one person going to 6 different elementary schools, but a person within that building dedicated to that data and procurement of trying to meet that target, right? And then common language, so that we can all, when we say literacy, we all mean the same thing. Because when I said literacy, some of you just think reading. Some of you might be, maybe it's reading and writing. And some of you also put in speaking and listening in there as well. And when we're talking about literacy, we're talking about all 3, or 4, sorry, my mistake. So the other thing that MTSS wanted to talk to us about that they presented over there, Casey Piney from Clearwater basically said that the biggest thing that they learned of using Kansas MTSS was problem solving to improve implementation. That was a huge bonus that she saw. She said that helped her and her team ask difficult questions, made them confront those difficult questions that they themselves didn't want to ask or push. Also helped a lot with data analysis. That's what we're seeing, Lori and I both, across the state, is our teachers and our administrators and our districts don't know how to read this data. They're not sure what it means or why it's important, or how do I filter it down into something usable to make decisions on. And then the third one was adopting evidence-based practices of challenging those things that they have done forever that really wasn't evidence-based that they thought was. So what they said as far as Kansas MTSS is it allowed them excellence in teaching because they could read the data, they could ask the tough questions, they could switch on a dime when they needed to in order to help kids achieve.
So we've talked about building that knowledge base of our teachers, looking at meaningful assessments, looking at the MTSS system. But one of the questions I get the most in my 8 weeks that I've been here when I answer the phone is tell me what curriculum I should be using. I need to adopt, this is an expensive process for me, what should I do? Tell me what to do. And as a local control state, we don't do that, but what I want to do is to help guide them in looking at what are the concepts of structured literacy, what do you need to be looking for in curriculum that you do choose, so that they can make a very good informed decision. And so one thing that we're doing is we're creating a tool that will help our educators across the state make that good informed decision based on what's evidence-based practice with structured literacy. And also make sure that it's not just a tool that we hand them, but that there's professional learning for both administration and for the educators that are involved in this process. And it is a process, and that they understand, and we can support them in understanding what they need to know before they start into this process. So high quality instructional materials are critical, and that's one thing that the TLCs that I'm working with are working to create and also design the professional learning around that. Because one thing we know is that this is an equity issue. Because when there are not high quality instructional materials available, teachers will go out and seek whatever they can find, and often they will go to Google or Pinterest. They'll look for whatever they can find that feels like it's going to meet the needs of what they have, and those are not vetted sources. So we want to make sure they have a wealth of resources that are vetted, that are supportive of structured literacy, so they're making good choices around that, because those resources that they will find won't be as high quality, and that tends to impact our low-income students and our students of color the most. So we want to make sure that not only that, but that we use their time wisely in interacting with students, because it takes, Ed reports noted that teachers can spend 7 to 12 hours a week trying to find resources, when we should be able to help guide them into identifying those strong structured literacy resources that they can then pilot and examine on their own and make those decisions themselves. For those of you who might not know me, I spent 15 years as a primary teacher. So I'm a recovering kindergarten teacher. I'm just going to lay that out there, I am. And then I spent almost that long in higher education, working with pre-service teachers initially, and then graduate students in reading instruction. And you know, our teachers that come up and take methods, you know, they take biology in high school and college biology, and they go into our science methods. And our language arts teachers, you know, they've had you know, their English class or their basic comp and math methods. And then I would get them in my reading methods course. And they've never really heard about a digraph or a blend or a diphthong, if that terminology was ever used with them. So there's a lot to learn content-wise when you're working with literacy methods students. But I will tell you, it was in August when I heard Dr. Watson talk about this position as one that would give a common understanding of what good reading instruction is, K-12 through 16, and that there would be that articulation that drew me to apply for this job. Because I really feel that until we get that articulation between our in-service and our pre-service teachers in higher ed, it's really a battle that we're going to be fighting. And I saw it from my side, where my students that I would send out into the schools would go in and they would just pick up right whatever that teacher was doing that's the way I'm going to teach Dr. Curtis. It doesn't really matter what you told me, because this is how they really do it in the schools. And that could be an excellent model, or it might not be an excellent model. So the fact that we're going to have one articulated message is going to make, I think, a huge impact in improving the literacy of our kids in Kansas, which is why I'm here. So there are collaborative efforts that we're working on to bring one common voice. Our partners in higher ed have aligned the International Dyslexia Association standards to their undergraduate courses. All of them have submitted their assurance forms. They are providing professional development for our teachers, and we're working together in that. They're designing strong reading specialist programs and endorsements and recommendations for the science of reading and information on dyslexia in their programs. And then as the comprehensive literacy plan hopefully moves forward, they will be a partner in that design as well.
We have a couple of questions before we move on. Jim?
Lori, come on, here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, get up there. Welcome.
Thank you.
The two things that I heard here today out of what you did, and if you gave me a written test, an oral test, or whatever, I could not repeat much of what you said. You know, good information, I'm sure, but. And the one thing that just resonates with me is that by third grade, we pretty much set the path. We pretty much know who's going to make it and who's not. Now, there are lots of interventions and people and things that we do later. We spend a lot of money, but if we spend the effort and the energy and use the best programs available with the best teachers available, we could change the course of many students' academic success because of reading.
I agree.
That's the main thing I heard, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not sure that the rest of the stuff you said resonated or connected to what I just said, because you're throwing a lot of, it was like a hose of water coming on. Okay, you know, I'm sure the information was really good, and I'm trying to remember back to one of the early reading classes I took in 1973, you know, and I'm trying to, wow, it sounds like that. I kind of remember it, kind of don't. What I'm saying is, I think you said a lot of good stuff. That I'm going to understand it. I won't speak for my other board members. It's unlikely that I'm going to be able to go much more than what I just said, what I learned. But I really would like to know more, because this might be the second most important thing that we do at this board table. Physical safety is probably first, that they're healthy and safety. But this is essential. And Mr. Chair, and Dr. Watson, we need to be the leaders of this. We need to be carrying the flag. But the presentation I just heard, I can't really go out and say what we're doing. A lot of stuff I just heard.
It's coming.
You know,
It's coming.
you know, yeah. So I'm excited about that.
Okay, good.
But it has to be in a language that, and it has to be in a format that I can take it and, as you say, talk across common language with superintendents, principals, teachers, parents, you know. But the big thing has to be, we have to focus on that pre-K through 3 efforts to improve literacy if we want to see test scores change and academic success for each student when they get to 10th and 11th and 12th grade. Thank you.
Betty?
Okay, quick question, because oftentimes benchmarks help us figure out what direction we need to be going. So the concept or the idea of third grade being that critical time to If a kid's not reading by third grade, the greater tendency to drop out of school. Now, my question is, do we also have a benchmark that indicates when kids start to get excited about reading? You can't wait until they get into third grade and then create this curiosity and this love for reading. There has to be a point when, okay, now we see why it's so critical that parents start reading to their kids when
Yes.
they're babies, and it teaches them to listen and all of these great things. And I'm just kind of curious because I know many families that relate to or will look at what is my kid supposed to be doing by this age? And so that's what motivates me. Okay, well, I need to be on track with this. If you're saying, is there any kind, that's a long way around to get back to the question, is there some kind of benchmark that we have where just learning to love the idea of reading, being read to, and how that's cultivated and how that information can be disseminated to help many families who don't appreciate this?
Absolutely. And I've been meeting, and this last week, I met with our early childhood people upstairs for this very thing because it's oral language that is the foundation for reading and an understanding of how important oral language is through family, through reading stories, hearing stories, being read to, that kids hearing those words, that's the foundation for what they will be reading. And so at the summer academies this summer, I don't know, some of you probably saw that one of the TLCs that I selected, she's a speech language pathologist to really help us focus on the value of that oral language piece as that foundation to reading. But as far as loving reading and being motivated to read, absolutely. That is also in our standards as far as understanding stories and being able to talk about your favorite parts of stories and what you love about reading. So while we talk about the structured literacy, it isn't devoid of the importance of being read to or having, I'm a read aloud queen. So, I'm going to read aloud to my kids in my kindergarten classroom multiple times every day because that's giving them that oral vocabulary that they need. That will be the foundation for this reading skill. So there's reading instruction, but there's also that joy of reading that's included. One isn't at the expense of another. No? Did I answer your question?
Jean.
Yes, I think that was a great presentation, and I just wanted to let you know I really appreciate the articulation aspect of what you're trying to do so that basically we keep everybody on the same page, so to speak. I think it'll really help us achieve literacy for all students because we'll all be rowing in the same direction.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, continue, please.
Okay, so one of the things, I'm just going to go back to what Betty was saying as far as the love of reading. I will say that one of the things that we need to consider is that parent involvement piece and how we start to apply that for parents who do not have that are not literate themselves enough to read to their kids. How do we start to grow that population so that we see the value of reading displayed within that home as well? And so that's another thing that I've kind of been looking at and reached out to Jane Groff from K-Perk to kind of see how she may help us with that as well. So, and I thought Lori was going to go more on as far as her love of reading because I'm also middle school recovering teacher in which love to do read alouds with kids and stop at that moment that just drove them insane. And they were like, McGraw, keep reading. And I'm like, tomorrow, we'll do it tomorrow. So they would be able to do these pieces that I'm going to talk about. So one of the problems with the third grade reading assessment is that it falls at the time in which kids are transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn.
What does that mean? That means that I understand that is run, right? And I can blend that together. Lori's going to talk about that in a minute. But knowing that and then being able to interpret what it means are two vastly different skills. And not all students come to school with this similar access to reading. Use me as an example. I come from a family, my mother was an 18-year-old high school graduate, and my father was a 16-year-old GED proficient. I had a 30 million word gap when I came to kindergarten. Not only that, but there wasn't much reading allowed in my household. We had Bible stories, I remember every once in a while, that were read to me. But no access, really. My mom thinks, she says, Joanne, thank God for Sesame Street, or you would have never learned how to read. Okay? Sad, but true. The other thing is that my dad died shortly after I started school, when I was in the first grade, March of my first grade year, and that severely diminished our ability to rise above the poverty line because we lived on Social Security. So my background knowledge was limited to my immediate family and my extended family of my grandparents and my aunts and uncles. So I was that kid. I was that kid that wasn't supposed to make it. And I tell you that because I think we need to start to look at kids like me or similar to me and what happens during this learning to read, reading to learn jump. That reading, that 30 million word gap, if it wasn't for read alouds from my kindergarten and first grade teacher, my vocabulary wouldn't have grown. I came from a blue collar background. The other thing is that I did not have concepts of print, which means how to hold the book, that you read left to right, that this is a word and this is a sentence. I didn't have those things. Okay, so that was all being taught to me. So I was coming in 2 years behind some kids that were those kids that came in reading. Okay, so I learned how to read K through 2, probably even up to 3rd grade. And then it shifted into reading to learn on us. And what that means is you do it all yourself and you figure it out. Okay, I do it independently. I read by myself. I have to figure out what the story means and why the character did what they did. And I have to figure out these sentence structures in which my family doesn't talk like that. Okay, and so hence I'm unable to grasp meaning from those sentences and from those words. And so what happened is the kids' working memory, the ability to attend to reading, fractures. They can't do it. They're overloaded. And so the comprehension then is no longer active. I can't get meaning from the text. I'm on a word-by-word basis. And so I'm not reading with automaticity, which means I'm pulling those words from my brain. And I'll give you a case in point. And then I'm going to let Lori show the other side. So I always use this example when I'm talking to people because, and you may remember it because I probably said it to you at some point. But I want you to think of what you used to sweep your kitchen floor. Now spell it. 2 things usually happen when I give you those questions. The first one is you get a picture in your mind of what it is that sweeps the floor. The second one that usually happens for those of us who have automaticity with that word is you see the word broom spelled out in perfect, basically typographical font or handwriting, so that when I see the word broom, my brain, I don't have to do anything. Boom, it's already there. It recognizes it. Okay? And so that's the learning to read part, what I just gave you. Lori's going to talk about the reading to learn part, that shift that happens.
I'm just going to give you this word. So we're going to work on those sounds. That's that early reader. And so if I asked you to use a sentence using the word run, Michelle, what would you say? I put her on spot. Anyone else would have, you can phone a friend.
I love to run.
I love to run. So if you're thinking about that, I'm a child, I'm spelling the word run. I've had a teacher that's worked with me on letters and sounds. I've got the sound, I've got the word. But then I get into 2nd or 3rd grade and I'm reading a passage and it talks about he's going to run for office. Or I'm going to run some numbers. Or I'm going to run an errand. Or there's a run on the bank. And because I'm an old person, I might have a run in my hose. So that idea of what a child goes from learning to read and sounding out a word and understanding what that word means to being able to apply it in lots of different contexts, maybe with no direct instruction about vocabulary for all of those words, that's a huge shift. So that's why when we talk about a lot of what we're assessing with those early grade readers, we're working a lot with that and then working with them to make that big jump, that shift to comprehending. And that's what makes it tricky when we try to measure on a 3rd grade assessment, and we've been doing a lot of sounds and letters and that portion of reading instruction. And so Joanne and I are going to talk to you a little bit about something we think which will help inform that work.
So what we're proposing, or what we proposed over across the street, is to look at a 2nd grade assessment. And part of the reason why is because what happens is our kids come up and teachers are doing phenomenal work, which these ladies are going to come up and tell you about it in just a second, are doing phenomenal work to get our kids to that reading to learn part, right? And so what we're looking at is looking at a pre-post 2nd grade assessment. Pre-assessment is going to be one in which we look as far as foundational reading and oral reading fluency, not only the rate of how many words they can read, I call it spitting words, and accuracy of how well they can say those words, right? But also the prosody that is also involved within it of when I pause, or when I change loudness, or pitch goes up or down, all influences what happens with text. And so then, because that comprehension piece, our kids in 2nd grade, even a 2nd grade comprehension is a word-based comprehension piece. It's understanding the words, not understanding necessarily the meaning attached to those words. So we're looking at doing a pre-test for comprehension to help assess where our teachers spend time in getting kids to that, I always get them mixed up when I do this, to get them to that point where they are gaining meaning from text, right? The reading to learn part. So that is what we're proposing. We propose, as far as a pre-post format, to help teachers see the growth within their kids as far as pre and post, but also that post assessment would transfer up to that 3rd grade. So teachers have data that informs instruction from day 1. We don't have that with comprehension right now. And so that is what we're proposing as far as that 2nd grade assessment. And so our plan moving forward, basically, here's where we're getting to it. What we want is we want that knowledgeable piece for teachers and admin. We want to increase the number of teachers trained in letters. Kids have to know how to decode. They have to be able to decode unknown words. And they have to start to put that in prosody as far as what it sounds like when we talk normally. How they read, right? So that they can comprehend. Because if I start to disjoint my words into word chunks, like some kids do, they're not getting it, okay? Every time you take that pause, it dumps into your front of your brain and it tries to comprehend those 2-word chunks. Not gonna happen. So that's one. The other one, we want to train administrators in literacy leadership for what it looks like good literacy instruction, so they know. So when they walk into a room, they know, and they know how to support that teacher and bringing them along. And then the third thing we're looking at on this one is coaching, okay? You have a coach, helps you out, makes you better. We need that in our schools. Right now, only our large districts have that opportunity. That's an access and equity issue. Furthermore, we want to look at job-embedded professional development, which means if I know this stuff already, then I'm going to start to work with a team of teachers to do a project and look at that project to see how we can impact and do this better, right? So that is what we're proposing for knowledge and of teachers and administrators.
Then we'd like to improve our pre-K2 data collection and evaluation, looking at that early childhood piece, looking at our screeners, what we're getting from our screeners, what do we do with diagnostics, and then looking again at that second grade assessment so we can inform our third grade state assessment. And then also looking at text complexity, making sure that our assessments that we do use are accurate and reliable, and review the standards for proper alignment. And then I mentioned already about looking at high quality instructional materials and how to guide districts in helping them make their decisions based on what we know about the evidence and structured literacy, so they can make good decisions for the students in their districts.
So our purpose for all of this is to create that college and career graduate who can access any text that has every pathway open to them. Because if they are unable to read and gain meaning from text that is difficult, then they have equity in any path they choose. Otherwise, they're doomed, like Mr. McNeese was saying, to that failure rate of those 75% of kids can't catch up to reading proficiency. They'll make improvements, but they won't catch up. So that is what we're looking at. We're also looking at sustaining that growth in 4 through 12. Reading instruction should not stop at third grade. I think we're under the disillusionment that it does. It does not. It gets more complex with how paragraphs are structured and text is structured and how you have multiple ideas in one paragraph and it changes on you, and kids need help with that. The other thing is to build a sustainable framework for increasing literacy achievement. So this is what this looks like right now. When we get our stakeholders on it, it will start to change and grow, and hopefully it will make an impact on third grade reading achievement, because we got to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Go ahead and introduce
Yeah.
them. Okay, thank you, Chairman Porter. I would like to introduce some fine ladies that have been working on literacy for a long time, and they'll introduce themselves when they get to the podium, and I'll let them take it from here. Thank you, ladies.
And let me indicate, we know that we're way behind schedule, and we know that's not your problem, that's ours, so you don't have to take the time you need. The only thing is that I'll forego, Erica, the obnoxious questions.
Hi, everyone. I want to start by saying thank you. Also by saying I was asked to go first, so I'm the one tasked with keeping on schedule that we're already beyond. So I have prepared a huge lecture and conversation for you guys that I have decided to just toss. We have heard a lot of information tonight, a lot of wonderful information. And I want to start by just telling a little bit about my background. My bachelor's is in education, master's in speech language pathology, a current doctoral candidate in speech language pathology focusing on literacy. As far as my professional experience, I've worked at the university level in both research as well as an instructor. I've been a classroom teacher in public schools. I have been a speech-language pathologist in public schools, as well as a speech-language pathologist at Children's Mercy hospitals and clinics, and currently the co-owner of a private speech-language pathology practice in Kansas City, where we treat individuals birth to adults for all traditional, typical speech and language needs, but focusing on dyslexia diagnostics and intervention. Enough about all of that to get to the relevance. I spend the vast majority of my time working as a consultant for many school districts, small, large, in the state of Kansas and Oklahoma, helping provide guidance around the different legislation, mandates, initiatives that we just heard a lot about. I'm very passionate about that, being able to use my experiences and to bridge that gap between the research, education, and clinical worlds. My goal here tonight, though, is not to talk about those experiences because you've heard those and you're going to hear more, but it's to make the request and to bring the awareness to how we can go about this and detect these difficulties earlier, okay? We heard about the need to not only detect but intervene prior to 3rd grade, and we can do that, okay? By focusing on our early childhood, our preschools, both private and public, our infant toddler services, we can do just that, okay? Research tells us that individuals with speech and language difficulties are 4 to 5 times more likely to have future literacy difficulties. Where does a parent go when they have concerns with those early speech and language milestones? They reach out to infant toddler services. They put their child in preschool thinking they just need exposure. By providing similar guidance and learning opportunities for our early childhood educators, our speech-language pathologists, working with those populations, we can detect this earlier, which will not only reduce those educational gaps that the kids see, those negative consequences of not liking to read. Children don't like to read because they have that difficulty in the foundation of either word reading or oral language skills. So if we can get them what they need earlier, we can drastically reduce anxiety, depression, potential truancy, dropout, incarceration later on, okay? So to leave you with work of 2 researchers, Tumner and Goff, they tell us that reading comprehension is the product. So reading comprehension, we read to understand it, to comprehend it, okay? It's the product of word recognition and language comprehension, all right? So word recognition meaning everything that our current initiatives are doing, K through 12, which is requiring that explicit phonological and phonics instruction at the elementary level, okay? That makes us a quick, fluent, fast, effortless word reader, okay? There's that other aspect, though, of language comprehension, okay? If we just focus on the reading, which is crucial and essential, we can't leave that out. We can read those words, but we don't understand what they mean. We have to provide the vocabulary knowledge, background knowledge, content knowledge, semantics, syntax, everything that our structured literacy initiatives are giving K through 12. But if we can tackle that earlier and intervene earlier, we can drastically reduce the negative consequences in children and the load on our K-12 systems. So thank you guys so much and have a nice evening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erica Mickelson, and I am the Director of Elementary Ed at Auburn-Washburn School District here in Topeka. One of the things that Jamie and I wanted to talk about is we felt that fire. And the process and the journey, you're going to get a document, and it's very lengthy, and I'll let you look at that. But we really wanted to show our path to structured literacy and when it started. And you can see that it started way back in 2016. And that was actually before I started in Auburn-Washburn. So this work, we knew that this was crucial and critical in looking at the data, not only for our 3rd grade students, but also for our students above that, even up to seniors in high school, because they have been a part of literacy that hasn't had that systematic explicit instruction with phonics. So they are lacking skills, and we are having to intervene with intervention. So some of those things we just knew we needed to tackle just within our district, and how do we do that? We started piecing things together. One of the things that was lacking was a universal screener. So that was something that we looked at with having a progress monitoring tool as well. And that kind of began that ball. And that ball just started rolling within intervention with tier 2 and tier 3. We also started looking at how we could pilot things and how we could really build our own and have our teacher leaders pilot, learn, and just absorb all of that knowledge, create things within ourselves. Because when you look at a curriculum resource rollout, in our district alone, an ELA resource can be upwards of $1 million. That's a lot of money. And sometimes you have a social studies need, you might also have a science need, and you might also have a mathematics need. So how do you look at that with also wanting to consider teacher implementation fatigue? Because when you throw new things at teachers, they need time to learn. They need time to dig in. They need time to understand the why. Because people like me, I've been in it. I've been entrenched in it, I've been learning it. So it's up to me and it's up to other teacher leaders to really have their backs and to be able to provide that knowledge for them, the reason why we're doing it, the data. Why are our third graders the way they are when we are putting our heart and soul into instruction and teaching? What do we need to do to shift that instruction in order to make it to where we do have students that are succeeding? From 2019 to 2022, and then I added a couple of bullets of our future work, we really looked at that and did the piecing together. We looked at decodable text instead of guided reading books for our youngest learners. We looked at word study instead of spelling lists. These are things that are coming about from letters learning that we've had with that letters piece, as well as learning that we have done at the district level to know that we need to make these small shifts so this big change, because it is big change, doesn't feel like a huge tidal wave. Then COVID hit and it was a tidal wave. And so we did have to kind of, manage the change within that. But the teachers realize the need. And it's amazing to hear the teachers, they say, the puzzle pieces are starting to fit and now they can see it. Before it was, oh, we're changing this, we're changing this, we're changing this. And now it's, oh my gosh, I know why we changed this. I can see that. I had a teacher, there was a kindergarten teacher that we wanted to come, but she had a death in the family. So she was unable to be here, but she wanted me to share her words. Auburn-Washburn's shift to structured literacy and the science of reading has changed my reading instruction for the better. Even though we shifted our ways of teaching and adopted new resources throughout these last 2 crazy years, I feel strongly that the students I'm sending to first grade are equipped with everything they need to continue their path of becoming fluent readers. The academic jump from kindergarten to first grade is huge, and I don't know if I could have always had that kind of confidence. Using our phonics resource to teach my students the skills they need to be readers in a whole group setting, and then continuing to explicitly teach those same exact skills in small groups using decodable text has been seamless. And then she goes on to explain that all of that instruction has helped her to know where the gaps are, and she's not having to go to Pinterest or to the internet. She knows that we have done our work and our due diligence to provide them, the teachers, the resources to use to teach that. She also goes on to say, using these research-based strategies we know are effective and refreshing our own instructional methods with letters training, my PLC team is better able to identify which areas and skills students are missing. We have been previewing a reading resource that has been helping develop students' vocabulary, comprehension, and listening skills, which in turn will help boost their reading and decoding. The way they think about sounds and words as a whole has been exciting to see. When they begin to see for themselves how all of these components of literacy are working together, they have this ownership of their own learning that I haven't seen very often in the 10 years I've been in kindergarten. They are excited about reading again. So that's from a kindergarten teacher that lived through the 2 crazy years we've had so far. And she was one that was kind of antsy, when we would say, we're going to do this, are you in? She would say, I'm in, but you could kind of see the anxiety in her shoulders a little bit. So I think it's a true testament to how hard our teachers are working, even through all the shifts and changes. They were willing to do it. They were willing to roll up their sleeves. And now we are seeing some of that success. And Jamie's going to talk about some of our data.
Okay, I'm going to move really fast, but this document that we handed out shows kind of this 7-year progression that we've been on to implement structured literacy, which is essentially what our leaders from KSDE just talked about. And so what we want to be able to do is shorten that trajectory for other districts. We learned this on our own, and through this knowledge, we can help other districts do it quicker. But what you'll see on the backside of this paper after you look at all of these steps, I will tell you for a 6A district, to get a K through 6 curriculum that encompasses all of these pieces, English language arts, Erica wasn't joking, it usually is a little over 1 million. And so our last adoption was about 10 years ago. And so in order to get this next one, we've had to do it in increments so that we can save money and afford it in that way. And that's why it's really essential that we do this well at the state level, so that our school districts aren't spending money on resources that aren't going to meet the needs and get that 3rd grade reading up. So what you'll see on the backside of this is kind of what our KSDE partners were talking about earlier is we want that screening data, and we want to know how our kids are performing. So this is Auburn-Washburn screening data, and this encompasses 7 elementaries, 2 of which are full title buildings, 2 of which are partial title. So when you look at this screening data, you'll see 2016, 17, and then through 2020, 2021. It is spring data, so we'll start that assessment here at the end of the year. That's why I don't have this year's data. But what we're so proud of too is if you look at our 2020, 2021 data, we weathered COVID pretty well. You'll see in K and 1, we're a little bit lower that year, but if you think about it, our 1st graders missed the end of their kindergarten year. We got our kids back in person by October and kept our elementaries in. But we do have a little bit of work there. But we would not have been able to maintain as much as we have been without the structured literacy approach that KSDE is also talking about. So one of the things that was so exciting for me to hear, and I keep looking at Jim because we were on the dyslexia task force together, is a lot of the things that the dyslexia task force put together is what KSDE was talking about today. Those come right from those recommendations, how we can improve reading scores. And so when I was thinking about, what are the lessons that we've learned and how can we help other districts in Kansas move quicker so we can get these scores up, I was cracking up because my recommendations look really similar to the presentation we just heard. You've got to keep funding universal screening. That is the best thing that you all did, was give FastBridge as an option, a universal screener to our districts. We haven't switched to FastBridge yet because we're piloting things and want to watch our data, but that will save us funds that we can then use on curricular resources. So we appreciate that work. The other thing I put down here is MTSS. I did MTSS 20 years ago. We've had this structure in our State Department forever, and it's beautiful. So I think what we lack sometimes is it's volunteer. Having a 3-tiered system, which is what MTSS is, a part of our KISA accreditation, but how do we make an urgency so that all of our districts adopt it? And like Lori Curtis said, not only do they adopt it, but they do it well. So that's what I challenge you guys to think about. How can we get those structures in place? The other things is please consider continuing to fund letters, because that was our foundational training in our district. It will really transform that foundational knowledge. But then we've got to move on how to apply those things. And then I talked about professional development for administrators and curriculum leaders on
on selection of resources, which is exactly what Lori would say. However, I will challenge, go further. Don't just provide them a tool to vet resources. We know good ones. Let's list them out. Colleen Zink and I from Blue Valley, we've had discussions about the different resources that we use, how they work for different kids. We can make an approved list, and not necessarily approved in that you have to use it, but here, this will get you started. Now you can vet these for your students. We know what works, so let's give those resources out. The other thing I put in here is a comprehensive assessment system. And we've got a good step on that universal screening, but I challenge you guys to think about, instead of a state assessment that is built by KU on our standards, don't we want to know how we're performing nationally? Could we instead have an assessment that's nationally normed? I will tell you, most districts purchase their own. We use MAP on top of this state assessment because we want to know how we're performing 3 times a year. The state assessment for us, that data comes too late, so it doesn't inform our practice. So then we have to bring something in. It'd be nice to have that as our state assessment. And then as kids get into high school, it's that beautiful ACT and work keys becomes your assessment component. The other thing I put on here is I heard Lori talk about putting that team together. We are all like dying to support Lori in this work. Bring us into your meetings. Let us tell you what we've struggled at, what we've failed at, so that we can help districts not go through that. Because again, it's been a 7-year journey for us, and we need to make this quicker. The other thing I just encourage is don't get distracted. We're on a really good trajectory with what KSDE just presented to us. I know you're all under heat at the government level with our education committee, but we're getting there, and we're gonna succeed and get those 3rd graders up, but we have to stay the course, and it's gonna take time. So, thank you.
You're not off the hook yet. Ann has a question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really a question for Randy, although you guys know you're singing to the choir, right? Because we got pressure when COVID first came around to dump this plan.
Don't dump it.
We already told them no. We
Good,
already said
good,
you have
good,
to do
good.
the training and you have to get the structure.
It takes time.
So my question for Randy is, looking at Auburn Washburn's timeline, and they've been at it for a while. They have a lot of resources, and I see they're kind of taking a year off moving forward with reading because they're doing a new math curriculum. But even at that, with all that they've done, they won't have full implementation till 23, 24. So what are you hearing from the field? What could we realistically expect pretty much statewide to have structured literacy really fully implemented? Is it, we looking 23, 24, or even beyond that?
Well, I think Jamie's right. They can help us a lot speed up their 7-year process. So
yes.
So I think she would be the first to say, if we were starting today, we could speed that process up. And you have to, there's so many parts to this. So you have to think about letters training and the amount of money. You have to talk about curriculum resource development. You have to talk about ongoing staff development, as was talked about. Once they get the materials, they have to have time to absorb that and how that's going to work. I would ask that question back to Jamie. I mean, if you
I just was calculating in my brain. I think if the funds would have been in our reserves or our textbook line, and if we would have been primed, because, you know, anytime new standards come out, we're adopting new curriculums. So that's social emotional learning, it's social studies, it's science, it's math, it's, you know, literacy, which includes writing, speaking, all of those things. But I think the quickest with good PD implementation is about 3 years. I think you could do it in 3 years, but you have to layer in MTSS or you're really ineffective at finding kids that are struggling.
I would also say this too, Ann, this is true for everyone. We have a unique period. So COVID has been horrible, right? Except an influx of money that we have never seen.
Yep.
We've only scratched the surface on ESSER 3, and 20% of that has to go to learning loss. Any school district not doing well in literacy can dump all of that money into a curriculum right now that they may not have in their general fund to help accelerate
So
that
regretful I didn't have it 3 years ago.
or mathematics.
yeah.
They can do that now, and they most. You know, I mean, our DeSoto's, Blue Valleys, and some are going, oh, we don't quite have that. But most of our districts, even within the 20%, could make a terrific inroads, which again speeds that up.
Yeah, if they will. I mean,
And I
like
think
you said,
that's
it costs
why,
money to change a curriculum.
and that's why all of us want to be resources. Everything that was presented before we came up was so beautiful, but we have this unique viewpoint of, hey, this isn't going to work for these types of, when we look at our structured literacy tools for tier 2 and tier 3, we have 6 or 7. And they range from 95% group to Take Flight to Wilson to Just Words to Foundations. I mean, we have tons, but we have to have different ways because kids present different cognitively. And so we've got to be able to piece those together. So that's the piece that we want to be able to partner with KSDE and help these districts that don't have curriculum leaders or coaches. How can we help you? Give you some recommendations. Let's look at your data. How many title buildings do you have? And let's go to work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Thank you for not only the time you've provided us here today, but more importantly for the time this board devoted to understanding the reading concerns for dyslexic students in Kansas through the creation of the Dyslexia Task Force. My hope is that after hearing from each of us today, you will recognize it was a monumental step in the right direction, but just the beginning to a long-awaited movement. My name is Colleen Zink. I have 22 years of professional experience as an elementary teacher and reading specialist in both parochial and public school settings. I have a master's degree in curriculum and instruction, am a national board certified teacher, and a certified member of the Orton Gillingham Academy. I am on the board of directors for the Kansas, Missouri branch of the International Dyslexia Association and currently work as the dyslexia coordinator for the Blue Valley School District in Overland Park. In Blue Valley, your work is reflected in the adoption of a universal screener for reading. All elementary staff has received training in administration of this assessment, and it is utilized 3 times per year. This tool has been successful in identifying students with potential reading difficulties. However, Blue Valley did not stop here. The universal screener data illuminated areas of concern for individual students. These concerns required further action on our part if we were to target and improve reading outcomes for our students. Therefore, we used 2 additional assessments to target a student's needs, identify appropriate interventions, and generate a starting place for instruction. We also progress monitor students with materials aligned to the universal screener to adjust instruction as needed to ensure success and growth for every student. Following the recommendations from the task force, we have adopted a core phonics program and a phonological awareness curriculum that are rooted in structured literacy principles. The ongoing job-embedded training we provide through our building-based reading specialist, instructional design coaches, and district-wide professional learning has aided our teachers in a shift in thinking about how students learn to read and how our pedagogy must change. It isn't an easy shift because the teachers have a lot of learning to do since their undergraduate or even master's program most likely did not prepare them to teach the structure of our language as it aligns with the science and research in how we learn to read. To combat this challenge, Blue Valley is participating in LETTERS training, or Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, with funds provided by the State Department of Education. This is a huge step and one our teachers were craving. Right now, we have 125 educators in the first 2 cohorts, but anticipate 425 will complete the training by the time funds expire in 2024. The knowledge and experience gained through this training will dramatically increase the participating teacher's ability to implement structured literacy. LETTERS is offered to pre-K through 3rd grade teachers, but training of this sort beyond 3rd grade should be a future consideration.
the varied needs to help teachers, parents, and other stakeholders understand dyslexia, implement effective professional learning, and learn teaching strategies aligned with the science of reading prompted my district to create the position I now hold. I train staff at all levels, observe and provide feedback to staff, participate in IEP meetings for dyslexic students, advise IEP teams, and provide leadership in all aspects related to literacy. I am honored to guide teachers and other staff members with best practices to help our students with dyslexia. This ongoing contact and professional learning has positively impacted our teachers, but most importantly, our students. One elementary special education teacher relayed this message to me. Using what I learned in your training has made a huge difference for my students. They are finally getting it. It is never too late to help our students with dyslexia. A high school special education teacher has wholeheartedly embraced the learning and began to implement explicit vocabulary instruction with a high school senior. This dyslexic student is finally seeing herself as a successful student, which is a direct result of one teacher with the proper knowledge to teach a student with dyslexia. This success can be replicated for all students in Kansas. It is time to continue the significant work that was started by the Dyslexia Task Force. State assessment scores are showing the desperate need for something to be altered to produce different results. In 2018, according to the Kansas Report Card on ksde.org, only 37% of students from 3rd grade to high school scored in the top 2 performance categories, meaning they showed an effective or excellent ability to understand and use the English language arts skills and knowledge needed for post-secondary readiness. That means 63% of our students showed a limited or basic ability to use these skills. All students should have an effective ability or better, because no matter the path one chooses after high school, reading and writing will be necessary for success. These numbers have changed very little over the last 3 years, so something isn't right, something isn't working. Breaking down the data even further reveals a shift in post-secondary readiness starting in 8th grade. Data from 2018, 2019, and 2021 indicate an average of 25% of students statewide demonstrated abilities needed for post-secondary readiness. So where does that leave the other 75%? These stagnant test scores can be addressed through best practice of literacy instruction for all students K through 12. Even though we may get students to be on grade level by 3rd grade, according to this one assessment, it does not mean a student's literacy journey is complete. The demands on students for proficiency in reading and writing change and become increasingly more taxing as they move through high school. Structured literacy principles do not stop at reading. Writing is a critical component as well. In fact, research suggests that reading and writing skills are best developed when taught and practiced in conjunction. Just like with reading, writing instruction needs to be systematic, sequential, cumulative, and direct. This purposeful effort will increase reading comprehension, reading fluency, and writing proficiency. Our future in literacy in the state of Kansas is not grim and hopeless if we recognize the need for a conscientious and sustained effort to change. Continued efforts to provide recommendations from a new literacy task force is vital to the success for every student in our state. Recommendations, and possibly new legislation, force change. This new literacy task force needs to be comprised of stakeholders who have extensive training in structured literacy. Well-informed and productive conversations are necessary to further the work that has already begun. We want to provide our Kansas teachers with the proper guidance and professional learning to create, and professional learning critical to creating literate students. This new literacy task force should be charged with the following tasks. Work closely with Lori Curtis to continue the initiative set forth by the Dyslexia Task Force, as well as looking closely at literacy at the secondary levels. Create recommendations for improving reading and writing instruction for students all the way through high school. Continue or advance professional learning opportunities for K through 12 educators for understanding and implementing structured literacy. Provide guidance to districts regarding curricula and resources that align with the science of reading and structured literacy. Review the ELA state standards for alignment to the structured literacy approach and principles, and engage in discussions regarding disciplinary literacy, meaning ways that literacy is used to create, disseminate, and critique information in the various disciplines. Teachers enter this meaningful, hard,
but rewarding profession to make a difference in young people's lives. We have an obligation to provide them with the knowledge, strategies, and tools to magnify the impact they have. Thank you very much.
Good evening. It was afternoon when I wrote my remarks, so I'm already a little off.
Well, technically, it's still afternoon,
Okay.
for a little while longer.
Okay. Sorry, this might help. Hello, my name is Holly Palacio. My husband and I are 19-year residents of Olathe. We have three unique children. Our youngest was diagnosed at 4 months old with a rare genetic disorder called tuberous sclerosis complex. He developed seizures, and that's what led to that diagnosis. This disorder is researched by the National Institute of Health due to its designation as a linchpin disorder. This means that research into this rare disorder improves the treatments, prevention, and outcomes in the lives of those with many other commonly known complex medical conditions, to include autism, epilepsy, a rare lung condition known as LAM, Parkinson's disease, congenital heart defects, and polycystic kidney disease. Solving for the specific treatment of our son's rare disorder improves the lives of many in the general population. Our other son is the reason I'm here today. I became a parent education advocate due to his diagnosis late in the spring of his 5th grade year with dyslexia. We knew early on, though, that he was struggling. When he was very young, he was incredibly articulate. His oral reading or his oral skills were actually advanced for his age. He had a broad vocabulary, and he was very advanced in his receptive and expressive vocabulary. In preschool, he was a peer model, but his teacher noted that on any given day, he may or may not know letters that he knew the day before. At home, we noticed he didn't prefer his right or his left hand, and he had difficulty learning to ride a bike due to balance issues, and was easily overwhelmed with multi-step directions. In kindergarten, he was well-liked, had lots of friends, was easily distracted. He finished 4 reading levels behind the standard. By 2nd grade, he was struggling with all assignments. He was pulled out for practice in spelling and reading, and he was unable to sit still. He was diagnosed with ADHD, and the teacher reported improvement in his behavior in class. He finished levels behind his peer in assessments, while being denied IEP services in reading due to satisfactory grades. By 5th grade, he had stomach aches and didn't want to go to school. He was well-liked, but his teacher called him out for not following directions regularly. There was a 14-step process for him to get from the car going into school to prepared and ready to learn in the morning before bell, and he couldn't do it alone. He needed one-on-one assistance, and I was it. By the time we got to middle school, he had been diagnosed with dyslexia. We pulled him out of public school as they still found that he was not eligible for IEP services, and he spent his middle school year away from his friends and sports. But with private tutoring and the individual attention at his private school, he did begin to see progress. At his request, we returned to public school for high school, and he is currently a junior with 504 accommodations. Across all subjects, he still needs to be taught in a structured, cumulative, multisensory way, and he can tell you the classes where he and any classmates are lost due to lack of an explicit instruction. He has become an articulate advocate for himself and others. He testified in support of the creation of the Dyslexia Task Force and spoke at the recent school board meeting last year when compliant curriculum and teacher training was approved by our district. My reason for being here today is to talk to you about the fidelity and the framework of our statewide rollout of the Dyslexia Task Force requirements. Usually when we talk about fidelity in education, we are talking about how closely a specific implementation is aligned with the way the intervention or curriculum was designed. For your purposes, I would like to talk to you about how closely the implementation of literacy efforts across the state can be implemented to the way it was designed for success. Currently, districts across the state have been given notice by this board and KSDE what the task force requirements are and when they need to be implemented. Across the state, districts began this process with varying degrees of progress, even through pandemic disruptions, and that is to be commended. I also take a moment to commend you for keeping to that timeline. It is greatly appreciated, and students' future progress is dependent on this and reflects well on your commitment to these literacy goals. Kansas Can, I recently saw the presentation and our achievable yet high goal of 98% reading at proficient or excellent level from our current state of 65%. I have a couple of recommendations. First, streamlining our state recommendations for approved evidence-based practices. So taking one step further from the presentation you saw from KSDE and actually creating a list of what does fall into compliance and not just a tool in order for districts to screen. And I think Jamie and Erica articulated well why that would be incredibly helpful and creating a streamlined path for districts not to have to reinvent that wheel. I also ask you to encourage and support districts in their efforts at fidelity. And by this, I mean the entirety of courses needed to address materials in a structured, explicit manner. Handwriting, for example, is not something we often think of as an issue for students with dyslexia or specific learning disorders. But as the late William Van Cleve articulated far better than I can, one of the greatest frustrations struggling writers face is the inability to capture their fine ideas on paper. Difficulty with transcription skills, and in particular the motor component, significantly hinders a student's ability to get ideas onto paper. Though handwriting does not correlate with intelligence, poor and inefficient handwriting clogs students' working memory, preventing them from writing their thoughts in a way commensurate with their intelligence. Instruction in handwriting, then, is not about making handwriting pretty or perfect, but instead about automatizing letter and word formations to free up working memory for the significant idea management necessary for good writing. And it was not actually dissimilar to Joanne's description of what it means to be able to have the automaticity to know what words mean in oral and reading fluency. Handwriting is exactly the same way. As noted in the Kansas State Literacy Plan, literacy is more than just reading. It includes writing, speaking, listening, and language. It would help if this conversation stretched across the Department of Education versus the current silo structure of decision-making. Transitioning to a non-hierarchical structure with literacy and the science of reading as the common language would help immensely. I believe that there are positive changes coming for public education in Kansas, but I am well aware that many families have found an adversarial relationship with their local school districts due to the disconnect between what their student needs and how they are being taught. Our story, unfortunately, is not altogether unfamiliar to many families, and it will take a focused and transparent effort to communicate in order to repair that relationships. And if I could just take a moment, I honestly believe that the KSDE presentation earlier, the very top bubble, if not only administrators and teachers could be brought into that common language, but taxpayers, parents, the community at large as well. If we're not all on the same page and using the same language, we are going to be at cross purposes with each other. And there will be continued pressure from families to find means to be able to find the private education that they feel their student needs. For this reason, I would also concur with the idea, and we've tossed around a couple of different words in a couple of conversations, but I called it a consortium, to continue the conversations, the Dyslexia Task Force, perhaps even transition that collection of roles and responsibilities into a standing committee of literacy within the state. The idea being that these same stakeholders could share ideas and difficulties, continue learning and training in the science of reading, and plan the next steps in literacy in Kansas. There are only limited resources, and as evidenced by the amazing professionals you heard today, this is a time-consuming process. Providing a forum for district and state resources to meet with others on the journey, as well as parent advocacy groups and legislators, would provide a means for collaboration. The shift in the language of literacy highlights another linchpin disorder, which is, of course, dyslexia. As the most common specific learning disorder, and with the abundance of research on the methods that are effective in teaching students with dyslexia how to read, overlapping and informing the science of reading, dyslexia becomes the linchpin disorder that improves the literacy outcomes for all students, regardless of at-risk status or diagnosis. Solve for dyslexia in classrooms across grades and subjects, and you will see improvement and progress for students at risk, special needs, undiagnosed struggling learners, and those in need of social emotional support. With proven methods, all students really can, and Kansas can. Thank you.
Of course, we were practicing our listening skills when we talked to you, as opposed to reading the information you gave us yet. So if any of you made recommendations specifically to us that is not included in your written report, would you please put those in writing and send them to Peggy? And we may find them, but as I say, we were practicing our listening skills. Jim.
Okay, I'm back again. Great plan. Well done. Thank you. I have a sense that we have a purpose, a plan, and the expectations to get it done. Thank you very much. I look forward to reading your material and hearing back from you on your progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? If not, go ahead, Michelle.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Chairman Porter. Again, I think if districts and across the state, if we're looking at, they're thinking costs involved, how much is this going to cost? I would look to how much are we spending on counseling? How much are we spending on bullying? Tasks. I mean, there's so many things we're spending money on. If we just looked at literacy in the early stages, I think it would free up a lot of money that we're spending on that we could just do early intervention and save a lot of money in the long run. So if they're looking at that, I'd look at all the things you're spending money on with the kids not being in school, not in their seats, at home. Why are they missing class? There's just so many things we're looking at. If we looked at literacy and tackled it early, I think that would save us in the long run. Thanks again, ladies. You did a great job.
And once again, I want to thank you for the time. I'm sorry we're so far over time. As I say, that's not your problem. That was our problem. Board members, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. However, remember that at 5 o'clock, all the doors lock, so if you leave, you're going to have your key to get back in. We are now going to receive some information about a waiver request from Hayesville USD 261 for a recess pilot, and I believe the presenter, the first presenter will be Assistant Superintendent Jennifer Reed. Are you there?
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I would like to introduce the rest of the staff that has joined us this evening. First of all, our superintendent, Jeff Hirsch, is here. Ruth Clark Principal, Carla Wolf, and the curriculum and assessment coordinators for the district, Krista Pottier and Shanae Stein. So I appreciate them coming, and they'll be here to answer any questions that you might have. So I'm going to share my screen, a little presentation for you. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
All right. Our recess initiative stands for recreation, engagement, communication, exploration, social, emotional, and success. So a couple years ago, Krista, Shanae, myself, and a few other employees from 261 traveled down to Texas to look at a recess initiative that was taking place down there, where they were seeing great gains in student active movement and more engagement in the classroom. So we went to Texas to meet with that program and kind of walk through and see how that would fit into Hayesville. So we decided that we didn't want to utilize that exact program, but we wanted to utilize the additional recesses and get our kids more active, and so they would be more engaged with our instructional programs and be able to use our social emotional program of Second Step that we were going to implement that following year. These are just some quotes that we've added. We use this for teacher training as well. So we believe that play is the highest expression of human development in childhood. For alone, it's the free expression of what is in a child's soul. So in Hayesville, it was 2 years ago, so this is our second year, we started with K2 students, and they're given 4 15-minute recesses throughout the day. Now, these recesses come after 45 to 60 minutes of instruction. So no student will be sedentary or sitting in instruction for more than 45 or 60 minutes without getting some sort of break. So we make sure to have recess up against instruction. And then we also organize the program to where the restroom and the drink breaks happen during that recess time, so they're not spending extra time in those transition periods. And we train our staff how to do that and what they need to do to make sure that we're maximizing instructional time as we're adding more recesses. Oh, sorry, that just jumped over real quick, but that's okay for time. We'll just keep going. During our recess time, we have the teachers each have a role. So we have a timer, and that teacher is in charge of making sure that they adhere to the 15 minutes of recess. We have a sweeper, and the sweeper is the last teacher out of the building. So if recess starts at 9 o'clock for second grade, the first student that leaves the classroom door at 9 o'clock, the timer starts the time for 15 minutes. That all of the teachers and students leave and go outside, and the sweeper stays behind for students that need to use the restroom and get a drink. So recess starts from the time the first student exits the classroom door, and then that sweeper stays behind to make sure that all students get out. And then we also have a door opener, and that will be when the timer, the 15 minutes go off, they blow one whistle, and the students, they do not go line up, they just go straight back into the classroom. The teacher that's the door opener holds the door open, then a student will come take their place. So we make sure that students are being supervised as they come back in from recess. So we really want to manage the transition and from recess and well, both to and from recess. So we're not taking more instructional time. So students come right back in from recess and they go right back to work where they left off. Students go outside for recess, weather permitting. So we have in our handbooks, we have different timeframes where we have indoor recess, and we have activities for them as well. So even if they have indoor recess, they still have the 4 15-minute recess times. And then we train our teachers to plan 2 recesses utilizing the playground equipment and 2 recesses not utilizing playground equipment. So we allow students to get creative with the type of play that they have and to interact a little bit more socially. So students are encouraged to use their imagination at recess. And sometimes students do get bored because nowadays things are just handed to them. They've got a lot of video games and things that they can do at home. So when they go out to recess and they get to play in the field, they get to use their creative play. We do use our second step lessons. So before a student goes out or a class goes out to recess, our teachers might say, you know what, we just studied empathy. Do we remember what empathy is? And then allow those students to go out and practice empathy when they are at recess. And then, of course, we believe that active kids do better. So when they get back in from recess, they're more engaged in their learning. Teachers have specific areas when they're out to recess that they monitor, but we really, really, really want students to be in charge of how recess looks for them. So teachers stay in their area and they monitor student play. And then if there's any kind of conflict with students, the students will come to the teacher, and the teacher is to mediate, not assign punishment, but to mediate what the conflict is with the student using those second step lessons. So the students learn how to problem solve and work together. Again, we like to encourage students to, if they're bored, we're just going to encourage them to make up new games. We've seen a lot of really great creative play. A lot of us are fortunate enough at the administration building that we have an elementary school tied to us. So we see a lot of creative play going on out here. And we celebrate that creativity with the kids. And then we encourage the students to get to know one another beyond just who's in their classroom or who their friends are, if they have new classmates. And again, that all ties back to our social emotional learning with second step. So as we've said before, we reinforce second step. We encourage student interaction at recess, and then the teachers facilitate any problem solving that needs to take place. But we really haven't had a whole lot. So we train our teachers. Right now we've had K1 and 2 trained. Next year we'll train third grade, the following 4th and the following 5th. So the students don't know any different. Our kindergarten and 1st and 2nd grade students, when they go into 3rd, they've already been trained. They already know the process. So the teachers are the only ones that we need to talk to. So we explicitly train them at the beginning of every single year, and we actually treat them like they are the students. So they run through the process as if they are the students. We encourage them to practice over and over again and then reteach, as we all do after they've had some breaks. And then we always celebrate our successes. So the advantages that we have found with the additional recesses are increased attention and focus during our lessons, increased academics. We're seeing a gain in some of our academic areas. Increased attendance. Our students are loving coming to school. We don't see issues of students not wanting to come in from recess because they know they're just going to go back out in 45 to 60 minutes. So they know to expect that. We've improved our social emotional skills. There's some health benefits. Some of our kindergartners, when they get into the first week of school and they have 4 recesses, they're exhausted by the end of the day, even more so than they would be. We have an improved focus on academics, and we've had some decrease in office discipline referrals because those kids are getting all that energy out. We recently surveyed our K2 teachers to see how the recess initiative is impacting them. And I'd like to report that 89% of our teachers report that recess initiative has had a positive effect on creative play and imagination. So we're encouraging that with kids to really be bored and then problem solve and figure it out and get creative. And then 97% of our teachers report the recess initiative has had a positive effect in all of these areas: in engagement in the classroom, the ability for students to focus more on lessons, and behavior. Oops, wrong way, sorry. We have some comments from our K2 teachers because we asked them if there was anything that they would like to share. And so I've listed them here. These are actual comments from our K2 teachers. There were several to pick from, so I just selected a few. But you can read here, the teachers say, I don't see as many discipline problems as we used to have. Kids listen and stay engaged so much better during the day. I have more quality instruction time because they get to move more. They come back more focused and their bodies are able to stay regulated more throughout the day. They have more time to play and socializing, stretching their social emotional skills. So we believe that outdoor play is actually a gift that we can give students to make them want to come to school, to make them enjoy school more, and to make them regulate themselves throughout the day so that they can learn more. That was the short version, but we wanted to be mindful of your time. So we are here to answer any questions that you might have, but we would also like to request that we continue to use these additional recesses as instructional time in the future.
Okay, are there questions? First of all, I'm going to apologize for the fact that we're running so late, but and appreciate you staying for that. Any questions? Ann?
Finally clicked in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we actually have a restriction on using recess as instructional time? It's in the regulations. Is that where it is?
Yeah, and Craig's here. He could speak to, I think he can speak to, I'm putting him on the spot about how we count recess time is not count as academic time.
There we go. So the requirements now are that you can have one mid-morning and one mid-afternoon break for recess, 15 minutes each. If it's longer than that or more often than that, then it's not part of, it's not counted as a part of the instructional day. And the original reason that was put in was based on research, that the break is helpful.
Like right before, right after lunch? Is that counted as recess or what?
You can call it recess, but it's not counted as part of the instructional day because you haven't provided another break in the learning. You just extended a break that they already had for lunch.
Okay. Well, I told my grandson, he said we only get one recess. I said, you go back and tell him you need 4. You're supposed to have 4. That's how many you're supposed to have. He thought that was be awesome.
Yep. So 2 is what's currently in regulation.
So if I remember that, so the 2 actually count as instructional time.
Yes.
So we're being asked in this case to just increase that.
Correct.
Double what's already there. And to correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think I heard is that you're seeing, because of the recess and the activity to be, and the opportunity to be active, you're seeing that the instructional time is actually more productive. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct. Mrs. Wolf, can you speak to that as an elementary principal at all?
Once I unmute myself, I can. Many have tried to mute me for years. Actually, yes, less discipline issues. So there's not the wasted time of the typical old recess that we used to have where kids fight, tattle, whatever. Now they play. But yeah, they're more focused. They know that they have this much time to focus on instruction and get done what they need to get done. So they use that time more wisely. They are able to sit longer because they really don't have very long attention spans. And a lot of times we're asking them to sit longer than they're really capable of, especially today with technology where kids are so used to having games and thing in front of them. We found a lot of them didn't have the gross motor skills they needed. They couldn't focus on the academics for very long at all. So it breaks up those time frames. And then, so when they are engaged in the academics, which there's academics outside as well. So that's some of the best learning. So yeah, it does improve their academic ability to focus and be part of the engagement.
And for years, there have been schools that used lack of or removal of recess time as a punishment. I assume that you never do that.
No.
No, we do not.
Okay.
Recess is needed by every single child, and so it is not to be utilized as a punishment.
Okay, thank you. Jean?
How much instructional time do you have on a daily basis currently with the 30 minutes that are allowed? And what would be given up if you added this additional 30 minutes to your day?
Krista, would you like to share on that?
I would. When we've done training with teachers at the beginning, they're concerned that, well, where are we going to find the time to do 4 recesses? But what they're finding is that by setting up the break the way we do, where they go out to recess and hit the restroom and get their drinks on the way out, they're actually saving time in the long run. What we used to do is students would go out to recess, then we'd line up, which would take 3 or 4 minutes to get everyone in line. We'd go inside, everyone would wait while everyone got drinks and went to the restroom. And usually throughout the day, teachers were having to take additional restroom breaks. But because we go out every hour or so, that's all been eliminated. So a typical recess for 15 minutes would take teachers up to 30 minutes when you counted recess or the bathroom and drink breaks and lining up. And they're really finding that they're actually coming out equal or better with the way that we've set it up, including that break within the recess time.
Betty?
Well, I applaud your initiative on this. This is not brand new. In fact, there are other countries, I think, that have been doing this and have found to be very, very successful with their students. We've dealt with it. For some reason, it's very hard to change from what we are accustomed to, even in the face of data that shows if you really are interested in student learning, these are some small things that you can do that will help that process. So I don't have a question. I just have an applaud for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ann?
Oh, yeah, on a personal note, I'm a proud product of Hayesville Public Schools and a graduate of Campus High. And my mother, Evelyn Clark, taught for years and years with Ruth Clark, who your
Oh,
school's named
excellent.
after. There you go.
Shanae and myself, we are also Campus High graduates, so go Colts.
So there was no question there?
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Porter, if I could add one thing, actually was on the news here in the last 2 weeks about the amount of screen time versus outdoor time that kids are experiencing today. And as you research this, you will find, I think, that anywhere from 4 to 7 minutes is the average amount of time kids are spending outside versus up to 7 hours FaceTime with a computer, up to about a 45 to 60 minutes outside. So I think one of the advantages of this program obviously is the opportunity for our students to get outside, get fresh air, that free play that they don't get because they are behind a screen all day at home or in the evenings or on weekends. There's a lot of, concern right now with kids' ability to interact with adults, with one another, because of the amount of time they're spent in front of a screen. So one of the ancillary benefits of this program is that opportunity to learn how to socialize with peers in a pretty safe environment when it may not be offered any other time during that child's day. So I think as you look at this, it's been very successful for our district, and our kids and our staff have benefited greatly from it.
Thank you. Well, I don't see any other questions, so go ahead, Randy.
Craig, I'll put you on the spot again. If next month the board were to approve Hayesville's request, just talk to the board about, is that allowable within the statutes, within the regulations? What are their parameters of what they can and maybe cannot do?
I was afraid you might ask. I don't honestly know if it's regulations or if that's our auditing guidelines, but I can find out before next month, so you'll know what needs to be changed, if anything, in order to allow this to happen and have the 4 times a day rather than twice a day.
Okay, well, we need to make sure we know what we're doing. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So just to follow up with what Jean was asking, I know we're having different districts were doing what, like our school did, like a timber time, and not everyone was utilizing that timber time. It was like the lunchtime. It was kind of, and they went back and they had to allocate the academic time, and were all the children using that? So is on the recess thing, would every child be using that, and then would they just have to show academic time as far as throughout the process of the day? I mean, would they, for us to go ahead and approve this, do they have to show that academic time? Or kind of like when they did the audit on the high schools, they were using different mascots, say whatever, Terror Time or, Wolverine Time or whatever it was, they had to show, or they had to extend that for their academic, because not every child was using that, or not every student was using that time.
Right.
So they couldn't count it as, even though they were going to see their advisors or their teachers, they were eating their lunch while they're sitting there and talking to their teacher. Well, that's not everybody was using that, because some people wanted that time for their lunch and they didn't want to go see their teacher. So they changed that. They just had to work that into their requirements as far as academic and make sure all children are getting access to that. So would that school have to do that? Would they have to show us that, or?
Little different, same concept, but a little different situation. And you described the high school version pretty accurately. A number of high schools are using time around lunch for, I don't want to use the term free time, but ability for teachers to go, or students to go meet with individual teachers on a different basis than just an assigned class necessarily. And as long as you said, every student is involved in that, and some are not just making it an hour-long lunch instead, then that's fine to count as instructional time. But when a number of them start just taking an hour lunch or hanging out in the hallways, those kinds of things, so it's not instructional, then that becomes basically an extended lunchtime, not instructional time. With the recess situation, this may be more than you want to know, but as part of the instructional day, you have to allow passing periods at the high school and middle school, so you got 5 minutes between classes. You just include that as part of instruction. Recess has been treated that way, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Those 15 minutes are just included as instructional time. And that's been based originally on research that said the kids need a break. You can't sit elementary kids in class. And so apparently what Hayesville is finding is that 1 break is maybe not the appropriate amount. 2 might be the more appropriate. And if that's the case, then no, they don't need to show instructional time during that 15 minutes. That's the break that's being provided that enhances the instructional time. It would be included as part of the instructional day, just like the 2 recesses are now.
Because they were showing that they were wasting a lot of other time going in the bathroom, drink. I mean, they were proving
Yes.
that it was. I mean, from what I heard from their presentation, so they were saying we might as well have 4 because it's cutting down on odds and ends and kids, getting up and distracting class and that sort of thing. So that's kind of what they were showing is at their school. That works at their school. It may not work at another school or larger school or smaller school, but it works at their school.
Right.
Okay, Jean.
I certainly like the idea of students having more outside time, and I think they learn a lot from that. But I am concerned this would, an hour a day of recess is a large proportion of time that students are not getting the academic content. And I know we're looking at some other types of learning during that period of time. But this raises it substantially, and it adds 2 more transitions to their day. So I think there are some other considerations. I was just kind of wondering if there might be any, other than anecdotal data, if there were any, if there was any data on improvements in reading or math or some of their core subjects that have been seen rather than just observational type data. Thank you.
Well, we have looked at different types of data. I don't know if we've correlated it, that it's, there's correlation and causation, and I'm not sure if recess has been a cause of that. However, the anecdotal data does say, that our students are more focused during the day to absorb that instruction instead of some of the behaviors that are seen when you're sitting for as long as some of the students are. Shanae, do you have any data that you've collected?
I just wanted to add that in the presentation, Jen linked to the LINK program, and they do have some research and data that does show that extending recess, active play does increase academics. So that may be something that will help you with that. Like we said, we're not using their program, so we can't say that their data will match our data. So we don't have raw numbers for you, particularly since we've been in the middle of a pandemic since we started this. So that's kind of skewed our numbers a little. But we do, as you know, if you want to look at that linked data attached to the presentation, there is some information there.
Betty.
Studies on this began in about 2015, and health officials have begun pushing for these 15-minute recess here in Kansas. Health organizations have cited benefits that this would do, and it's not just the idea of giving them the recess for the sake of going out to play. It is what was cited is the significant improvement on learning that these recesses would provide. So if we stay focused on that, what is the end result for the students? And I assume you've done all of this because you're bringing it to us, and I certainly am in high support of this. We dealt with this issue when I served on the local school board in Wichita. And so there were a lot of findings, fact findings that was provided, but this started many, many years ago. This is not recent. And so results really can be seen from that. I just wanted to throw that in as part of it. Thank you.
Can I just say, social emotionally, really, we have just seen great growth with the kids being able to interact in the ways that they're able to interact and the way they problem solve that we haven't seen. Our kindergartners don't cry half the day, you know, like they did originally when we started all day kindergarten. When they come and they know they have little breaks, they're able to focus, they're happy, they're secure. It just makes a big difference in their readiness to learn.
Well, thank you. This is a receive item today. It'll be on the agenda as an action item next month. We will try to stay closer to the schedule. However, that is not a promise.
Understandable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And now we're going to move to something that we enjoy almost as much as ESSER, and that is legislative issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to share a little bit of information with you, and we'll take obviously questions all along the way as we go. I'm going to start with the governor's budget recommendations, because some of the recommendations she made mirror the recommendations you made last summer. And some information is coming around our bill locator, which we will get to in just a couple of minutes. So when last you met, the governor was preparing to do the state of the state the night of your first meeting. The next morning is when her budget recommendations were presented to the legislature. As you're probably well aware, the state has more revenue than they planned on last April by a significant amount. In November, they raised the revenue estimates by $1.3 billion, billion with a B. And even on a state level, that's a lot of money. Since that time, revenue is coming in ahead of estimates. Last month, $118 million ahead. So the governor was able to make some recommendations in her budget to take advantage of that fact. There are some payments that have been delayed, capers primarily, over a 20-year time period. And she's recommending that those payments be paid off now this year, and we can skip the interest payments on capers. Another one that's very important to school districts for a number of years now, and I should have looked up when this started, I want to say 2009, 10, somewhere in that area, the state has delayed the final state aid payment to school districts. So general fund and LOB state aid is not actually received until July, which is the following fiscal year. School districts record it as though they received it in June. So as a school district, you literally don't receive all your money until the year's over, which can cause some cash flow problems. School districts have to juggle every year. Which bills do we not pay? Do we wait on for a week before we send the money out the door? So her recommendation is that's a one-time fix. If they move that payment into the current fiscal year, then we're back on schedule forevermore. So her recommendation is let's make that payment this year in June when it's supposed to be made. And then next year, what would have been the $200 million that goes for this year is available to keep us right on track every year. There's a benefit to the state as well. You'll read at the end of the year, the state has a, pick your number, $6.5 million ending balance. Well, if the first $200 million you spend next year is really supposed to have been spent the prior year, you didn't have a $6.5 million ending balance. You had $200 million less than that. So that's a little bit of been an issue for the state, been an issue for school districts, been a really big issue for CPAs that audit school districts. It causes them all kinds of grief and heartache to take a payment out of one year and claim you received it the prior year. This would fix that and help cash flow for the school districts. Then she recommended for beginning next year, funding several items that you touched on in your recommendations. Tech ed, transportation state aid, she would fund again. Professional development state aid, national board teacher certification, the $1,000 payment that board certified teachers receive every year. She recommended funding the statewide dyslexia coordinator out of state funds rather than out of the set aside ESSER funds as the board chose to do for this year so that we could get that program started. And she would expand the mental health intervention team pilot program with an additional $3 million and use a small part of that money for a third-party study. We're in our 4th year of a pilot program, which some people have trouble with that. So it's probably an appropriate time to have a study done and see what's worked well and what maybe we need to do differently moving forward. But she would add money to that. Any questions about the governor's recommendations? Each of those obviously needs to go through the legislative process before it becomes law. All right, look at a few bills, and I'm not obviously going to touch on everything that's on this list, but I will hit a few, maybe more than just a few. Starting with the Senate bills, and I'll tell you on each of these lists, the first 3 or 4 bills, this is a carryover year. So bills that were in place last year and did not complete the process are technically still alive. So we left a few of them on the list. But I'm going to start with Senate Bill 341. That's the bill that would adjust federal impact aid. Currently, well, let me back up. Federal impact aid exists in recognition of the fact that if you have federal property in your district, that property is not taxed. So when you levy a property tax, you've got a big chunk of your district that's not paying property taxes, and you are limited in your revenue sources. In the general fund, the 20 mills that's levied is treated as state money. So when you have property tax, or when you have a tax on the general fund, that 20 mills, it's really the state that's not getting that money. Any amount of money that the 20 mills doesn't raise, the state makes up. So it has been approved at the federal level that in Kansas, 70% of federal impact aid is counted as property tax in the general fund. In other words, they deposit it in the general fund, and then the district, the state does not have to make up that difference, since the purpose of the impact aid is to offset the loss of property tax. The other 30% of impact aid, those school districts keep. So there are 23 districts in the state that receive federal impact aid. They have federal property of some type in their district. The largest are Geary County and Fort Leavenworth, the large military reservations. They actually receive 93% of the federal impact aid in the state, and the other 21 districts split the 7%. The fiscal note on that, 70% is $13 million. This bill would change it so that that money would no longer be counted as part of the general fund. That would just be money that the districts would have over and above their budget. That means the state has to make up that $13 million and complete the budget. So those districts would have their general fund, and then the impact aid would be on top of that. That is the way it works in most districts in the state, which is part of the reason it's being proposed, the bill is being proposed, is there's concern that at the federal level, in the military processes, they look sideways at Kansas for not allowing those schools to keep all of the impact aid. Even though it's been approved at the federal level for Kansas to do it the way they are, that's still a question that gets raised. So that's why that bill has been proposed. The effect would be the state would need to come up with another $13 million. And I'll tell you, 13 million is an estimate. Impact aid varies significantly from year to year. Last year it was 17 million. But the state would have to come up with that additional money, and those 23 districts then would keep all of their federal impact aid, rather than using part of it as an income, as a property tax set-off. Questions about that? If you receive impact aid as a school district, you understand it fairly well. If you don't have any idea about it. Okay. The sales tax on food, the tax bills that you've heard about, that's Senate Bill 342. There's a companion bill on the House side. Senate Bill 347 is one of the bills that they call it the Powerful Economic Expansion Act. That's the bill you read about that would provide $1 billion worth of incentives at the state level to bring a very large corporation, unnamed at this point, into the state with the jobs and facilities that go with it. 362 is the bill that requires school districts not only to use a school building needs assessment as a part of the budget adoption process, but also to consider state assessments in that process, to post that information, those deliberations online, and make them a specific part of the minutes in the board meeting when they discussed that. Internally at the agency, we're working on a process that would help school districts use the work they already do with KISA, identifying building needs and so forth, to serve this purpose as well. They're both intended to serve the same purpose. It just makes sense to do one process that can cover both. 363 requires school districts to publish on their internet all the training materials and activities they used for student instruction and that were used for teacher professional development. You post it for the materials and activities you used in the prior year, so you don't have to guess what you're going to use in the coming year, but it all has to be posted. I'll skip down a little bit. 393 is essentially the same bill, except 393 has a fiscal penalty attached to it if the district does not get it posted in time. We are required to withhold a portion of their state aid, and it's a percentage that's set out in the bill, until such time as they do post it. So as long as they get it posted eventually, they'll receive all of their state aid, but until they do, we have to withhold it.
This is thousands of pages, thousands of line items.
It very well could be, yes.
Even in small districts, it's thousands of line items.
Yes.
Okay.
The way we read it anyway. All the training materials and activities used for student instruction. So backing back up in between those two, we have Senate Bill 372, prohibits the state school for the deaf from dismissing or transferring any student who gains access to hearing. Questions?
I know we have Brian down here. I think he's hiding behind the post. I can't see him, from our sets team. And I know I've been in communication with the commissioner and Michelle, the liaison in the School for the Deaf, and Dina over this bill. And I mean, we obviously have some concerns. This impacts one of our schools and kind of determines placement. And Brian, if you wanted to talk to that a little bit, this has been something I've been working on for a while. So.
And while you're talking about it, would you also address how this impacts the ability of the team to make placement decisions?
Thank you, Chair Porter, members of the board, and Commissioner Watson. Senate Bill 372 concerns us as written, as what Chair Porter's pointing out, is interfering with the purview of the IEP team of the local school. And it conflicts with the federal and state law, specifically the IDEA and our state special education laws as well. So in evaluating that, that was the concern that we have expressed, that as written, we feel that it conflicts with federal and state law and is not something that should move forward as written.
Brian, can you speak to what the board could do within their regulations?
Sure. So as you all know, the state board manages the state schools, which include the Kansas School for the Deaf. What you can do is look at the regulations that are in place at this point, and you can amend the regulations. You also can impose a policy or pass a policy tonight that would affect how the Kansas School for the Deaf would treat, admit, and release students.
Thank you. I'm not that familiar with this bill, but we are the local school board, right? And as you said, we could handle this right here?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I wanted to make sure I talked with Craig and the chair. Since it involves one of our schools and we are the local board, we felt like it was important for all of you to be aware of the specific impact of this bill.
And my concern would be the conflict with the IEP process, of which is federal, and I would assume that the federal law takes precedent over a state law.
Correct. So placement is an IEP team decision, and it's completely and solely up to them, and the bill as written would interfere with their purview to make those decisions, and it would take away their ability to determine supports and services and placement of the student.
And if, in this case, apparently a parent is displeased with the decision, there is a process, an appeal process.
If
a due process.
There is a due process available to parents if they disagree with an IEP team decision. I think the conflict in this case is the regulation that does allow the School for the Deaf to remove a student with 15 days notice. So going back to Ms. Ma's point, you are the local board for the school. You can amend that regulation. I think the bill is concerning about enhanced hearing. You could incorporate it in there. You could incorporate, you could just pass a policy tonight that would advise the school what they can and can't do in these situations.
Yeah, we usually don't do things immediately, but
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
we usually don't do things immediately, you know, without.
Well, that would be drastic, but
without vetting it, but let's go on, and if there's other questions, we'll come back to that if we need to.
Thank you.
Okay, other Senate bills. Senate Bill 431 is a little interesting. The 20 mil levy in the general fund, currently the first $20,000 of residential property is exempt from that mill levy. That was done as a property tax reduction a number of years ago. 431 would increase that $20,000 to $100,000. The first $100,000 of your home would be exempt from paying the 20 mil levy.
Yeah, go for it.
The turnaround of that, kind of like with the impact aid, the state makes up whatever money is not collected there. So school districts are still going to receive this, they've still got the legal max general fund that the state is going to provide funding for. They would have to find another source for that money.
So they just raise the mill levy, you pay it anyway.
I don't know where that would come from. That's a policy decision at the legislative level. House bills 2457 would require districts to increase the compensation of teachers based on what their budget increased. Not necessarily, or actually I should say what their expenditures increased. So as a school district, you would take last year's budget, compare it to 2 years ago. What was the percentage increase? At a minimum, teachers would need to receive that increase in salary. Now, if the increase was 1% or less, if you actually lost money, then this doesn't apply. You would not be required to give that raise. So that's 2457. Does not, it does have language to include health insurance as a part of that compensation. So if your district had a big jump in health insurance, that would be considered part of the raise. It does not include anything about if you need to add staff positions, that's not considered a part of the increase. So you would need to provide the raise on top of the additional staffing positions. 2466 is the bill requiring computer science. Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask you about that bill on having to pay teachers based upon the budget increase or decrease. I thought that was a negotiable item
It is.
in law or something. I mean, or I kind of negotiated by the districts, correct?
Terms and conditions of employment are mandatorily negotiable. Yes.
So how can they do this if, I don't understand.
I'm not enough an attorney to tell you why you can do this or not, but for instance, the length of your contract would be considered terms and conditions of employment, but yet we have a minimum requirement for the school year that's a part of that. So you have to have 1,116 hours. Beyond that, then you can negotiate how long your school year is going to be. I assume this would be similar. You have a minimum salary increase and you can negotiate beyond that.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
That's just my guess. Okay. So 2466 is the computer science bill that Representative Hubert has sponsored. He has proposed an amendment that would remove the graduation requirement from that bill. So students would not have to take 1 unit of computer science in order to graduate. School districts would have to offer a course in computer science. Many already do. And the scholarships for pre-service teachers would stay in place as well with what he's offering at the moment. Yes, sir.
There's also an amendment to expand that offering to private schools to utilize as well. There was an amendment that came up with the Section 5 amendment, so.
All right, thanks.
Thanks to Deborah for sending out the amendments earlier today so I can know that.
So that's the computer science bill as it stands at the moment. 2487 and 2497 are just the House versions of the food sales tax and the economic expansion. 2511, the language in the title of the bill says authorizing certain students. Actually, it requires that students be able to participate in activities with the Kansas State High School Activities Association in their resident school district, regardless of where they attend school. So if they attend private school or homeschool, they would be allowed to participate in Activities Association sponsored events with their resident school. I think that's about it as far as what that bill requires.
And it requires the association to be required reporters.
Yes.
Child abuse.
Activities Association officials would become mandatory reporters,
They already do that.
which
so-
they already are, yes.
So it's not really a big change.
No.
The only people would be the board of directors who, there's some folks on the board of directors who are not local employees
Right.
of school districts. And local school district employees are only responsible for reporting their students, as I understand. a law too, so this would broaden their responsibility.
This is an off-the-wall question, but let's say you were on the cusp of moving up classification by 3 students, and you had 10 students in this group. Would that affect? Would they then be counted and you change classifications? I know that's probably something that nobody thought of, but
I'll give you what I understand, but this may not be right. It'd be a question for the Activity Association. I believe they make classifications based on your enrollment. These students are not necessarily enrolling in your school. They're just playing ball or playing in the band or participating in debate. And I should add, as a school district, if a student wants to participate in one of those activities and you have a required course that goes with that activity, band, for instance, you can require them to enroll in the band. Or if you have a forensics class before they can participate in forensics, you can require them to participate in that. So that would affect your enrollment a little bit, 1/10 of a student, 2/10. But other than that, if the student's just playing basketball, I don't know that impacts the way the Activity Association determines classifications.
okay, but band and things like that, they've been doing that for years, haven't they?
A lot of districts have, yes.
Okay.
On a voluntary basis, a number of districts already do this. $25.13 is another one of those that requires districts to post a fair amount of information on their website and make it available to parents. And that's for questionnaires, surveys, or examinations that parents take. You may be familiar with the Kansas Communities that Care survey. That's the most common example that's cited. That contains information that not all necessarily want to have their students answer. So this gives parents it requires that parents opt in rather than opting out. And the school district has to make the information available. One unique little wrinkle, they have to make the information available no sooner than 4 months before you take the exam or the survey. Reason for that is a number of districts at the beginning of the year in your enrollment packet just give you the form to fill out, yes, my student can take this, and then they may not take it until March. So they don't want it to be that far in advance that the parent fills it out. School districts have to provide copies to the parents, and they have to post it on their website. In some cases, that'll be a little sticky because there are copyright issues with some of those surveys and exams. So that's the requirements in 2513. 2514, again, it says authorizes, but actually it requires part-time enrollment options.
Craig,
for certain
I think
students.
also on 2513, there's a big bit, but there's an exemption for counselors for parental approval in current statute, correct? In current law.
Counselors? Oh, yes, for visiting with counselors?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm
and
with
this repeals that
you.
provision as well.
All right.
So counselors are subject to the same rules for their things as well.
Okay, that's an amendment to it now?
No, that was section 2 of the bill.
Okay.
It just,
Thank you.
it's repeals.
It's like if you got a suicidal kid sitting in front of you, you wouldn't be able to use any kind of a survey to dig into it further to find out what's going on.
$25.14 requires school districts to provide part-time enrollment for students. So if you have students in your district who are homeschooled or private schooled and they want to enroll, kind of like we were talking about with band, as a school district, you would have to allow that. You can make some limitations based on space and availability, class size, those types of issues. But otherwise, you need to allow the student to enroll on a part-time basis. And if students enroll part-time, so you'll know they are funded, as long as they're enrolled by September 20th, like any other student, funding applies. And again, a number of districts have been doing that for years. Not necessarily new, it just hasn't been required. 2548 is about the agency rather than school districts. It requires approval by the State Information Technology Organization, OITS, of any information technology project. And the issue, as it's been explained to us, is more about data security necessarily than the money that you're spending on the project. Currently, that's only required if the project's over $250,000. It is a somewhat labor-intensive process and thorough to get those projects approved by the JCIT. If that becomes necessary for every technology project, that includes any updates that we make to all the software programs that we provide to help the agency function, that we provide for school districts for reporting data. We would probably need to add staff to manage those processes and get them through JCIT. So there is a fiscal consideration for the agency on that bill, and we are visiting with a couple of legislators about those concerns. 2550 is known as the Student Empowerment Act. It is an education savings account. You may remember 2119 last year. This is essentially the same bill with a few upgrades to remove the issues about remote learning. So a student who qualifies for free or reduced price meals or has been identified as at risk would now qualify for an education savings account in the amount of the base state aid. So this year, for instance, $4,706. The state treasurer maintains those accounts, an individual account for each student. The parent then has access to those funds and can use those for tuition, fees, et cetera, to attend private school. Or if they choose to remain in public school, they can access those funds, a portion of those funds based on how they're enrolled, to provide additional services while the child attends public school, pay for tutoring, additional instructional supplies, those kinds of issues. Same, as I said, the same bill last year was 2119. This year it's 2550. They have had a hearing already on this for K-12 in K-12 education budget. I'll just tell you, he's made no secret of it. The state treasurer is not in favor of the bill. As it stands, it would be a significant expense for his agency to add staff and run the program. The state accounting system is not set up to handle individual funding accounts for people out in the state. So that would be quite a change for their agency. 2551 was introduced. It may not be clear the way the language on the printout reads. Basically, it eliminates the cap on remote learning. So the 40-hour limit that is in place now, I did take that away. That's the purpose of 2551. Remote learning would be available with no limit to it. 2553, again, says allowing students to transfer. Actually, it requires that school districts allow students to transfer from one district to another, subject to capacity within the school district. And it doesn't define if capacity is solely limited to space in the building. Is that limited to the number of teachers you have available, to the instructional materials you have available, whatever the case might be. But subject to capacity, if a student wants to transfer to your district, you have to allow that. And again, most of our districts already do this. Some have limits. One superintendent in particular testified in front of the committee. His board has voted twice in the last 3 years on this and chosen not to do it because they're full and they're growing. And allowing more students means another bond election for more facilities. Students outside the district coming in, those parents are not paying for those facilities because they're not residents of the district. So his board is not interested in allowing transfers at this point in time. That's typically the reason for school districts not allowing it. So there are a few that do not allow it, many do already. One note that you will be interested in the bill as it reads now, if a student is denied a transfer, the parent may appeal that to the local board. If they're not satisfied with the decision that the local board makes, they may appeal it to the state board. So you would potentially be hearing appeals on whether a student was allowed to transfer to a neighboring district or not under this particular bill. I'm not sure if Brad's going to be here much longer, but that would be. Did you see that little sidestep? That one? 2587 would establish concussion management teams in school districts to oversee development of policies and procedures for return to play protocols for students who've had concussions and return to learn protocols for students who've had concussions. Would also mandate biennial training for certain school employees, coaches, athletic directors, school nurses, so forth, about concussion management. And this bill is actually being supported by the state's Athletic Directors Association. They're concerned that some of the provisions in regulations and statute now may grow outdated and think this might be a way to address that. 2593, you may actually hear a little bit about tomorrow. This will adjust the working after retirement requirements for school districts with CAPERS. Currently, if you hire a retiree, once they've sat out either their 60 days or 6 months, depending on which applies, the first $25,000 in salary, you pay the typical CAPERS fee, 13%, 14%, the school district pays in. After $25,000, that payment becomes 30% of the salary that gets paid to CAPERS. CAPERS refers to it as a surcharge. And Alan Conroy can tell you better than I can, but essentially the reason that went into place initially is when you allow people to return to work after they retired, it encourages them to retire earlier, which means CAPERS has to pay retirement benefits longer. So this is a way to make up for some of the loss in revenue when they retire. House Bill 2602 came out just recently. It provides for an alternative calculation of graduation rates for virtual schools. So what it does is looks at the student when they enroll in the virtual school, which may be as a junior rather than as a freshman. That year becomes their cohort year rather than their freshman year in terms of determining graduation rate. The federal level has the calculation for graduation rate calculated pretty tightly. We're not sure this fits within the federal law on calculating graduation rates, but that's the bill as it's been introduced. It would allow leniency, for lack of a better word, for virtual schools to determine their graduation rate. Skipping down to 2615, new to me today anyway, authorizing schools to provide alternative educational opportunities outside of the classroom for course credit. That's talking about internships, basically, for businesses and other groups, not necessarily tied to approved career and tech ed courses, which is the system we have in place now. So we're still learning a little bit more about that bill, but that's the intention of it, that you would be able to provide credit to a student for internships in a workplace, a little broader than what we have in place at the moment. We do that now with career and tech ed. Some schools do it on their own and other internships as well.
But we've been talking about experiential credit. We've been talking about it at this table for ever since I've been here, and that local boards have that authority anyway.
Yep, it's like a number of the other bills. Local boards have the authority. Some use it already. This mandates that you
would
make
this
it available.
require them to do that?
You would not be required to do it. As I recall, you would be allowed to do it, however.
Okay.
And I may not remember every word I read just right on that one. Okay, thanks. And then finally, a few bills were introduced into committee, and I haven't seen them yet, but so you'll know what's coming. The committees have had introduced an education savings account bill, which would be similar, I assume, to 2550, that provides savings accounts that follow the student to private schools. Women in sports, you may recall what I assume would be a similar bill from last year. Parental Bill of Rights has been introduced, an open enrollment bill, and finally a Student Achievement Accountability Act. All of those were introduced into one committee or another Monday, and haven't seen the actual bill yet to know what the language is. So those are previews of coming attractions, I guess. Any questions or anything I skipped over on these that you'd like to know about?
Yeah, a couple of that last one you just read, what was that?
Student Achievement Accountability Act.
And the one on the Parental Bill of Rights?
That's it.
Can we, whenever you get that information, can it be sent to us so we don't have to wait till
Certainly.
next month or go through our liaison or something? Because I'd be interested in knowing what those are.
Yep.
Questions for Craig? Questions for Dina or Ben, or comments from Dina or Ben?
I'll be quick because I know we want to get out of here. Craig just had a light bulb go off, but I do want to, Dina and I have been really working with the department, and our department's been doing yeoman's work this month in terms of all the demands just from Dina and myself and people across the street, our friends across the street. So just an appreciation to the staff because we've been in a lot of different departments already in just 1 month within our agency. So thanks to all the workers for accommodating us and getting the information that we needed. So just a kudos to the department for their support for the work that we do.
Thank you.
In a very timely manner.
Dina, do you have?
I would basically say ditto. I believe the parental bill is a bringing together of all of the bills that have to do with lots of requirements for allowing kids to go to schools that they want to play in whatever sport they want to, whatever school. And it's my understanding that it'll be married with the budget. So it's a little bit of mischief, at least a little bit. Maybe a lot.
Don't do this now because you have way too much to do. But at some point, maybe after the session, I'd like to know how much extra time has to be spent in providing information that maybe never see the light of day to the legislature. Are you having to pay overtime?
I'm on salary.
Well, there are other people that work for you.
Yes, there are. I can look into that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and don't do it now, you know.
I understand. But you saying that, I just have to quote my predecessor. We got a lot of time between midnight and 4 in the morning.
Yeah, but I would like to be able to use that information because, you know, if it's being used and if it's making a difference, that's one
Sure.
thing. But if it's, I do know that I've heard, at least anecdotally, that there are times whenever a great deal of information is sent over that is never used, or just are being said, well, that's not what I wanted, or you've spent all night doing it. And those are the sorts of things we need to know because we need to be supportive of the people that work for us.
Thank you. We can certainly find that out. And I did leave one out that I think could be important and certainly of interest to you. One of the upcoming bills, I haven't seen it in writing other than a draft. It's really just an appropriation. Currently, the Board of Regents has a scholarship for teachers in hard-to-fill areas. There will be an appropriations bill that would double the amount, so it would be $3 million a year, slightly over that, rather than $1.5 million each year for the next 5 years, in large part as a way to help with the current shortage of teachers that we have. So teacher scholarship through the Board of Regents.
I think we've been informally asked to support that. And we may want to add that, at least discussion, to the agenda tomorrow. It's getting a little late right now, but.
Sure.
Anything else anybody have? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda. Jim McNeese, Betty Arnold. All in favor? All opposed? Abstain? 901. We are in recess until 9 in the morning.